dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Well, nicely dodged.
In the little matchup of darn near smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirror -1.
Dan is so good with his placement. He turns around at every right opportune moment.
Dude, what?
On the most clean 3 sequential kills. That fire was so good, dude. Coming up from the back end, it seems, looking for some information. Chris, nice.
What?
Clean pick, dude. That timing good, and another for the 3-piece combination. Chris, my guy, on a whole different dimension, is out there fighting just one. Wrath is spotted, and a flying right click to seal that one off for the 4K combo. Chris going in massive this round. Look at the fury of stars going down every which way possible. Now Sean going to be doing his best, and his best is enough.
Oh my god.
Give me the replay production. Let me see that sauce again, because that was just crisp and clean.
Oh wow, you guys suck.
Welcome to the Pit of Valor. We got another one for this nice and lovely Wednesday, and we're going to toss these teams into the pit, see who comes out on top, because we can only have one at the end of the day. It's looking like a great week. We have plenty of teams here. Another sponsor, myself, Vincent. You know, a lot of casters here ready to bring the hype. And these games, I'm sure they're always fun. They're always a blast. And I'm sure that this one is going to be exactly the same. Vincent, I can't wait to get into it.
Oh yeah. I mean, we like you mentioned, we have a sponsor once again this week. That is same as last week. NXG. We absolutely love it that NXG Esports has taken some cash and bumped up that prize pool to not to $100, to doubling it, and making this just just a little bit more spicy. And absolutely love them. They're a competitive esports and content creation team. Huge shout out to them. If you want to find out a little bit more, you can do !NXG in chat to check them out. Make sure to throw them a follow over on Twitter as well, if you would so please. And while you're over there at GL Gaming Lounges, definitely throw us a Twitter follow. Keep up with all the great things that are happening. But you don't have to just be on Twitter. Seymour, we got a lot of good things happening that you can find out about right here, right now.
So many, Vincent. There's just tons of stuff here at GLG coming in motion, and especially our kind of co-stream for the Valor Premier Series that's coming up this weekend, August 28th and 29th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So $10,000 prize pool over there, 32 teams, 16 qualified, 16 were invited, and we're going to be broadcasting it right here on GLG. That's Saturday and Sunday, August 29th and 28th, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, right here. You don't want to miss it. Plenty to look out for the GLG streams, and plenty of people to bring you through that one as well. I'll know I'll be there on Sunday. Vincent will be there with you both days. It's going to be a hell of a time. You don't want to miss out on it. But let's get back to the Pit of Valor, because these teams are ready to go through the gauntlet. We got the battle of abbreviations going on right now. NXG versus SAG. We don't know which map they're going to just yet, Vincent, but last week we saw NXG, our presenting sponsors for this, go out in round one.
We did.
So hoping that we get to see them go a little bit farther this time.
Yeah, obviously we do. And it was certainly not the greatest of showings, but the good news is they're back again. They're ready to go, and they're going up against SAG, who I've seen once or twice before. I can't recall them making it further than quarterfinals. SAG, I mean, I've seen them a couple of times though, and so they have some experience here, but I don't know what their full roster looks like either. They might have had some roster changes. I'm just looking over it as we speak, and I don't really see anybody that super jumps out to me. Cruz maybe on that side, but I'm definitely excited to see what this NXG team can put together, how they can adjust, and whether or not they can come out with a victory here. Like you said, it was a bit of a tough loss last week, but you got to put that behind you. Really got to step forward and step out of those sorts of performances. Nobody remembers the bad times. You only tend to remember the good, and put on a good show today, and that's all that's going to be cared about here for us or the fans.
Yep, and actually, take that performance last week, throw it in the vault, lock it up, take the key, throw it away. You don't want to remember about it. Show a different screen right now. And Vincent, I mean, last week they went with the double duelist composition. They looked a little bit scared against their opponents. They got stomped out. I'm pretty sure it was Ascent as well that we saw them in that first map. So we'd like to see them try something new, maybe mix up their composition. Hope that they look over the VOD from last week and change things up for sure, because there's plenty to patch up. There's a lot that you can go back and talk to your team about, and a lot to learn from that match as well. So, I mean, it's only up from here. The battle against SAG, it can definitely be a better one. And I would like them to start with their team composition. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think that we saw some very interesting ideas last week. It wasn't as if it was bad or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was just some interesting ideas that were maybe a little bit different than the norm. But again, that isn't necessarily a problem, and I'm excited to see if they're going to kind of pull something similar out, or if it's going to be very standard, very meta-like. And that's sort of the point of the Pit of Valor, right? Is
exactly
having teams come in, trying stuff out, see what works, see what doesn't, kind of sharpen their teeth, so to speak, on the other competition that's here, and show up week to week, really, and that's what really matters. So I always think and always see from week to week, a team almost always improves. There's basically not an example where I've seen a team show up one week and then not improve the next week, at least in some way or another, because competition breeds better competition, and that's what we're all about here.
And it's stuff you tend to see in things like this. Weekly tournaments, you ought to notice that these teams are improving week to week. And it's something exciting to pay attention to. But you were talking about standard compositions, and, well, we can't get more standard than Bind. I mean, that is the standard map to go to for this. I'm definitely looking at NXG to utilize their double duelist comp if they're going in with that situation. Pull out a Raze, pull out a Jet, make sure that you're keeping back the enemy team while you're on defense and really baiting out some of this utility in this sense. Anything you're looking at on Bind to really highlight?
Well, I think that Bind is kind of interesting because from an agent selection standpoint, it can be very different right now. It's kind of unique in a way because you don't tend to actually have the normal standard that might be shown on one map or another. But then from, like you're saying, from a map design perspective, it's very much an old staple, very much something everybody's very familiar with. And so for that reason, I think that really when it comes down to it, we're probably going to see the Rays come out. Then the question will be, for me, if it's double duelist, Reyna or Jet, which one do you go for? I've seen kind of both work. I've seen both options work out. It kind of depends on the player who it is and what they prefer. So and beyond that, there's what I mean by there's so many options is you can see a Sage, you can see a Viper, you could see an Omen, you could see an Astra. There. Especially in that controller pick, there's so many options to contend with that I don't think anything's set in stone.
So many. There's so many things to pick from. I want Carnage. I want Chaos. I want this game to start the Pit of Valor off with a bang. So let's see. NXG versus SAG. Show some support in chat for which team you're cheering for, which team you want to see come out on top. I know you can vote too, so don't forget to put your predictions in on who's going to take this matchup as well. But we're hopping into the agent select. We already got some locks, some people hovering some things, but look at this. The defenders, they're already locking everything in, and same with the attackers too. This is going to be a quick one for the agent select. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, listen, I talked about it, right? We pretty much see exactly what I was thinking in that we see two races. Is it going to be double duelist? Well, it looks like Reyna is going to be the direction that both of these teams head. And the controller pick, there's really a lot of options. And for NXG, Omen on Kalido, whilst it's Zen to pick up the Viper. Very interesting. The solo controller with the Viper on this map is... I think it's kind of tough to play. I'll be honest. I really do think you somewhat limit yourself by just having the Viper alone. But I think it's definitely plausible. You just have to have a better Viper when it comes down to it in order to pull it off.
Just be better. Just be better at Viper. I think that's going to be interesting. Definitely going to be keeping my eyes off of this. But something I was talking about for NXG was their double duelist composition. I would have liked to see the Jet with the Raze, but they're going for the Reyna. And I'm curious to see if that is going to put a damper on their entry without the Cloud Burst to get in. But got to see how they utilize those Leers into this attacking round one. Springs, who cares about Jets? It's the Reyna all day, baby.
I mean, that's the power of Reyna, though, to be fair. And netting an opening frag is nice, and there's a second one as well.
They're just marching in, and nobody to stop them whatsoever. Cruz is gonna eat a paranoia out here. You're gonna see the Trailblazer give away Sprinks' position. The retake set up. Spike hasn't been planted, but Sprinks bringing the battle to them. Is gonna find the one, swabs over to the second one with a nasty flick. It's all now up to Caesar. A lonesome ghost and a dream. J-Dog's gonna put them out of their misery, and that's NXG with a brilliant round one.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, that's talk about pace, talk about momentum. Entirely flawless. Not a single frag for SAG. Means that they are already on the back foot to begin with here. It's, by the way, a very aggressive purchase here for NXG. 3 rifles. Okay, one of those J-Dog getting sold immediately. Gonna pick up another SMG. Okay, maybe not. I've been debated. Either way, no matter what, 2 or 3 rifles, this is still very aggressive on the purchase. So be on the lookout here. If SAG can get just a few kills, then the economy is really gonna be kind of hurt. And if you look at this, there's 4 players stacked up in lamps trying to deny that area.
Well, I asked for Carnage. and chaos. So it looks like it could be both. In a sense, they're ready. They're waiting to just spring out onto their enemies. You see the Boom Buzz gonna put this one out. It's gonna give away. So many shots out there. Arctic's gonna swing for one, but instant trade from Slime. Sage Wall's out, so you do have to approach this with caution into the mix. But to the slaughterhouse they go. Macro, the first one out. Sprinks is gonna find the second one, falling fast as Sag. And it might not be flawless this time around, but things are looking good for NXG, especially with that force buy up to the Vandal. Pammy cleans out Slime from U-Haul, and that's gonna be 2 quick rounds out for NXG.
I like it. I mean, I talked about the need to be, pretty solid on that anti-eco, not give away too much, make sure that, you don't lose those key rifles that we were discussing. NXG don't do that. They just lose one player, and then they're looking pretty solid. And the other kind of thing that follows after what happened there in that second round with the purchase is that this is much less a bonus round and more of a true gun round for NXG and SAG. Both of these, only one player rather, has that SMG. So that just means that kind of NXG has fast forwarded the early rounds.
Well, Slime has entered the channel. First blood going towards Sag. That's on the Omen too, so you're out of smokes. If you're NXG, this is going to be tough to get into these sites now without that utility. I would like to see them try to play for a pick. Sprinks is going to be huge here, but Killjoy turret is going to give away his position. Call for some rotations here. Macker might be looking to get this. Jump on out from Sprinks. The swing from Macker that couldn't have been timed any better.
I like the fact that the macro here on the site is kind of playing around with these guiding lights and the trailblazers, not wanting to give too much away and really doing a good job of playing patiently. And obviously around that toxic screen that I mentioned earlier, kind of being such a crucial part of the SAG defense.
I love that toxic screen placement, Vincent.
30 seconds
I think
left.
it's amazing, the setup that you get to see there. The Viper's doing a good job at setting up this utility, but here comes the march into the A side. Slime finds 2 on the cross, drops the spike where it lands. And it is all up to one last player for NXG. J-Dogs who found out. A 4K for Slime. It's round number 3. As soon as we get to the rifle round, it is the defenders who put themselves on the board.
Remarkable frags, 4 of them in fact for Slime. 1 in the early stages and 3 to close it out. And I think that really kind of sets the tone. The Reyna, we talked about the duelist. You talked about you really wanting to see potentially the Jet for NXG, but that doesn't come out. And right now it's the Reyna for Slime that has turned up massively, put SAG on the map. And once again, we talked about it before. There is a purchase here for NXG, but because of the aggressive buy in round 2, it's not as strong as it could be. And there's 1 sheriff on the board.
Well, Slime's off the board, and 3 players on SAG have donuts right there. What a shot from Kalito. Lines it up, waits for the head to walk into the crosshair, but it's 2 players off the board for SAG. A tough deal now, looking to climb on bounce. They need a quick bounce. They need it to be big. Alarm bot's gonna answer. Zen finds 1 into the cross of the A site, but NXG keeping that pressure on with the player advantage up to 2. Still Sprinks leaving Caesar alone. So many players all around, and you're gonna find J-Dog, but the instant trade is there from Pamby, and put that spike in the dirt. A little bit extra cashola in the bank.
Money, money, money. There for NXG as we pick up the 3rd round there. Just holding SAG to 1 is such an important scenario because it really forces them into an economically tough position early. So we can see that SAG have enough to buy in this round, but that's just barely enough. They have an SMG there on Zen. It's just not perfect. A couple of light armor buys, and oh, here we go.
Ooh. Cruise this time. Can Slime find the answer? Oh, it's J-Dog, actually, who comes out with 2. The transfer of the spray. Able to lock down a nice double kill for NXG. Put the player advantage again in their numbers. Minute 17. And with these with this lacking buy from SAG, it's going to be hard to climb on back into this one. They need to get cheeky with it. And Pammy goes down here. That's going to be tough because that's going to be spikes and crosses, but that is a Vandal, and that is a hard gunfight to take.
Well, even worse, that
You will not
Zen
kill
going
my
down,
allies.
and even despite the res, this is all irrelevant because your main controller's gone, and you've just got free entry onto this big side.
Ooh.
No charges.
Kalito eating that Trailblazer for breakfast. Macker basically a free kill off of that guiding light as well. Trying to do some economic damage at this point. It's the round very out of hands. 2v4, Caesar getting back there into the mix. Has to get rid of the Sage Wall so they know where this player is. They know where both of them are. It's up to the gunfights now. For Sag really to get into this gunfight or get into the round, but Springs. Oh, Springs. I didn't even see that he was back here. Pammy's gonna find Caesar, and no matter what they did, the fact that Springs was back there, that is just perfect round for NXG.
I mean, he got rezzed all the way back in like outside of a bathroom, and he just kept on going hey the whole time. It was a bit of a weird decision, but it works out in the end. That rotation just slow enough to give NXG some nice little frags, and in particular Springs, who's sitting nice and pretty up at the top of the leaderboard. And well, Sag arms being twisted at the moment. They are gonna have to eco a little bit, and they're getting aggressive.
Oh, is Arctic gonna be ready for this? Oh, there's so many people to shoot at. Arctic didn't know which target to take. Macker finds 2 with the Sheriff already. Can they recover that Vandal though? That would be huge. Springs could play spoiler, but with that guiding light, it's gonna back him up. You have a lot of control into here. Caesar pushes the aggression right into the Reyna with a frenzy that is, and look at this aggression paying off from Sag. This is a perfect round to get right back into it, to bring some momentum back into your favor. It's really on this point, it's NXG. Oh, yeah, it is NXG.
I mean, they had to make the plays, and the biggest problem here is this up close. This is a tough ang for that operator, and there's only about 50 seconds left on the clock. It's 2-on-2, so if you are able to recover the spike, then maybe you could use the from the shadows.
Oh no. Zen, you gotta run to the hills right here. They got spiked down, so I'd love for them to just hold tight to this position. Maybe set up a crossfire, but Zen
30
worried
seconds left.
that there might be a flanker. Kalito is gonna fight Zen, not expecting Caesar to be there, but your teammate is right beside you. The buddy system's gonna pay off, and J-Dog for the trade is gonna bring him up to 5. That was such a round that Sag could have taken. Vincent, they had a perfect start to it, but then they just pushed a little bit too far aggressive. NXG was waiting for them to walk out there. They were waiting for them to get over aggressive, and Sag handed it to him on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, but you gotta keep things in perspective here, Seymour. You know, yes, you had a brilliant start, and then things started to run amok, but all with the understanding that Sag was on an eco. So whilst you didn't win the round, you still took 4 guns out of the hands of your opponents. You did big economic damage and really hit him where it hurts, and that's in the mental battle.
No. I think that should have been Sag's round right there. They made a huge mistake on that one. Macker now looking to keep it going. Oh, nice spray from Caesar, the control. Perfect, as could be. Springs finding Macker through the Viper wall.
I have retrieved the
A
spike.
little unfortunate, but it is going to give NXG the exit.
There is a lockdown here for Sag, should they utilize it. Nothing real big for NXG on the other hand. They do have 2 ultimates. That's the from the shadows as well as the neural theft. But I mean, those are a lot more situational, harder to use, and look at this lurk.
Springs has been that guy, but so has Caesar. Plenty of times.
You gotta just check that angle if you're Springs.
He's got away with so much into the game. I don't blame him for trying to be cheeky. Kalito gonna fall through the Cypher cage. Again, it's J-Dog
30
against the
seconds
world,
left.
1v4. And they're hunting him down. They line up, but Slime finds the kill. Almost a perfect situation for J-Dog to bring that one back, but shots weren't there. 2-5. Sag finds a round.
It's the first time I've seen the butterfly in game.
Me too.
I saw the screenshot, but I didn't see it in game. Cool. Looks pretty sick. Well,
Are you a knife connoisseur?
No, I wouldn't call myself a connoisseur. I'm just kind of like, hey, it looks pretty, or it looks not that good, you know?
Yeah, you know, I feel the
basic.
same way.
You know, if it looks good, I'm like, yeah, cool. If not, I'm like, yeah, whatever. But NXG already popping up with a start. That Empress going out, and well, there we go.
How many times is Spring's gonna do this into a round? Just completely take over Showers and provide NXG with just that fire to get in. Trying to spray down Zen is Arctic. It's gonna cost him, but again, it's Sprinks from Showers reaping the reward of the map control found. Spike goes down, 2 players left for Sag, and I mean, all momentum has been cut here. You're really hoping that Caesar can stay alive long enough for Macker to get back into the situation, but very disconnected, and Caesar just the brink of death.
Do you use the lockdown here? Maybe the Seekers off the back of that, try and find a victory. Like,
You could.
That's possible, but it seems like it's such a low probability play.
Oh, Caesar, you have to check that.
All right. For the record, he didn't overheal once. Springs didn't get hit that round, and he got that ace. Very, very clean stuff. And I mean, he's look how far away he is from everyone else. He has got more. He's nearly even with the whole of the rest of his team. And just doing some quick maths on the other side, it's pretty close to adding up to pretty much the same frags. Stag still have more.
Yeah, Stag has 23
yeah,
across the board.
But like, that's close, and it should never be that close. You know what I mean?
I know it was an ace, and we should have been freaking out for the ace, but not at all. Look at this aggressive push again. The pitch pays off. The call for the guiding light and Cruz to get the spring right there, but Springs and Pammy quick to answer back, even us up 2 for 2. Paranoia into the corner. Kalito cleans up. Zen puts numbers in favor of NXG now, and this is tough for Sag. They had such a great start. Again, it's all falling apart. Can Cruz spoil this one? Kalito walks right out there. Free kill for the Rays. Back to an even 2-on-2. Are they going to expect Caesar? They do not. And NXG just grasping at straws at the moment. Can Caesar stay alive for this? The crossfire is set up from Cruz. The call is in. 1-for-1. J-Dog versus Caesar. Spectre versus Phantom. This is going to be tough for J-Dog, but he can back up and recover a better rifle.
No, J-Dog doesn't just have to recover a better rifle. J-Dog could just say, no, thanks, I'm out of here, see you later. This is not the fight I want to take, and just come play again another day. And that's exactly what he's going to do. I think it's a really intelligent play. Now, the problem with this plant, though, is that it really limits the positions that he can be in. He can either just be on site or basically left or right. Like, that's the big problem. So as soon as he peeks, as soon as he gives us away, his position is really bad.
Caesar knows he can be anywhere. This would be a big round for Sag to win. So the default is going to be J-Dog. Here's the wire drop. Turrets on out, playing a little bit of ring around the Rosie, and that is a perfect play from J-Dog, as intelligent as you need from your Cypher. Puts another round on the board, and that's going to give NXG the half at the end. It can at least go 7-5.
Yeah, and exactly, I mean, you called it yourself. J-Dog played that perfectly. You know, I said there was risks in where he was playing, and especially if he swung. But he knew that. He knew that. That's why he had the tripwires where he did, so he could rotate around, bait Caesar into a false sense of security, and then find the frag most effectively while Caesar was first tapping the spike. Really intelligent. Back to the eco here for Sag, and they've only got 2 rounds.
Oh, Macker! Line him up! Line him up, oh, Pammy!
What?
Oh,
I got lots of questions.
What? Caesar finds another one on Arctic and keeping numbers in favor of Sag, but looks at Sprinks again. Sprinks again, slipping through the needle. The collapse into the site. They find Caesar in the corner. Sprinks running into it, but Zen's gonna hear him and spoil the party, and that is gonna group up Sag for the retake when it comes through. Full B-side control for NXG.
Oh, well, there's just all 3 defenders at A. both the attackers and B, and now they are like, oh well, let's just get
defending
together.
here?
Yeah, let's just have a party. Yeah, I'll invite you guys over for a spike plant. And well, for now, here's that showstopper. Viper's Pit. I guess if Sag want to utilize it, but it seems like a heavy investment. We'll see.
Well, Paranoia's gonna miss. Slime still a chance. Spectre at range. You know the Vandals got that one, but Pammy caught really low. You're gonna dedicate the Viper Pit into it. And the showstopper. You better win this round. It's gonna miss Kalito. He finds the kill of the Cruz. Looking to get into the site now. 1v2. Zen evens us up. This is getting low. Can he get the kill? Does he have time for the defuse?
Nope.
No, he doesn't. What a round for NXG. The Viper Pit, the showstopper, and you still can't win it.
That showstopper was tragically wide to the left. I mean, just centimeters off target, and well, it was Cruz to pay for it. Man, I'll be honest, these raises in general have not had the greatest of games for either team. They've been having a bit of a struggle. That's the first showstopper I've seen all game, actually. And like I said, just a little bit wide. No disrespect to Cruz, just could have been the difference maker, though. As we get into the round, this is every round here for NXG is such a huge additional advantage once they get over to the defensive side, though.
Well, Arctic has those showstoppers, so let's see if the Rays is going to open this one up with a bang. Pancake has to back him up, slow down this attack. Again, no. Slime falls into showers. Kalito searching for a second one, but it's Cruz to answer back swiftly. You're still getting that aggression going for NXG, but the trade's keeping these teams as even as you could ask for if you're a defender. That's spike down too, so that's a tough situation. NXG, they have to push into this. They have to push through the choke, and I wouldn't mind seeing the showstopper here, but Zen finds another one. Caesar off screen takes down the Reyna, and that's going to leave J-Dog again alone for a number of times in a 1vx situation. Seeker's going to spoil his plan to stay alive, actually. So they should know that he's in the corner with that, because the Seeker was kind of leading towards this area. But if not, now the turret's giving it away. Caesar is going to set up to put this one away. And NXG, I mean, they might be conceding this round, but they have quite a lead already. Nanoswarm out into it. Zen's going to be spraying him down. The full hunt is out. And finally, J-Dog falls. 3K for Zen. It's a round of really big play for the Viper.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, that Viper making their impact known, but again, somewhat limited. By the way, 8 kills for 4 players on SAG. And 8 kills for 3 players on NXG. One of those funny moments where 7 players have the exact same number of kills. Either way, this lockdown yet to be used the entire game. So I'm just wondering what the plan was for that. Why play the Killjoy if you're not going to use the lockdown when the Cypher can be so much better with the camera on this map?
Oh, they should know Macker's in that corner. Oh, the Light's gonna get him out. Here's the showstopper now, right into the B site. We're gonna see a kill from it. No!
Wow!
Macker this time. Again, the showstopper comes up empty. Look for a little bit more. Pammy, full blind. Gonna fall, but early trade there from J-Dog. Spike does drop, but they should be able to recover it. Kalito in a little bit of a pickle. Cruz gonna find him with the spray. And that really should call this round from NXG, but it's really up to Sprinks here. If he can open up the site for a plant, it's up to Slime to stop it. Not expecting the close hold. Slime's gonna leave. Again, J-Dog in a 1v4.
Like, he's been in this position so often, hasn't he?
You have to know he's here too. I mean, this is just tough. So much for J-Dog to do, and you just can't even find that first one. Cruz is gonna put 4 on the board for SAG. That's gonna be the half decided. 8-4 as we swap sides. A good start from NXG, a good 8 rounds, but when SAG were winning, they were looking good. And to be honest, there was a lot of rounds that SAG should have won, but it was Sprinks' heroics that brought them back.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's even a little bit harsh. Like, I would say that SAG could have won, but it was Sprinks' heroics that really turned the tide, made the moves, or that 1v2 from J-Dog, for example, that really saved them, one time as well. But I want to give credit, by the way, to Macker. Who the hell just walks out, repeats a showstopper? No one does that.
You should have known that the bait was coming through from Caesar, and then he had back turn. The communication was sublime there from Zag.
It was incredible. I don't know what it was, but yeah, simply incredible.
I mean, Mac has been great. A key to opening up these rounds for Zag. With the Sheriff, Vandal, Spectre, whatever you could ask for, he's doing it. Oh, J-Dog. A bit risky with that rotation, but Macker whiffing the shots. They know exactly where he is. The paint can, that's a damaging one. Caesar going to fall as well. Troublesome start for Sag. Already down a player, and take a look at Springs. Oh, he falls to slime. Heads up play right on Reyna, gonna go the way of Sag.
What a key turn at the key time, and well, you gave praise to Macker. It's gonna have to be Macker. On this attacker side, that Sky so powerful. We've been talking about it week after week, Seymour. Really gonna define the entries, define the engagements for this attack side.
Macker the attacker. Give it to him.
30
Here they go.
seconds left.
Into the A side we go. Spike getting planted immediately. Zen's gonna find a big kill onto Pammy. That's no healing on the board for NXG for this retake. 3-on-4 as well. The equalizer gonna be at the hands of Khalid. Finds a second one. Can he make it 3? Can he make it 3? He can. Zen is gonna fall to the end of that one. NXG getting right back into this. Looking for their 9th. Looking for their 9th, and they're gonna take it. J-Dog ready for Cruz to get that repeat. Plenty of time to defuse. 9-4. What a round.
Huge there. I mean, 8-4, that's I call that a very winnable, but not good half. You know what I mean? But it's pretty crucial that you pick up the pistol, because without the pistol, then it usually becomes double digits quickly for your opponent, and that's kind of a problem. But as I say that, SAC don't want to give double digits away. They're thinking, no, we're going to be fighting for this economy. And whilst NXG don't have the same aggressive purchase they did last half, they do have a little bit better weaponry than do SAG, but Caesar has this Marshall lined up and ready to go, and it looks like some aggression might be coming his way potentially.
Oh, Slime could get this one. Oh, but Spring's ready for it. And the Vandal so strong when it hits that head. That's a big round. Look at all the space now that Sprinks has to work with. Is he going to expect the close hold to the left? Slow peek into it, and the snap's not there, Zen. Should get a Vandal off of that one as well. Caesar reading this perfectly. The right click galore from the Classic. And SAG right back in the driver's seat.
What a weird push there from Sprags. Like, there's just no reason.
Right?
You already grabbed the advantage. You already know it's an eco. Or in this case, a force buy. You saw that too. That's really, really bad decision making.
Oh, there's a gap in the smoke. You missed the shot, Zen. Spray and pray right into it. But even still, NXG gonna keep all 3 players up. Toledo reunites with Pammy, who is gonna even us at 3. The quick peek from Macker, right into U-Haul. The control's there for a pinch. And that is gonna leave Pammy and J-Dog in a really tough position now. They know exactly where they are. Both players stacked on top of each other for this. You got a Spectre and a Ghost. And Caesar's gonna leave it all up to Pammy. What can this Sage do? 1v3. Caesar is low because the spray could take the Killjoy, but you're walking right out to Macker, laying in wake. Ready for it? That's a big round for SAG to back up and bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really, really big giveaway in my mind from Sprinks. Like, you've gained the advantage by getting that opening pick. Not only that, but you've gained crucial information in that player had a Spectre. No one has a Spectre round 2 after a loss unless there's a force buy. No one. Which means that not only did Sprinks just throw away that information, but didn't really take that under advisement for the following engagements, and then gave away the free advantage that he had gained before.
Nice round. Or nice start there. This has really been the first blood on Sprinks that has decided these rounds. When you get that heavy hitter off the board, Sang has a lot to work with. And NXG with this buy up on Sheriffs. Not the start you'd wanted.
I mean, certainly not. You can look at how spread SAG are across the map. Now they're just kind of looking for NXG to get over aggressive. Now they're kind of banking on Sprinks' misplays to just net them advantages. And well, it's worked already in this round. Why won't it work again?
Well, that situation was such a decider too on the last half, but here we come. The collapse into the B site. Opening it wide is going to be Cruz. Arctic still comes away with a kill. Finds two actually with the classic on site. But it's Seg marching right back into here to get this spike down. They find Pammy into the corner, and it's all up to Kalito now, but seems like Sag's going to take this one home, and 6-9 is where we're looking at right now. Nice.
Yeah. This, oh, man. Poor Kalito. Blind as a bat right there. Couldn't see a darn
That's
thing.
just sky things right there.
Yeah, for real.
Come on, Caesar, show it to us. Show
There
it to
we
us.
go.
Yeah, there we go. You guys think I'm
love
here to
it.
cast. I'm really here to just see the butterfly knives.
That's right. I mean, that's actually a beautiful animation. Shout out to Riot for that. That's quite impressive. I love it.
But Valve did it first. It's still cool,
I mean,
everyone.
it doesn't matter. Like I can appreciate two things at once, guys. You don't have to hate one thing to like another. It's really not that serious. But
They're both
you
cool.
mentioned it. That's right. 9-6 scoreline here in XG. Just losing their rebuy, or I should say, sort of half eco, as in that they have guns this round to NXG. Which ultimately, I think that's the right decision. It was a safe decision. They have the lead. Don't need to give free rounds over, right? Seymour, like, just take what you got and roll with it. And you can see how passive NXG are playing this. No aggression there from Spriggs. Nothing to over.
Oh, look at this. Springs. Again.
He's found it. He's found a place. I thought he was pushing. He was on the other side, but no, I was wrong.
I mean, Spriggs, he could really, again, be a tool to the victory of NXG. He knows they're coming too. But look at Seg. They're going the long way around. So Spriggs, he's going to have to take the long duel in. Oh, no, Slime. Oh, Spriggs, you just threw that away. Right into the trash bin. How many times is Spriggs going to give that one away? But here we go. The rotation is here. Slime finds another one to get into the site. So much damage around the board, and the lockdown going to be dedicated as well. Slime, Lear, a little bit off target. J-Dog has a free one. It is going to be hard for this one. The lockdown keeping him still. Macker lines up 3 and finds the victory 7-9. Oh my word, Seg's coming back.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know where or how Macker found all 3 of those kills so fast, but other than B, obviously. But just NXG. It seems like a big mistake, but without further information, I can't really say that it's their fault necessarily, other than just you can't be lining up like that, can you? Don't give the opportunity for those big hero plays. And well, speaking of hero plays, it's time for a hero eco. SAG has sort of been on the cusp of eco victories all game, picked up 1 or 2 of their own, and now it's
Again?
NXG's turn to try, but maybe fail.
Another first blood on Springs. I mean, I can't even count it on my hands how many times we see that. Slime. Another
Where's
one.
his help?
For the DJ Khaled. Exactly. Where's the trade? Come on. Springs needs some help here. I feel like Springs has so much energy in him, and the rest of NXG are just so far behind.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I think that this could that aggression. We're giving the Reyna an awful hard time because it just looks like he's feeding. I mean, that's the reality.
It does.
But like, where's the follow up from the team? Surely there has to be some communication here.
a trade, something, you know, a little bit of damage back into it. Look at that. J-Dog actually somehow got shot from Cruz on the arc. Toledo trying to find an exit. It's really going to be Cruz here to make the move right in the back. Finds J-Dog. Caught reloading. 1v3. Sheriff. Oh, recovers the Spectre. Finds Mactor now. This could be interesting. Paint cans are going to eliminate one angle, but he's going to be ready for the close left. He's not. Zen to put them at 8. Sag clawing even closer to an even game. Only 1 round away from tying us up.
Comeback is real for Sag. As you say, 1 round away, but now this round is crucial. It's going to be NXG's buy. They have their weapons, they have those rifles, and they're broke as well if they lose the round. So realistically, if NXG loses this, then that's going to be double digits for SAG. Same could be said though for NXG. As we get down to it, that showstopper, the big ultimate, Viper's Pit as well as the Seekers for SAG, should they need to utilize it. Looks like they're heading A.
Well, it looks like Springs has found the gear of the rest of his team, playing on pace with them. Not getting too aggro. Let's see if this pays off for the change of NXG. You can see that SAG are kind of winding up their gears, getting ready to spring out onto the site. We're gonna see an early rotation. We do. The Omen, Toledo coming back to the A site. Seekers into it. Macker opens this one up. They should know that the players are here. You get a smoke out there, so if you're SAG, you have to push out through the smoke.
Should they run away from this? They're not committing.
Yeah, I would hit the TP if I was them. I mean, they've done such a good job right now. Macker's even found an opening. But yeah, SAG, they're headed home. And Macker finds Arctic. Like, this couldn't be any better.
It looks like the rotation has been called. The regrowth's going to be able to heal everyone up, but still, yeah, this looks like SAG all the way with the player advantage and the pit potential as well.
Pammy falls. It's a poor call from NXG. Would have loved to see him play as a group. Wait for Springs to hit this flank, but they should know. Springs has been hitting these flanks all day long. You do have Zen playing the off angle just in case, and they're winning all their gunfights on the side, so it's all up to Springs, and Macker's gonna put him down. So 9-9, we're going even as the comeback is real.
All tied up, Seymour. Believe it or not, 5 rounds in a row that SAG have pulled back. Our sponsors, NXG, now really on the back foot. And like I said before, their money, NXG, simply is not there. And, well, instead of saving, they're going for desperation purchases. It's 3 Spectres, an Ares, and 1 Vandal, trying, hoping, praying for something to work out.
Oh, NXG, they need something. Anything. Just to feel a lot more comfortable into this. Going for a similar setup from the last round. You have Springs playing a lot more patient than before.
Oh, Arctic didn't get spotted by that boombot.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh, what's Caesar gonna do? He's looking to sniff out some trouble. Oh, the camera! Catch it from behind and gotta put his tail between his legs and run. Cruz finds the opening. That Springs off the board again. First blood to SAG ran out. That is a nice trade from Pammy, who's rocking the Ares. Showstopper, this time maybe. What is up with Showstoppers today? I don't know what to expect, and NXG, they are giving up the site. Pammy's already backed off. J-Dog's fallen. Should be a plant out now for SAG.
Welcome to my world.
And the Viper's Pit. I like this call.
Yeah, just for good measure. Such a crucial round as well, and the extra healing on the back of it.
Arctic? Are you gonna find Zen in the core? Oh, what? No!
And
That's 4 Showstoppers without a kill.
slow trigger finger.
Oh yeah, Toledo
Standing.
takes out the Viper's Pit, but Pammy's all alone with an Ares now. Has to get back into the site. The paint can's gonna be tough. They know exactly where they are. Cruz up top to put down Pammy.
Aggressive swing there by Cruz, but I guess it works out. It's okay. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but after a 6-round run, it's SAG to take double digits first after an 8-4 half favoring in XG. Absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, it just incredible scenes here in round number 1 of the Pit of Valor tonight. As we are, I mean, we're looking at another sort of broken buy. I mean, it's not the worst, but lots of half armors. I've got a Judge, the best gun in the game, IE, as well as a Spectre. So, I mean, it's not the worst, but NXG, they could be wanting a little bit more.
Yep. NXG, we're on the brink. Again, double digits to swing from the Lear. Guiding light, they're all blind. What a start from Zeg. So electrifying now into a J-Dog. Can he spoil the fun? Already finding Cruz. And he's going to escape too to play his life. Love this call from the Cypher. Wait for your rotations to come on in. But now they know Pammy's behind. So it's really going to be up to this one. Kalito needed to find that kill. 2v4 for this. All up to Pammy now. And might be just cashing your ticket over to round 11.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me. With Pammy, with the realistic chance of this round victory, even with the res on board, I mean, come on. It's just unrealistic. And there's a Judge in her hands, like, oh, not ideal. And, well, that's certainly not what you were looking for. I don't know why Pammy didn't just save that. That would have been the right call. There's just no reason to swing those angles. Not when you know that you're outranged in that manner. And here it is. The penultimate round potentially. As SAG, they continue their dominance here in half number 2. The attacker side is just their side, and they own it with style. We moved from Spranks basically having everyone's frags to now it's Macker who's doing pretty much the same on that Sky pick.
Macker's been brilliant. So brilliant. Ooh, the whiff from the Marshall.
Here.
The Caesar, a little bit of a haircut. I like your cut, G.
Satchel out.
All of this utility really does slow things down. It's kind of the first time in a hot minute that NXG have had enough cash flow to really have that utility, in all honesty. Remember how expensive things are now, Seymour? It's not cheap.
That's what we call inflation. And I didn't know inflation exists in Valorant, but Riot thought so. Here comes the Seekers now, spoiling the positions of NXG. The information is going to be perfect for SAG to decide where they want to go. And look at this, the quick rotations off of B. All alone, it's going to be Kalito over at the B site. J-Dog does find Slime, but the rotations are coming through with the spike. Caruso, this is going to be a big one-on-one. If you can find Kalito, that gives up the B site for a plant. It's already too late. NXG, they're going to have to be retaking the site. Oh, can Kalito find a kill here? Can Kalito find a kill? He does!
There you go. That's so needed. This might be NXG's round. The res still available, though. There's nobody down yet. And neural theft if it's even needed. 5v3 for NXG.
Oh, and here comes Spranks from behind. The collapse. Macker taking so much damage. Ardic's gonna spray and pray the run-a-gun right into the site. And Caesar, they know exactly where they are. You have nanoswarms to work with the defuse from Arctic. So many players to deal with. They're just gonna stick it out there. NXG, they find double digits. Finally, they stop the bleeding from Say. They put one on the board for themselves. That is a much-needed round, and that must feel good for NXG.
It's huge. It's massive, gargantuan. All the adjectives that you could use to describe it. And you know, they pick up what realistically is a game-changing, game-defining round. Now NXG with a chance at victory, whereas before they were drawn dead. That deck had no cards for them, but now it does. They have weapons, they have that res, and they also have an early trade.
Yeah, Sprace does find one, but he's also gonna fall. You take out Cruz. It's not a bad trade in that, but so many times we see Sprinks do that, just die so early.
I mean, this time it's a trade, so I'm not mad.
Yeah.
Like that's okay, realistically. It's the times where it's just like solo aggression and then punished. That's just unacceptable. That can't happen at this level.
They do have a res. If they can take that over and get into showers again, but Pammy nowhere close to getting Sprinks back into it. Very slow from Sag this time around, but they are grouping up for an A take.
You gotta get this timing right, is the reality. But they know, look, Arctic has all this info, Seymour. He hears what's going on.
Oh, he hears it loud and clear. The Nano Swarm, Arctic,
30 seconds
taking
left.
no damage. Are they gonna be ready for the close angle? Cruz isn't. Caesar does find one, but Cruz looking to reap it still. Not able to find the kill. That's gonna be 2 players down, make it 3. Macro pushed out J-Dog. It's all up to Kalito with this Phantom 1v3. I mean, you can look at the health bars. Caesar and Macker are extremely low, so this is doable.
No,
But I think Zen might have spotted him.
Just kidding. Look,
Oh,
Macker,
yeah, right?
keeping Zen healthy.
Oh, headshot. And a kill. That's huge. 1v2 now. Player in U-Haul.
From the
Player on
shadows?
default. And you can see that Caesar's just backing up, playing the corner, making sure that you can just burn the clock off.
The time, though.
The time extremely low. Turret's gonna get it away. You hear Caesar, the spray and play. Not enough time there. Sag's looking for round 12. At NXG, that just might be nail in the coffin there. This next round is gonna be so hard.
Oh, and
Match
Kalito
point.
losing his gun, just adding insult to injury, not ideal. Because you can see what it's done. Look, I mean, the money is just not there. If Kalito has
No.
that gun, he drops one, buys one for himself. Instead, it's half armors for 2 and Ares for Pammy. So, you know, whilst it's not the worst, it's also not the best. 3 ultimates online here in what could be the final round. NXG must win this to send us to one more regulation. And, well, talk about synchronized swimming. That's some synchronized X pressing as you get down to it. 2 Empresses already popped out.
I mean, this battle between Sprinks and Slime has decided so much into the series. What are we gonna see from the Empress? Oh, Sprinks,
He's
he
going
wants
for
it. He wants it. He wants it so bad. Just get it.
Oh, man.
A smoke is just holding these 2 back. Oh, but he's gonna get the information, feed it to the teammates, and let them know. Sprinks has been so good for this, but I mean,
Huge info.
they're running. He's gonna be too late. He's not gonna be able to catch them off. And at the B side, you can see the rotation coming through for J-Dog just to back up his teammates.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter. It's all about the rotation. Cruz is here to keep Kalito locked down,
Oh, but
but he's
Sprinks-
gonna get flanked.
Yeah. I mean, this is perfect.
Try.
This is absolutely perfect. And on the other side, you see the Seekers come out, so gonna have to get the rotation back in here. Lockdown to put them onto the site. Springs finds Slime, so huge opening now
30
from the
seconds
2 of
left.
them. Lockdown's gonna capture nothing. And
Finally.
they're completely trapped here. Arctic into it, sprays down 1. The paranoia to absolutely leave them blind. And XG, they're still in it. It's a tough ask, but they did it.
They made the moves. The patience from Springs. We've been giving him so much crap all game long here.
much.
He's been feast or famine. He's been getting 3 kills or dying at the beginning of the round. But Springs with a crucial, patient, and key play to win the round off the back of not frags necessarily, though those helped out, but information.
And a lot of the success we're seeing from NXG, it stems off of them being a lot more patient, but Arctic almost fell back into the same patterns.
Okay.
Putting a lot of pressure over onto the B site from Sag, but it's over at A where we're seeing this. Springs wins the fight onto Slime. This is a big change, a gear shift from NXG.
This player advantage as well. I don't love this aggression. This is super unnecessary. When you have a player lead, don't give it away, but oh my goodness.
Check
Springs.
your quarters.
Reyna
Check your corners. I know there's a clip on Twitter earlier of Sprinks doing that to Caesar. Sprinks should know that because he did that to him.
I'm face palming right now. That's a.
Check your corners. Oh my god. Macker's gonna fall. You get him with the showstopper. Still nothing. That's 5 showstoppers without a kill now. And NXG, they're looking to go even again. Zen into the side. Sprinks down 2 without the Caesar. 2v2 now. Showstopper from afar. It misses. Oh, Kalito's gonna fall. Things are falling apart here. Arctic now 1v2.
The pit.
One-on-one. The pit's there. Arctic. He clutches up. We're going to overtime.
Oh man, round 1 of the Pit of Valor going the distance. Oh my goodness. How can so many showstoppers miss? I have no idea.
Switching
but
sides.
they have missed all
Overtime.
day today. Another key stat, by the way, we've seen 1 lockdown, I think. That's the entirety of the game. 24 rounds, 1 singular lockdown from Caesar. So definitely some weird ultimate games happening. Either way, somehow, some way, NXG they bring it back at the witching hour, the final moments, and unleash themselves like a loose cannon across bind, finding frags where it's necessary and winning out, especially that last couple of kills. The 1v2 from Arctic, truly impressive as we get down to it. It's back to the attack here for NXG. This is where they found their success. Remember, it was an 8-4 half in the first, believe it or not.
Believe it or not. It's really that's keeping them in this. Everything I have to feel for the scoreline is from the opening gunfights between Sprinks and Slimes. But here you go. An electric start to this round. We saw this so much last time around. They're having a party at B. It's so quiet. Zed backed up into Utah. Arctic's gonna go for the swing. Arctic finds the opening. That's a big one too. You're gonna get that spike down with the help of the Sage Wall. And now they're isolating the shower movement. There is a gap in that wall. If Slime finds wins the kills in the showers, they could skip through that.
There it is.
It's the first one. Kalito's still here though. Usually he's not here to back up Sprinks, but he could play spoiler into the sense. Are they gonna check it? Slime, he checks it, clear in hand. Gets a little bit awkward, is gonna push in there. Macker winning the fights off screen. The retake looking excellent at the moment. Kalito is able to find Slime, but J-Dog's off the board. He's gonna have to force into this. They know exactly where he's coming from. Macker 3 into the round, 13-12. They take advantage.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the timings there was just no double swings. NXG kind of took 1v1s, and SAG took 2v1s. And well, we know what's better, 2v1s or 1v1s. It's definitely those 2v1s every single time, and it's Macker who is sitting pretty ahead of everyone on the leaderboard, topping the server, 28-16, having a phenomenal performance here, putting SAG up to 13. It's match point once again. It's deja vu, Seymour.
Time to hunt.
Yes, it is. Oh.
That's gotta sting, taking a bite of that ice wall.
You can imagine. Oh, dancing with death.
Oh, the tag. Caesar got legged.
Sprinks finds that. Off screen, how many times do we see Sprinks either the downfall or the rise of NXG? Let's see how that pans out for the rest of this.
Once again, he just gets aggressive over at short. This time, not ultra aggressive, not hyper aggressive, but aggressive nonetheless. And well, Sprinks never backs away from a fight.
Usually the final form is the best for him.
Arctic, no.
Oh, he might be finding another one. Guiding light gives it away. 4-4 now for this. Very aggressive take now. They are marching into there. J-Dog with the operator has relocated, finds 2. Sprinks peeks on out for a 3rd. And suddenly, Cruz scratching his head. Where's his teammates at? 1v4, 30 seconds to work with.
30 seconds left.
Not a lot to go here. We might be seeing a double overtime, Vincent. Most likely seeing it. Cruz is gonna find Pammy, but got a lot to work
Camera
on.
taken out.
If you're Crucier, they know exactly where you are. Peeks on outneeded, and Operator's gonna put it down in 13-13. We go into our second overtime.
Switching sides.
Big op
Overtime.
kills there from J-Dog, shutting down the push. It was once again a near miss. I mean, Arctic, why, for what reason possibly could there be to be walking aggressively alone in showers? Well, there's just no reason to be there alone, in my opinion. Not when you have an advantage, just gifted to you by Sprinks or just a few moments ago. So, tied back up, 13 all.
Oh, Macker. Run away. Oh, Arctic's trying to get him. Oh, and what a wall. That is perfect.
And
From
the
Zen. Movement. Dancing. A little bit of footloose action right there. You got Kevin Bacon in the server.
I feel like half the people in chat haven't seen that movie, and it's a tragedy.
Caesar finds another one, too. 5v3. Damaging to the sides of NXG. They're gonna hop in this TP. They're gonna go to the other side. Look at the setup though over here. I mean, Seg's got so much map control between Zen and Slime.
It's not even about map control. It's crossfire. That's
Yeah.
the big deal. And, well, let's just say it's set up perfectly. Okay.
The snake plate's not gonna stop the plan.
Planted.
Oh, and Pammy's gonna run right through it.
I mean, if this is how you're going to play it, this is the right way to do it. Makes sense. But this is still really, really hard with the number disadvantage.
And Slime finds Pammy from behind, so you got a pinch there too. J-Dog able to find Caesar. Can he find any more? He takes down Zen. Suddenly, things are interesting. Kalito and J-Dog spray comes through all up to Kalito. Where is he? He's coming through. He's
There he
short.
is.
The blinds. Kalito. Oh, he can't take it down. That's going to be Seg taking their advantage again.
If only he could have denied the defuse one time there. He could have
Switching
gotten
sides.
close,
Match point.
but not to be. Not to be, as, well, NXG here. This seems to kind of be a pretty common position for them. Surely they're comfortable in this spot by now. It's only, what, the 5th time they're here on match point? Running up against the world. And, well, this time out, J-Dog not only has an operator, but it's Kalito, too, to pick it up. Very unusual agents to have ops on, but at this point in the game, I don't really think it matters as long as it's effective.
This is the same setup that they had last time on overtime.
He's
They had
alone!
And, oh, Sprinks. Can you do it again? And again, oh, he is gonna get the right call there. Goes for seconds. No Zen's there. Give him thirds.
Remaining.
My ult.
Sprinks is just a walking kill streak.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I kind of hate that worked.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Just a little bit. The analyst in me really hates that worked, because that was a objectively bad play from Sprinks to double repeat that. But he's just so damn good, it doesn't matter.
It's just rain of things.
He's just too good, and I mean, it wins the team rounds, it loses the team some rounds, and that's one round that it just breaks, puts the team in the back and says, "Come on, guys, we're going on an adventure."
Look how patient or aware they are walking through showers. Zen's got a nice one-way going on. Probably can spot the toes of Arctic and Sprinks, but they're still going to be taking this duel for some reason.
Oh, Arctic got tagged low, and then he swung again.
There's a
Zen
white
was
one,
ready.
too. Zen's eating right now over in this corner. Kalito does find the answer back inside showers, taking out Slime, the wall to give him the safe plant. And nobody is going to try to damage it. So the plant is going to come through. Snake bites there, keeping Pammy extremely low. Hops up top. Can you find a kill off of this one? It would be huge. They're going to walk right into it. But it's Macker. It's all Macker right now. 2 players left for NXG. The retake looking so good. But Sprinks plays spoiler. Macker still gets the turn and burn onto him. 1v2.
J-Dog
J-Dog
again.
knows where both of them is. Has the camera. spot them out,
Last player
and
standing.
he finds Zen. He's got to get on here.
Gotta
Check
go.
the ball. Master's gonna get it. Oh my lord, sake.
Oh man. Here we go again.
Switching sides.
Reset it.
Match point.
Match point for SAG. NXG.
Who wants
All right.
round two?
I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, we still got more Valor to cast, by the way. Like this is just round number 1.
This is round 1. We just
Just a bit
started.
of Valor. Yeah, and we're certainly sitting triple OT. Not a single advantage for NXG in that OT area, but they fight back every time and they continue doing so. Will this be the moment that they stop? Will this be where SAG overcome? We'll see.
The other team has won an attacking round in overtime. It's tough. Defenses look so strong for both squads. Slime setting up for a Lear to get Cruz into the site, but they are being ever so patient because they know the double ops are going to be on the board. They do set up for the plant. Pammy takes down Slime. That's a huge kill for this retake. Player advantage now over into the hands of NXG, and they are keeping it going. Down to 3 now.
Not again.
Spike, take it away. They gotta get into it. J-Dog takes down Macker. 2 players left. They're all falling, looking for the flawless take here. But it's gonna be Caesar to take down 2. It doesn't matter whatsoever. 15 to 15, 30 rounds of Valorant has been crossed off. And we are staying even.
No one can break the stalemate
Switching
here.
sides. Overtime.
And by the looks at it, I mean, it's been an incredible ride. NXG they really just need to find that, that moment where they can pick up an attacker round. I mean, it's just been such a dry spell for them over the course of the entire attacker half. They pick up 3 there at the end in order to send us to OT, and now they just cannot bring it back. They cannot close it out, and the same can be said for SAG.
Satchel out.
Arctic. Death to Satchel. Defenders, strong start again. Neither of these teams to find an attacking round. It's been tough, but mostly stemming off the retakes and those early aggression fights that we see.
Speaking of which, I mean, that was another solo push
Yeah.
last round, or earlier this round. This time from SAG. Gotta call it out when we see it. It's not just one-sided here.
No. Not at all. It's really been those that have decided this game so far. As well, 4v5 looking to get onto this A side. They're trying to force themselves into the A side as well. But if you look at the mini-map, Kalito has been rotating over to B's, playing a little bit of off angles here. You can find a pick. That would be huge, but Caesar's going to take him down with the turret. They're walking into the slaughterhouse now.
1 enemy
And
remaining.
everything's turning up SAG here. And actually all the way down to J-Dog. Again, I mean, I'm looking at the statistics actually, and in the Pit of Valor, J-Dog has the most 1vx situations out of any player ever in the history of Pit of Valor.
10 seconds left.
I mean,
That's not a real stat, by the way, but
yeah, I was gonna say I don't know where you could pick that up, but I wasn't gonna hurt you. I was gonna let you have your moment.
Switching
I
sides.
was just gonna roll with it,
Match
but
point.
it's not a real stat, but it should be, and it's probably true.
I mean, definitely this game, no doubt about it here, in this game in particular. But here we are again. Feel like I just need to be running in my head.
Who's gonna do it this
the
time?
Deja Vu song, like every single time the overtime round starts, because well, NXT
All right.
back on defense for the.
All right, look at Arctic here. Through hookah. This is gonna be a big one. Caesar's right into the corner. Arctic could find that, but he backs up. He backs up. Not gonna get too aggressive just yet, so.
I'm okay with that info info gathering play. It's not he's not meant to take a gunfight there, and that's the difference between some of these early swings and something like that where you're like Cruz here for example, just kind of jitter peeking, just trying to look for information.
Kalito has an op.
Arctic's regressing.
Getting into that. Arctic's gonna fall.
Gotta be patient.
Man.
Got to be patient.
As soon as he falls, every single player from SAG rotating over to B now. If you're NXG, you should know this. You should be going to back up Hammy here. All right, well, J-Dog, can you find a kill? The smoke blocking off Caesar. Player has jumped into the side. No, he hasn't. He just yet, so.
30 seconds left.
Oh, look at this. They didn't want the B site.
It's a double fake. No one at A technically, but the rotates are very fast. They're gonna be closing in by the time they get in.
Oh, there you go.
Spike
Equal.
down A.
13 seconds left to get the spike down. Time's against you. Springs finds another one.
Seconds left.
Spike is down right now. You gotta get it planted. Okay, Cruz, that's a big one. Spike's gonna go into there. Plenty of time to work with now. 2v3. This might be it. We might be seeing the end of it. Kalito, an op, a dream, and a seeker to give it away. Slime's chasing him down. Sag looking for round number 2. And they're gonna get it. Max gonna put it away.
Attackers
17 to 15. What a game between Sag and NXG. I mean, I asked for chaos. I asked for carnage. I got all of that and more here in round number 1 between these two teams. We went the distance, and I love it. Keep it up.
Oh yeah, we did. I mean, wow, what kind of performance, for these two teams. Number one, I think that we can understand that these two teams, how close they are because of actually what they did wrong. Not necessarily what they did right. They were making some of the same, sorts of mistakes all game long. It was just, and that was part of the reason we went 17 to 15. It was who was able to make less mistakes late into the game. And we saw it was really a struggle, really a back and forth. No one really able to kind of solidify their spot until that last moment where we see that SAG finally pick it up. Really impressive stuff. I got to give credit, Macker 34 and 20, but Sprinks 30 and 24 as well. Had the most average combat score over anybody. And then that's partially because of the 9 first bloods that he had, but Macker had the same amount. So really, really impressive to say the least for both of those players popping off massively.
Folks, I know you want more Valorant. I want more Valorant too. But we just went through 32 rounds in round number 1 of the Pit of Valor. More to come. We got to give our vocal cords a little bit of a break. So we're going to cut to a break screen. When we come back, round number 2, it'll be short. So stay tuned for some more Valorant from Pit of Valor.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Me through the dark, stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
invincible.
And welcome back to the Pit of Valor. We've thrown the teams in. One's already eliminated. Well, a couple are eliminated because we're going into round 2, but we already saw one get eliminated. It went down to the wire. It went far. We saw a lot of improvements from NXG, but really when it came down to it, they couldn't catch the bag. Seg, they move on, and I mean, because that took so long to get through the round 1, I'm sure a lot of teams started, so this is probably the last match that we had the opportunity to cast. We're going to continue with Seg, going up against Nate. I have the name wrong. Vincent, you're going to have to fill me in here. Nightblood. Yeah, going up against Nightblood Gaming. And it's going to be a great one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Honestly, I think Nightblood may be the favorites here.
Oh.
But I think it's probably pretty close, all things considered. By the way, our matchup was not the longest matchup. There's currently a 16-16 game with Spectral in it in round 1 still. So yeah, believe it or not, there's other games that weren't this one that are going to be going on even a little bit later. But we're headed into Ascent here. Gonna get the character selections underway, and you love to see it. Love to see Ascent coming back. We had Bind last time out, and we're already going forward here. For me on this Seymour, it's always the question: Astra Omen, who are you gonna go with? And then is it going to be the Jet Reyna, or is it Jet something else?
When you have a good Astra on your team, I feel like Astra is the way to go. But yeah. I mean, Omen, it's viable. You can see they're gonna rely on the Omen this time around. Macker off the Sky onto the Omen. So you gotta draw back to the 16-16 going on and the 15-13 that we saw. You know what I have to say about that, Vincent?
What's that?
Give us 32 more.
Okay, let's get it as we're going underway. We got Soba's aside. Key difference here, no Sky. And what's interesting, by the way, is that we did actually have a Sky for Sag. Macro was playing Sky last match, and so there's no Sky here. I'll be honest, for as good as Macro looked, I kind of think it's criminal not to have a Sky on
Ascent. I mean, you could have a Sky, like 100%, but I mean, you also really need the smoker as well from Omen, and you're putting Zen off of the Viper onto the Sova, Cruz off the Raze onto the Jet. So a lot of changes for their team. Curious to see how this pans out. I mean, those guiding lights were so good. I'm looking at Macker to keep up with the blinds and get those paranoias on target.
Yeah, but it's just not as versatile.
It's not. It really isn't.
I mean, that's the big key. And I'm not even saying that to say I don't have faith in Macro. That's definitely not the case. It's just, It's just that as a character, I think that he's put himself in a bit of a less impactful position. But we'll have to see, considering that there is a Sky for Nightblood, and that is going to be Liu Zhao on that one.
You know what? I know that when nobody's got me, Macker's got me.
There you go.
Full rotation to courtyard. You can see every single attacker just ready to explode through market. Very scared that somebody's going to be pushing in through trees, but it's going to be this push now. Alarm bot's going to give them away. You got to dash out here, and that's going to spoil the fun for them. You still have to smoke. So it's not totally out of the option, but now they're going to know. They're going to set up this crossfire. You got to get in fast if you're the side of SAG. Shots will be there. Now they know. You can see the flank come out, and it is going to be a Hera with 2. On that goes, lines them up, puts them down, and Sag totally spoiled here in market. Tons of them falling. Nightblood Gaming trampling through their setup, but you do have 2 coming out here. That's an opening now to the ace site, so really SAG, they could hit the go button over on the other side, but I love this play from Nightblood. They're not leaving them with any wiggle room at all. They close the gap, they take down Zen, and now you gotta get the spike down. 22 health. Cruz really in quite the pickle, Vincent.
One shot will take out the Omen, though, so this is a lot better than expected, but Oh my goodness, that bot. That bot makes life so tough in this position. Dude, I was about to say.
No.
I was gonna say, was he just not gonna peek like at all? Okay. But,
I mean, there's just so much to avoid there. You have 22 health. One shot from the pistol will kill you. One shot from the turret will kill you. Like,
sure. You're not wrong.
what do you do?
Yeah, it's a terrifying scenario to be in. Your life is you know, at its wit's end. Anywhere you look, any direction, any peak. But that's Nightblood with a nice first round. Not very commanding, not a very strong start. It was just that 2v1, but hey, rounds are rounds and frags are frags. And we're going to get right down to it here with a massive advantage with the weaponry. SAG really struggling on the economy for obvious reasons as they creep their way up catwalk here. I like this strategy. There's no one close by, and it's just going to be Liquefied, who does have a Marshal, and that can be exploited.
Well, good luck, Liquefied. Oh, they line up. They line up so much damage there. They're lining up for him. All right, Cruz finally gets the kill, but he's lost so many teammates in the process.
Spike down A.
And you recover the Marshal, you take down Codeine. But I mean, now it's just really how much damage you can do to him. 1v3, 33 health. Escape's gonna swing wide, spray and pray with the Spectre. And you expect that with the Marshal. As soon as you have that sniper in, they're gonna be holding those one-shot angles. And in Nightblood Gaming, they all line up for Liquefied to really drop them there. 2 big kills with the Marshal to shut down a really big attack from SAG.
Yeah, I mean, it's something not to not undersell, right? Like, you have the Marshal in that position. Honestly, 1 kill is pretty decent with that Marshal. You pick up 2 as you're Liquefied, you're in a really solid spot. And well, we are underway here with the gun round for SAG. They've got what they need, but it's going to be a half buy. It's that bonus round for Nightblood. They don't want to give things away for free.
Ooh, Liquefied. Something about these one-shot guns. That's what you need. We saw it so often earlier on binds. Those early initiations, those early kills coming out, and Liquefied's the one to start at this time.
Let's leave question marks here. SAG kind of sneak around and well, there it is.
Cruz
The
really
opening.
can make or break this. Over there, he's gonna find a hero. Can he find Codines as well? Off straight, he does. But it's gonna be Zen to help him out. Spike trying to get planted, but you got 50 seconds to work with. It's all up to Escape. Cruz takes extremely low. 1 shot from the Spectre is gonna take him down. Can he spray it out? Slime as well. Against these Phantoms, it's hard.
Okay.
The Escape artist, though, takes another gunfight. Slime with the Phantoms, gonna lock him down. What's around on the board for SAG? And when you get the Phantoms in like that, only walking away with 2, that has to hurt. In the money section, in your bank, and you can see, yeah, they are pretty poor.
Yeah, it's not ideal for sure, but both sides should buy. And like you're saying, especially that SAG side, really just not ideal in any way. Cruz gonna pull out a Blade Storm in order to really add on to this purchase, make it a little bit more effective. And we take a look. Really, all 5 players kind of committed to mid and A. This is kind of shaping up to be one of those quick mid splits, maybe.
Blades have been popped. Oh, but look at Escape. Look at that. Makar could shut that down, but Escape reads it, takes the gunfight, and opens up this game. Widely, Cruz comes in with the Blade Storm, denies the operator of anything, and even recovers it for a little bit more. Oh, he is hunting. He is hunting a hero. Gotta be careful.
Things slow down though with that pick. Yeah, Cruz still in position, but nobody else really, other than the Sova at that A area.
Oh, hero!
Oh, he gave it to him for free.
Didn't have the sights to trade that out, so it's gonna be up to Leo on site to deny this. But they're walking right past him. They have no clue Leo's there.
Somehow this still isn't an A hit guarantee. Now it is. The Spike is going to rotate in, but yeah,
left.
Leo's here.
Oh, but Leo falls. 3v2. Spike hasn't been dropped yet. Escapes all the way on the opposite side, so it's really a 1v3 on the site.
Spike's down. Placing
And now that the spike goes down, I mean, Escape, if he finds Slime, it's doable. But it's going to be hard. Look how low Zen is.
From the shadows, could be used for information, technically.
Could be. Could be for sure. Zen. We're going to get collapsed on here. Escape. Puts the pressure on Caesar, forces him out. You get the trade from Zen, but Codeine, with how low Zen is, he just needed to tap him once. And he does. The retake, Sublime from Nightblood Gaming. They get on, they slap a number 3 right beside their name.
My inventions.
Yeah, and don't even need the information play from the shadows. Just, you know, get the first frag and trade out effectively. That's how you do it. Speaking of effectiveness, the effective lead here is pretty massive for Nightblood. Not only do they have a weaponry advantage, not only do they have an advantage when it comes to the scoreboard, but they have a huge ult advantage coming into this round. 4 of them, Seekers from the shadows, Lockdown, and Bladestorm, all ready to go. And SAG, I guess they can pick up a Hunter's Fury, but that can only really deny one of those.
Well, they know they're there. Ooh, shock dart. Ooh, but chunky on that damage. Oh, liquefied! That's one way to open up a round, taking matters into their own hands. Nice double kill as well. What a start from the Blades.
Big damage on those shock darts as well, though. SAG, I mean, one player already tagged low. That's not ideal.
This round just couldn't have started any better for Nightblood Gaming, it feels. And you even know that they're all grouping up here. You gotta walk through a smoke. Everything is against SAG right now.
I don't know what this Sova's doing for SAG. He's miles away.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and there's 40 seconds on the clock. This is the time, this is the moment where they kind of need to group up. They kind of need to make a move.
Rotation's taking a long time. 30 seconds left. So even when they do get onto a site, Vincent, you don't have a lot of time to work with. It's going to be pure panic mode. All right, here we go.
Our spike's down.
When Slime, if you can take down Escape, it would be huge, but the alarm bot gonna give him away and deny him of anything at all. Zen, both players gonna peek out at the same time. Excellent crossfire. They take another round onto the board, and SAG, I mean, starting to fall behind in the first half. Yes, it's only a 3-round difference, but it's one of these you have to take, and it's not even just that, the economy. If you lose another one, then SAG, you're gonna have to go on another half buy. It's gonna get scrappy if you lose this round.
All right, Caesar. There was only one lockdown the entire game.
Last game, yeah.
Last time. He now has the lockdown again, along with an Empress and Hunter's Fury for SAG. I need that to be utilized a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more consistently at the very least this time.
Ooh, Liquefied looking for another opening. Oh, Zen, you better be careful because Liquefied hasn't been missing. He hasn't been missing. There you go. Smoke it off.
Zen playing with fire right there, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
How many times do you repick it off for like Liquefied? And I'd say not that many.
Take a look at this setup. I mean, for the attackers, I know what attack you're going to send. It's not easy. But, I mean, SAG, they've just been making it harder. Here we go. Caesar drops the lockdown to B.
I like the teleport.
Oh, yeah, Macker from the shadows. Right into that B site. Takes down Escape. Really opens this up for Plant.
I really did a phenomenal job of clearing the site, kind of guaranteeing what the lockdown was already going to enforce a little bit later on.
Spike planted.
Though Nightblood could just come in with a lockdown of their own and make life a little bit tough here for SAG.
Oh, Makar. These Seekers,
Found one.
if they go from, they are going from, they know there's a player inside that. Makar has to swing on out. Cody watching it. Oh, here comes the retake. Onto the side, defender's gonna lock down themselves. Cruz is actually going to be leading the way on L, but they walk right into Leo. The spray is phenomenal. That's going to leave Caesar. They just have to wait for the Killjoy to detain him. And now it is time to hunt him down and take this round. Somebody's going to hop onto it, and somebody better take this kill.
Did they wait too long? Is this over?
Nah, they got
Whoa.
it.
I mean, you say that, but that's less than a second, Seymour. That is real close. So, I mean, yeah, they got it, but it was not pretty. And this was
a spray.
Very nasty spray right here. I was quite impressed. Leo really showing off their phenomenal skills.
Like, Cruz had pretty much his whole health bar. I mean, like, maybe a smidgen gone. But that was great.
That's the Vandal. I mean, if you're able to get the spray, I mean, it's hard, right? But if you're able to spray with that Vandal, man, it is a deadly weapon on that spray control.
Ooh. It's like Zen wants to die off the start of the rounds.
Listen, props to Zen. He's committed to his information gathering ploys. They are dangerous, may they be. As well, both of those Sovas do have a Hunter's Fury, so Zen doesn't want to die early. That's for darn sure.
I talked about last round being important for SAG. They almost took the round, but it was in fact they didn't. The lockdown was great, and now they have no economy to work with. They have all light armor, I'm pretty sure, except one. So they're really susceptible to headshots on these Phantoms. The sprays are going to be deadly through the smokes, but Cruz already tagged down to one. Makar trying to get through there. The revive from Codeine. Gets right back into it, takes him down. Cruz does get the trade, but the damage has been done. They lose 2 in the process.
Well, and there's Zen coming up with one more, meaning that this has been somewhat equalized. As I say that, though, that's no longer the case.
No, not one bit. Caesar, 1v2. Player at B, player at A. And you got to get through this, holding the aggressive angle with the op. Timing against him.
Here.
Maybe that could give him an instance into his Caesar. If you play this right, you're going to get there. The swing on Elpin Liquefied snaps on him. The operator's going to get that one shot down. 6-1 start. Nightblood looking good.
Very dangerous right there for the operator, but hey, it works out well. And I'll tell you who it's not working out for. These South Atlantic goons, as they're down, not quite out. I won't say out just yet. I mean, it's 6-1. I will ask the question mark: when's the timeout? Why hasn't it come yet? But maybe it'll be soon. No weaponry to speak of this round, and Leo seems to be aggressive off the back of that.
Ooh, wow. These early engagements, Nightblood, they're so confident in them too, and they identify that there's no economy for SAG. So they push out, they take those gunfights with the better riflery. And they basically set themselves up to take this round. Cody's about to swing wide, drops the spike, drops Slime. And Macker, the next one, up to the chopping block. 4 kills for Codeine in that round. 7-1 start. Put the rifles back in the hands of SAG now.
Yeah, I will say that SAG were playing a different game there for a little while. They were playing timing strike, as the old Counter-Strike players will know. Just getting timing. As soon as everyone looks away, that's when you're peaked for SAG in that round at the very least. But now, like you said, with weapons back in their hands, they have some tools in their toolkit. Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury still online. That's yet to be used by Zen. He's been sitting on it for a while now. And 4 big ones for Nightblood Gaming should they want to utilize it themselves.
Liquefied has been such a pillar. Look at this middle map control from Leo and Escape.
Massive.
The smoke's providing so much, and Liquefied finds another opening. That is just going to deter the attention of SAG. They get into the A site.
Rotation hold.
But they don't have the spike. The spike's in the hand of Caesar, and if Caesar walks out into the courtyard, that spike is going to be in a terrible position.
Well, I think Caesar knows that for sure. That's why he's called in the cavalry.
Yeah, here they come. can Escape find this kill? Right to his right. Cruz might get a free one, but...
Oh,
What?
how long is too
Leo!
long? He's gonna get another frag for this, for sure.
Oh, no. Oh, no!
One enemy remaining.
Leo and Liquefied. These two, absolutely incredible. Oh man, what just amazing trigger discipline there from Leo Zhao himself. Truly
Doesn't always
impressive.
work, but when it does work, you love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I think that you could say pretty safely, like, that was the right play was to hold off a little bit. The question is how long.
Out of my way.
And he picked the right time.
Alarm bot out.
I thought he made a mistake.
Down.
I thought he made a mistake allowing Caesar to get away, but as soon as that happened, it was amazing. Now here comes Cruz. Blazestorm takes down Cody. Can he find any more? It doesn't look like he's going to chase. The lockdown is going to allow them for the plant, and with the numbers advantage, they should be able to lock this down. But here comes Dr. Shiri. Makar, tagged down. It's going to even this one up now to get onto the site. But Cruz, another one bites the dust, and another one does. No, it doesn't. It's going to be Leo to answer this one back. Cruz trying to make it happen all on his own. The over-aggression is going to give an opening now for the retake. 3-on-3. Here comes the hero around the corner. Goes for the shock dart into it, but Caesar's going to swing wide and take that kill. The lockdown providing the site control. Doing so good. Here comes the hell push. Escape going to take him down, and again, evens us up. You do have the post plant set up for Hunter of their own. Leo's going to be taking extremely low. Hunting for this one. No time to work with. That's going to be a second round on finally for SAG. But it took everything that they could and more to make it happen.
I feel like that was a victory there if they stuck it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the timing wasn't there. Maybe, I mean, it was darn close. I'll say that for sure. But I don't know. If Escape still wins that duel and the defuse is not denied, gotta feel like Nightblood could have had another round in their pocket. But with a 6-round lead already, I guess they're not too bothered. They had a heavy investment last round, as did both teams. 3 ults there for SAG, and well, 2 of them committed for Nightblood. It's looking like a very fast and aggressive A-take once again. If it worked before, maybe it'll work again.
Well, another quick dash on the site. Cody swings into it, rips the head off of Cruz. The trades are here. Liquefied marching on in, turn around Makar.
Spike down A.
Somehow Liquefied comes out with his life. He should have been dead about 3 times over. But help bails him out of a difficult position. It's SAG and Zen in particular versus 3 in order to try and find something. And that the difference between last round and this round, ultimates.
Here.
9-3 or 9-2 feels good in this one. I mean, if Nightblood Gaming could find a 10-2 half, that would be insane for themselves, especially on Ascent. You'd feel so comfortable going back onto attack. And I mean, SAG, they haven't really had anything going for them at all. You start seeing like a little bit of blinks or sparks of energy from this roster to get onto these sites. But I mean, the opening duels have been shutting them down so often.
I mean, it has not only opening duels, but just how very movement oriented this defense is, right? Nowhere is there ever the same player twice, really. All right, there's always a different setup. Liquefied anywhere on the map. This time it's catwalk, but last time it was mid. The time before that was B. You get the point. And there is the frag.
There it is. Chuck another first blood on the board of Nightblood Gaming. They're dismantling SAG. On Ascent. Lockdown from the defenders. It's going to keep this attack back. Stalling so much time from them. And with this, I mean, SAG, what do you do? What do you do at this point? I mean, you could just keep peeking into Liquefied. I'm sure Nightblood Gaming are okay with that.
I mean, he had one rare miss to Liquefied there, but
Oh!
a shot. It does give them the spike plant, but I mean, with a 4v3, is that going to be enough?
Oh, Caesar trying to make a play, but the rotation's so fast, so quick to answer back from Nightblood. And Zen, nowhere to be found here. Look how far away he is. You could just hop this right now, and he has nothing to say about it.
Yeah, might as well have been AFK. Zen so far away from that spike plant, and I mean, not even all his fault. Like I'm acting like it's, you know, he stepped away from the keyboard or something. No, not really. He just, you know, he was caught out in the other side, and that is what it was. And here it is.
Shout out Rose, bring it back.
The play of the match so far.
Look at this. He goes for Makar first too. You know Zen's tagged up, so you got time to work with. And as soon as Makar goes down, you can see Zen, he's like fumbling. He's like, oh my god, oh, I gotta do something.
Help! I'm falling and I can't get up.
What do you do? What do you do right now if you're SAG? I mean, they have been thrown into the blender. You gotta give Cruz some energy or some just, I guess, vouches there because he's been doing good. 14 and 12, just it's not enough from the supporting cast of his team. And look at this comfortable play from that. Liquefied finds Makar through the smoke. A spam pays off. It's gonna give him a spike plant, or should give him a spike plant.
Already with an advantage, they get that spike down, but retake looks good actually. I mean, this is coming from multiple angles, not bad.
Through the smoke, escape, gets the trade, and they're holding it down. 1v2. As Slime takes down Liquefied, but Leo's gonna peek on now, get those right clicks down packed onto Slime. 11 on the board for Nightblood. They find another one off the pistols, and if you're SAG, what would you like to see here into this round? Would you like to see them force buy?
Placing sentry.
It's so hard. I don't think so, but at the same time, I can't say that it's justified. You know, I can't say that I'd be too mad if they did. You know what I mean? Like, I think that overall your win rate is probably better with guns, so you wait for the guns, but you're giving up match point, and it's 11-2. At some point, you got to start winning rounds, and well, it's not going to be this one.
You gotta look at this. Nightblood. Confident here in round 2. Spike's already going down. They're ripping apart SAG. Flawless as ever. One round away from playing Old Hyperspace Dark.
Big names in that roster, and well, right now, big players on this server, it's Nightblood Gaming with 10 match points. You asked me earlier, Seymour, didn't get a chance to answer. If you're SAG, what do? Me? I'm start praying it right here. I'm on my knees. A
couple Hail Marys.
Yeah, Jesus help. Jesus take the wheel. That, you know, that sort of stuff, because I think that's pretty much all they got at this point.
Oh, here they go. They're gonna take the fight to them, and already Leo expecting it takes down one. Slime's gonna escape with a trade. They're chasing him. They're not letting him out with anything at all. Slime's gonna fall. Makar next up to the chopping block. He's able to find a Hiera, but again, that's about it. Nightblood Gaming with numbers. With the Odin coming up to back his team up 2 versus 2. Spike goes down. This is doable. This is very doable now. Zen takes down Escape. So it's all up to Leo.
Target out.
Oh. This is a very awkward angle, too. I don't think they're gonna expect it. They're not gonna expect it at all. Leo taking matters into his own hands, pulls out the hammer, pulls the nail, and slams it down into the coffin.
Oh, man. I love that from Leo. Finds the right timing and just like you said, shows him the business end of that hammer. Really is stepping up, and beyond that, showing off as we take a look at Liquefied 24 and 8. Wow. A 3-0 KPR, I mean, that's magical just all on its own, that KD, but yeah, 13-2, the scoreline after what we saw in not or rather round number 1. That's a bit surprising to say the very least.
32 rounds to 15 rounds. Complete polar opposites. That's a whole
Cut it in half.
That's literally double at that point. So what are you saying now? I mean, we've got the distance. We've got it shortened now into 2. Coming up next, it's going to be Nightblood Gaming against the old Hyperspace Dark roster. So stay tuned for some more Pit of Valor. We're going to be hopping off the desk. Joining you will be Strive and Mick to run you through that one. We can't wait to see you later. Just right now, I mean, we're going to head out. We'll see you in Grand Finals, everybody. Enjoy the rest.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you don't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. My God is okay. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out.
All right, beautiful people, welcome back. In snappy fashion, we are ready to go yet again. Another Wednesday Pit of Valor. I am joined by the lovely and beautiful Mick. How are you? And look at Mick, guys. He's all set up in his new joint, sporting that new look, that camera making him look like $1 million. Mick, how are you, my guy?
I'm doing great, man. It's been a nice, productive little day so far. Got a little bit done. You know, we're back into the school vibes right now, kind of getting everything used to class. But, you know, now we're here sitting towards the end of the day. We're back into the kind of regular system we got over the summer with some Valorant action. Looking forward to see what we got lining up here, especially looking at these teams we got, the rounds we're sitting in, and what we got going forward as well.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a juicy one at that. And as you know, per the norm, the cheat sheet down below, going to be Zelos versus Curry and Friends. We are making our way onto Haven. Zelos is going to be on the defensive side. Curry and Friends, CAF for short, going to be attacking. Sorry, Zelos. I want to make sure I don't goof this, guys. So getting into it, of course, this is yet again another sponsored event by NXG, exclamation mark NXG in chat, bringing you the prize pot for today. As the norm, you guys know the drill. BO1 all the way to the end, BO3 your grand finals, and we got 100 bones on the line yet again. So jousting it out, let's get on to Haven here and talk about it. Nick, this is your vibe, man. We're going to the ABC map, and as we get ready to hit up that agent select, what are your thoughts and opinions? I mean, we had a really juicy match just before this. I'm looking forward to it, man. It seems like we're up for a really good night of matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you on this. I mean, Haven, it really just... We've seen a lot of curveballs here recently on Haven is my biggest deal. I mean, kind of thinking here in the past, I love sitting there and saying it's a very offensive-sided map. It's very typical. You're going whoever chooses Haven, the other side is always going to choose that offense. Find a way to go ahead and get that momentum, play into it as much as they can, and really just try and steamroll and give themselves that huge lead. But, I mean, recently we've been seeing a lot better jobs from both sides of the field when it comes around to that defense and who's going to hold out. So I think with the setups right here, Desperado on that Omen, not exactly as much slowing as you'd see from an Astra, but we do have the Cypher to really buff that out there. But speaking of Astra, we have it over there on the side of Zelos. So I'm liking the kind of balance here, the little bit of the rivalries going on between these positions thus far.
Yeah, I'm loving it too. I mean, you touched on a really good point. We've seen a lot of good defensive plays coming out, a lot of strong retakes. And, you know, overall, Haven for me has been really one of the nicest wild cards when it comes to these weekly Pit of Valors. So much diversity and skill coming out from both sides. And I find that it's one of the closer battles in terms of map mix. So getting into it, we're pretty much all locked in. Looking pretty kosher all along the bat, you know, double Reynas, double Jets, looking healthy. The Astra diff for the smokes, and Cypher and Sage going to be the differentiating factor between these two teams respectfully. But let's see what Zelos got in the tank. And of course, Curry and Friends, you can see Curry is the man on the Sova at the top, going to be leading the battalion straight ahead, hopefully for a dub.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, man. And just looking at these compositions, I mean, that double duelist build that we got from both sides being the same exact ones, having that, you know, Jet and Reyna, that's super interesting in itself to me, because Phoenix, I would say, is a pretty meta pick here on Haven, knowing how kind of these are just really closed off hallways for the most part across the whole entire map. I mean, every single area that's really open, those flashes will reach that entire area, almost as it will with Reyna. So, I mean, a lot of utility with him not to be used for either side is really confusing. So, I mean, it just brings that much more of a competition aspect into this matchup.
No doubt, and as we get right down to the nitty gritty here, Mick, looks like a strong A presence coming out from the long. They're advancing right ahead. Oh, poppin' heads. Bond gets annihilated. Pyrex, does he have a flank? He does not. So lobby is closed for service as they continue to push onto site, contesting Summer with the response. Desperado, Pyrex with the 1 and 2 after falling short on the lobby push from short. Comes back on top with the double, and now we sit in a 3v2 scenario. The attackers down a member and a lit Sova. Question is, can they bring it back?
Yeah, and bringing it back is really just kind of come down to bringing it towards the back of the field, with Magic not able to pull that out just yet. And that alone, that kind of play, I have a lot of admiration for it, but it's just really hard to pull through as Curry's going to get himself over towards the C side. I mean, and that's really what you want right here. That's kind of the scraps you're signing up for, and you're really trying to get is getting that extra 300 off that plant. You are usually going to be guaranteed that on that round one. So having that alone is just an absolute huge thing. But with this 3-man push that's coming in, if it's not collective, it could definitely spell a lot of disaster. But pushing together as Patron goes in right there to go ahead and clip that off, plenty of time for the side of Zelos to go and close this out.
Tough scenario. I mean, Zelos really, with the man advantage and with the low Curry and Friends, especially, I believe that was Sova. Curry himself was lit, so he was suffering through, limping along with a low health bar, and nonetheless, Zelos come back on top with the 1-0, leading strongly, and to no surprise, they're going to be buying up weaponry to ensure they keep that gap nice and healthy. Poppin' though, oh yeah, round 2 Marshall on a Jet, it's a vibe.
Yeah, and just everything about this, I love these forces, and these are kind of rounds that recently we've seen a lot of mix-ups with. You usually have that guarantee over for the side that does get that force. You would have the guarantee with Zelos here, but I mean, I feel like recently we've been seeing a lot of mix-ups. We've been seeing a lot of wild cards being brought into the mix, allowing these other players that are on the other side of the field that don't have those forces brought in to really shine. And I think if Magic can find himself one with the shorty, that'll be massive.
You can see now Magic is jousting, trying to get his way out of the suction cup, and unfortunately, Zach is on top of that scenario with the Spectre kill. Nice aggression coming out. Pyrex grabs the one, and a dismiss Zach on the opposing end of the spectrum, though. Gonna send Bond yet again, I believe, packing for the second time with that clean headshot, and Curry and friends yet again hemorrhaging bodies with a 5 versus 2 scenario.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, and everything kind of going out right here. The trade's coming through, and not exactly enough. I mean, with Summer being the last one left, once again, we're in a 1v3 situation, a 1v4 actually, a lot worse to do, but I mean, having that Reyna alive, it looks like it's definitely doable as long as he can go ahead and continue this momentum, having these heals at his disposal, but the last one now being used.
And with that scenario, Summer, nice bit of fight, but falls short, unfortunately. Patron is available and responds, so that's going to take the 2-0 in kind of what we expected here. Mick, you win the first, you take some big guns ahead into the second, and push right on through. So getting into round number 3, this is going to be the obvious buy scenario for Curry and friends. They're going to be picking up the Phantoms of Plenty and going all out for it.
Yeah, and this is that exact round you want. This is the time where those tides really start to change, and we really see these guys and what they can bring for the rest of the game, because these rifles are always going to be the end goal, as well as operators for those players that really want to opt for that, no pun intended. So in everything, when it really kind of comes down to it, Curry and friends should be winning this round. That would be what everybody's bet would come down to. But there's also a lot of counterplay with these rifles, a lot of confidence that comes into play, a lot of ego testing that could actually be flipped on his head. But Bond finding that first one isn't going to switch up nothing.
And patience here on short. You're watching Pyrex now. Back to Summer counterpart Reyna, who are going to be grouping up nicely towards short. Reyna with that judge. This is it. Line it up. Get the crosshair in the right neighborhood. 1, 2. No, not today, Summer. Good trade, respectfully. That judge could have been a massive whack to the face, but I'm glad they took care of that situation in a very timely manner, Mick. And with that, after a bit of short aggression, it's time to back off, press the brakes a bit, rewind, and maybe go back to a C. But luckily, they already have a slippery Omen on site, ready to go.
Yeah, and I love this right here. Knowing when to exactly go through, when exactly to bet and when to fold. I mean, those kind of skills are essential when you're really trying to play the game of Valorant. You want to know when to go for these sites, especially on Haven when you have so many sites to play with. Know where to go, know when to sit there and play, and then know when not to. And seeing these rotations come through, saying let's go to the other side of the map, even with these Phantoms and Vandals in hand, still saying, all right, we shouldn't get overzealous. I'm liking the shot, and I'm really thinking Curry and friends with that 3-2 lead right now, they should be able to play off of this.
The high leer to ensure no one is really looking to aggress too far. That fades away quite quickly, as you know, and Magic and Curry. Nice, well-placed headshot coming out. So looks like Curry and friends just needed some guns, and they're right back on top of this situation, picking up their first. And now looking at the economy, you can see the desperation from Zelos, I'd say. They're taking their money right down to nada. You can see half armor bought respectfully on 3 members. So this is a critical round for them if the banker has a thing to say.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, and especially on this kind of round, knowing that not only did Curry and friends have that follow-up, you have enough money there in the bank to go ahead and get that follow-up, get yourself a couple more guns if anybody does die, because we saw those last 3 standing, so it's not too much to really buff out. But also having that exchange, and Bot exchanging over there towards Pop, and we're seeing a lot of influence to this A side.
As the drone is making its way up short, you can see good presence from the attacker side, posted up at long and short, covering. Mid is Cypher watching that garage you can see on your mini-map on the top left there. Smoke's coming out to heaven, but is this the play for the full aggression given that? I think it is, because the Leer is there. Pyrex is jousting. He makes a nice bit of contact from Summer on the edge of those paper mache boxes on site. He pops the Empress, but no one's really there to give him a hug to receive that as they're backing away, and that might be a troubling ult wasted considering he's got to rotate now and get a kill to keep that alive. Nice aggression though from the banana on Zelos. Astra picking up one on Bond. A response more. Getting greedy. We count on Curry to be there to respond backwards, so we quickly even it back to a 3 versus 3.
And a quick little edge right there from the side of Curry and friends for Magic. I mean, this guy's absolutely been doing a great job this game, really being in those influential spots, grabbing those picks, grabbing those kills. not really just to close out rounds, but to just give them that
One
edge. And as we
enemy
can see
remaining.
right there, just an agent of chaos is what you want out of a man, especially out of a Cypher, because it's never exactly seen from that type of controller. As he closes out with the third, what a man to be on this squad to really have at your disposal.
I had a moment there. I'm like, Magic is in such a good position. He's doing a nice little shake and bake. He has the Sage coming in. Unfortunately, Patron, we're going to call him, comes out really looking left and right, being forced to clear multiple angles, and just unfortunately happens to look right when he should have looked left. So 2-2 your scoreline, and this is the desperation buy now, putting the side of Zelos on a full save. You can see Sheriff's aplenty. We do know they can do a massive amount of damage, but is it enough to counter the big buys coming out the side of Curry and friends?
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to. And popping, grabbing the Sheriff, and grabbing one will be pretty massive in itself with some kind of exchange. But as long as nobody can follow up and grab those shots, which it doesn't seem like thus far is going to be the case as they take C so swiftly, I really don't know what exactly you could do for Zealous if you don't get any rifles in your hands.
Yeah, tough. I mean, you need guns to counter guns, logically, of course, Mick, but we have seen Sheriffs do massive amounts of damage. It's a question of can they get a little bit of economy off. I mean, they've already managed to knock one, and Cypher getting a tickle as well, down to 50 hit points. The camera tags, but Magic is there also doing the deed with the Phantom onto Patron, and it's a very lit Sage getting corner banged there on the wall, and they're going to swing nicely onto Zach as a duo. That is the way to do it in style, and pushing ahead 3-2 now.
And a quick little return here from Curry and friends. I gotta say, I really like this from them. Just seeing exactly how they're playing the game. Once you get those rifles in their hands, they feel a lot more comfortable. Not the best start, but everything's a little bit tilted there in the start. So, I mean, you can't really blame them too much. You can't exactly get too tilted generally as a player when you're dealing with pistols, and when you also have that edge against you, knowing it, you're going to get shot by Spectres, Marshals, Ares, things of the likes of that when you only have a pistol in your hand, and at most I'd say a Ghost. So you really don't want to get too antsy just yet. But as we see now the game kind of turning on its head, and we also see Curry and friends having so many ults to play with, this is where things can really start to spiral out of control if they go ahead and shut out the Seacon again.
Drone comes out now. Pyrex, hey, he's not on camera this time, so does he know? Oh, yeah, he briefly catches the tail end of that, and they're going to swing as a group. Nice job! And that is the power of Reyna with a clean dismiss, but Curry, as per norm, he's got his crosshairs always on the head, it seems. Responds and evens the numbers to a 4v4. The Lear, but not really looking to contest, considering Jet and Silver are looking to leave, and per the norm, hey, it's Omen just being a little slippery monkey in Cubby at sea, but this time there's an Astra, so he's not going to make it onto site with a little bit of a joust.
Yeah, and I can't really blame him. I mean, just everything really going through here for Curry and friends. You got that blade speed, or that blade storm to really worry about, but you don't know where that Jet's positioned yet. You had the run in over there, A. You know that you want to go ahead and rotate to some extent, but I mean, the way it's coming through is so chaotic right now.
Tough one for Banana. He's going to have to shake and bake, but it's not enough as Curry tags him with the Hunter's Fury. That's a very clean ultimate in itself. That's going to open back sight, and with the smoke now fading, unfortunately, they're looking to plant in a way. Summer taking post on his usual comfort zone. Pops the Empress too, so we'll see if he can do something about it. Pop and gets the one. Does he know there's one behind him? Doesn't matter. He dashes inside, but Curry yet again. Oh, the res! It was just a bait, my friend, and a good one at that. Zelos pick up the third and come back to even it. I'll say Patron, risky res, but nonetheless, it did pay off.
Yeah, paying off indeed is exactly what you really needed. I mean, Zealous, he had to find this round, and even if it was something as chaotic as that and it's something as big as a payoff, that's really what it comes down to. You want to make sure those risks have those rewards to go ahead and back it up. And getting the game into a tie situation, especially knowing that you can buy these rifles, because Zelos, as we see, they're already kind of scrapping themselves together. And I think going ahead and getting that res, having one less player to really buy that weapon to even things out, is the edge that they needed to really give themselves this round to play off of, because otherwise, if they went ahead and won this, it was only one man left. There was going to be too much bias going on, so it really going to be worth it. And even then, if you go ahead and lose that round, obviously you're not going to have those guns, period.
And that was a bit of a shake and a bake. It looks like Bond is going to joust. Not even joust. Walk right through his smoke. The first phase, the second, and look at the timing too. He dashes away right into mid, gets to the comfort of window with the rest of the team now. Keep in mind, on that defensive side, they have a lot of utility available. They still have Omen smokes too, so we'll see how that comes together in this picture here. Bond is going to look for a gun, and he's now dancing with the devil. That is Zach. He doesn't even bother with the body shots, man. Just head level or boss Curry. A little bit of electricity to send Patron packing.
Oh.
Hello? More?
remaining.
More?
Oh.
I think they know. Curry knows. He knows with the 4K comes out huge. So, hey, just as much as the defensive side, Zelos knows how to tap heads. Curry, not a stranger whatsoever.
Nah, Curry definitely being as spicy as his name entails. I mean, just everything he brought to the table in that play, that round was carried, I wouldn't say alone by him, but just the influence, the amount of pressure they put in the battle, and just winning those gunfights is really what it dwindles down to. We say it time and time again that kills really don't determine rounds, but whenever you have a man like that who's absolutely just fragging out, making sure to hold down that bomb, when you have it in such a pivotal place, like on that B site where it has so much coverage to it on that attacking side, it just things like that, you really can't beat it.
No, you can't, man. And as we get back into it now, the attacking side is looking to heavily aggress onto this long by the looks of it. Full pinch, they've abandoned that mid hold and the C hold they've been traditionally occupying. Now taking post on short and long. With the Lear, they're committing. Jet is up, that's Bond, high and in the sky. Zach though, well placed, clap onto Summer, but he can't connect with more. And Curry, Desperado, and Magic, the three Musketeers, bring it down to the Lonesome Astra to hopefully retake against 4. But nonetheless, very clean job from Curry and friends.
Yeah, great attempt here. Just great shove, initiative, everything just across the board. Just absolutely outstanding. Just as Banana's shots are onto these heads, man. Absolutely nutty. Huge to go ahead and give himself a little bit of a turnaround and could actually turn the round around if Bond wasn't right there to go ahead and shut off every single little chance of return.
You gotta love it when Bond fearlessly with 40 hit points goes in for the full commit. We're gonna get a nice replay of this situation here. Magic throwing the cage. He's gonna walk right into it, which in itself was the right play, but surprise, surprise, there's a Banana with that nice little butterfly knife positioning for the 1 and the 2. Boom. And bop. Nice job from Banana.
Jeez.
Taking some economy away, man. That's a good play in itself. You want to shank some economy where possible. And nonetheless, 5-3 your score line. Looking tight. Curry and friends, after a bit of a rough start, dare I say, have been gently clawing their way back.
Yeah, they're also clawing their ways onto the C side because it looks like there's so much influence over here. Summer's already going to grab one. Curry with that Hunter Theory. There's just so much going on for them to go ahead, and why not go ahead and grab the site while you're there? Poppin's going to find one, but everything carrying through, they got to get this spike down.
I know exactly where.
Why not? Indeed. You might as well. I mean, as part of the to-do list, you should probably take the site. And now you can see Magic just looking, trying to find opportunity. He's got 15 hit points, so if he tries to walk across that cage, he's going to eat a little bit of dirt. Unlikely he makes it out of here clean, but we'll see if he can. Oh, Patron sets the peak while reloading, so that in itself, not the most ideal scenario, as Curry and friends now have to worry about just Pyrex. And Curry just standing in the middle of long. I mean, the man's got his launcher and a Mojito out. Well, the Mojito being an op, and he connects really cleanly on that shot. So, I mean, all things said and done, Mick, they're just so confident all together right now. Look at the rally, 3 consecutive. They had a bit of a hiccup in the middle there, but otherwise, very, very strong first half.
I mean, yeah, you can't really blame them. I mean, look at the way they're playing this game generally. Like we said again, and plus kind of refreshing back to earlier, once you get these rifles in your hands, it's a completely different game of Valor. Those first 2 rounds really don't matter all that much. They have a nice precedent going forward, a nice little setup to what's going to go forward. And obviously you have some great plays, but it really just doesn't beat everybody having rifles. And it shows that when these teams, when they get those in their hands, they get these operators like Bond does right now, it's a completely different game. And we see that out of Curry and friends, as they've just really been running the table once they got it handed to them.
Oh, on the drone though, Magic. Look at this little sneaky move.
Oh.
Go right on through the smoke. Oh, Papa with the one. Does he have more? No. He does a good bit of damage onto Summer with that one clap. Desperado responds equally. Nice Pyrex coming out of mid. I like the control on the aggression. I was going to say he had more, but without a doubt, Banana is just always ready to go. Bond, your op master, is looking for opportunity. Spotting towards mid. Reyna in the corner now. Pyrex, hot seat, coming around the bend. Magic, nice job onto that. Leaves it down to just Astra, now Banana, and they just tap to victory.
Great little closer right there. I mean, I gotta say, Curry and friends, once you were given them these guns, and I see exactly why they chose attack. We say it over and over again. I mean, we've seen a lot of kind of new plays here from the defense, and you really want to go ahead and make sure to win those pistol rounds purely because of how well they do themselves when getting around to these earlier rounds. But I mean, everything going forward. They just do themselves a great job, a great justification of what they got going on. I mean, just these shots they're pulling through, just the way they're maintaining their econ, the way they're colliding onto a site, everything going through here. I mean, the confidence is at an all-time high for them, and I really can't blame exactly why they chose this. And it's going to be a great setup going into the next round, or the next half, albeit.
Yeah, we still got 2 more to play with here. And this lovely caboose of a wall just denying any kind of entry onto short for the time being. And that's going to fade away in about 15-ish seconds, 20 seconds at most. As we're watching a very passive setup so far, minute 15 on the clock. No real action just yet. Vaughn! Does this guy miss? I mean, he does miss sometimes, but really and honestly, ratio of hit to miss, Vaughn is just on fleek as per norm. We've seen him here time in, time out. And with that opening pick, that's critical, man. The attackers with 50 on the clock have so much more to work with.
Yeah, and I really can't blame them. I mean, everything with this site, all the engagements that are going on, just from Bond, just go ahead and rip it off. Just a 5v2, absolute wipe right off the rip, but Zach has something to say about it. It's just not exactly going to be enough. He's speaking, but he's not yelling, and he has to go ahead and absolutely just scream, as we see Desperado screaming for a little bit of help.
With a lit jet and 2 more members on the side of Curry and friends to dance with. Bond goes for the Hail Mary flick and dash, but I think he whips that mouse just a little bit too far back and forth. As now Zach ideally wants to pull some economy off, and he gets one. That was his 3rd kill, respectfully. Coming with the Odin puts him away for the time being. So 8-3, it's our final one here before we switch it off, and this is the replay on that nice pick and dip onto Pyrex and having Bond, per the norm, looking really good tonight.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, just look at that whole kill spread. Just across the board, I mean, Bond, he's not exactly prominent everywhere, albeit. We see him on the kill feed, and every single kill he gets, honestly enough, we mention, as crazy as it sounds, even though he's only 7-8. But because of the way the game works, this is what we have to put so much influence on, or impact frags. Every time when you get those kills, when you take those shots, make sure there's something their casters are talking about. Make sure they are prominent enough and they are relevant enough to the bigger picture, that macro game, so you can go ahead and say that regardless of how much you really killed or how much you did, you're an impactful player regardless.
Talking about impactful and making a difference, that Odin is just going burr. Well, sounds like the I don't want to say the Royal Canadian Mint or US Mint money printer going burr. Dare I say, oh, Bot! Hello? This guy is just always on point, dude. He connects on heads, whether it's with a op or a Phantom. And talking about connecting Banana with the 1-2 combination with that Spectre, makes quick work of that scenario and really evens it up. Zach, per the norm, I mean, Mick, we've come to expect his impact time in, time out, getting aggressive and getting control of that mid-grass area. And they now have the spike and full eyes on it. Let's see if Korean friends have a bit of a retake strategy in mind to clear that out.
Thankfully with you, just the way this round is going super slow. Bond almost spelling defeat. Oh, and it does actually, but not getting that double. The operator is still available to take. Zach wants it, but hold up. No, it's not. It's halftime. We are now sitting in the 8-4 lead from Curry and Friends. A great showing by them after those first 2 rounds, kind of getting shut down with pistols and the force afterwards, which is really what you're going to see. It's very easily predictable just overall. I feel like going forward, they may have themselves a little bit better of an offense, as odd as it may seem, with the Astras, with the Sage Walls to go ahead and kind of limit what kind of return can come through. You know, I'd say like over on the A site, Wall CT, something along the lines of that. Or really, no matter where you are, just being able to cut off a site on a map that's already so small, it's impactful to some extent, and that's all you really need. So I got to say, these sides, this is where things are a lot more hectic.
Yeah, the switch up always tends to be the wild card for us here, especially on Haven, Mick. We've seen some pretty slippery stuff and really good change of pace. Talk about change of pace now. Poppin taking the lead onto Summer with a nice 1-clap. Curry doesn't back off his post though, and there's a good crossfire potential here. Do they clear the corner? Oh, they try, but you can count on Bond to get the one, and that dash, man, is such a good bit of kit. And quickly the rest of the team comes to help him. And talk about team unity and support as Curry and Friends quickly responds back. And they're trying their darn best to get this Astra, and they're going to overwhelm them shortly as Desperado makes that happen. So what ended up looking very strong for Zelos coming out of the gate quickly fell flat on its face.
Yeah, they can't really blame them. So a great little start here to go ahead and continue forward with it. And Curry and friends being on this defensive side, they really need that round. They need those pistols. They need to go ahead and get these forces going forward. As crazy as it may sound, because they are so far ahead already. It's really, really crazy for them to go ahead and get that and get possibly to this double-digit checkpoint that we mentioned time and time again. But keep in mind, though, Zealous is also on this offense. So being on the attack on this map, having so many more sites to play with, and only being 6 away, it's really not all that impossible. We've seen a lot crazier things. So I think this alone is super impactful for Curry and friends for right now. But in the long term of things, I feel like Zealous is definitely capable of bringing it back.
Yeah, we got to be patient here. This is where Zealous needs to be very diligent on their economy, right? There's no reason to be forcing any kind of funny buys, overdoing with Spectres and half armors and things that are not going to really let them build that economy early on. They have a bit of a climb, 5-round delta here, so every dollar is going to count as that butterfly knife is just looking so mint. Give me some good CSGO vibes, man.
Oh, God. I just love that's all he's doing. And it really just leaves the question if they can really just sit here and mess around like this. When are we actually going to see some action? We see a little bit of influence everywhere. We see somewhat of a default on A, on B, and then we see just over there towards C, just that one man. We see that kind of eyeing it, just giving a little bit of a read, but we need to make a move somewhere. 44 seconds left on the clock. Not too much influence anywhere, not much of a setup. And when you're trying to force as much as you can, I really say you've already bought. You've already sat there and dedicated you're going to rush somewhere. You can't play this slow.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
That angle was looking good. I mean, he had the right idea clearing it, went a little bit wide on that second shoulder peek, and Magic knew what was coming as he himself now getting tagged 21. He's got a dart. Nice little fade away. He pulls out the butterfly himself, and Zach counter shorty attack. Oh boy, Desperado and Bond have now left it down to poor old Zach now. He had a spike to worry about and 4 kills, and he just cannot make that happen. As Curry and friends first to hit that double-digit 10th round.
Alone right there. I mean, it was very expected for them to go ahead and hit that, obviously, right off the rip. But you see also now the way these buys are coming through, we see Zelos finding themselves with these rifles. But I also really like the move from Curry and these guys, saying, all right, we're going to go ahead and say a little bit of a half and half. We're going to go ahead and get these rifles. We don't want to exactly let this up too much. Capitalize on this momentum we have from already winning a whole bunch of these rounds. Find ourselves these next two. If we can go ahead and get to that match point, it's going to create a lot more pressure because we see teams kind of giving up that bonus, saying to go ahead and play into it. But when you're this close, I got to understand the way they're playing this out and saying, let's just go ahead and clip these guys off.
Pressure in itself is immensely critical. You want to keep the gas on. You don't want to really leave too much breathing room as Bond decides to double scope for the long. Instead, he eats dirt on the short. Poppin, as you'd say, pops him in the face. Now, this is a good opportunity for Zelos. They have a number advantage. We'll see if they can capitalize on the site.
Oh, I mean, a lot of influence there with Curry grabbing 2 of them, but I mean, he's just not going to be enough. The way they're playing this out, I mean, a 2v3 situation, it's very, very sketchy, especially with the buys that have already come through, and Zelos really having those full points to play off of. The way that's capitalizing right now, I just don't see enough real punctuation here for the likes of Curry and Prince to go ahead and end this one out on a favorable note, but they still have 2 left unless they can clutch this out.
A little well-placed slow. Get your skates out if you want to make it past that, and goes for the shoulder. And unfortunately, Poppin, or fortunately for Poppin, he's ready to go, and he taps him clean in the head. So a little bit of a rebound, shall we say, from Zelos, picking up a 5. And this is a great turning point, Mick. Look at the money in the current situation on the side of Curry and friends. They've got 10 rounds. They are basically buying down to more or less nothing. I mean, Summer and Desperado looking semi-okay. Bond, though, is just immensely broke. Magic taking it down to just a force buy and a Phantom, no head armor. So if you want a round to win for Zelos, this is the one that they got to really bring home and pay close attention to.
Yeah, because it's right here. I mean, you don't exactly have too much going on. Curry and friends, they had themselves a really weird buy. I mean, you got some guys running no armor with the rifle. Some of them running that full kit because they didn't buy last round. They ran off the bonus like most people typically do. So, I mean, there's such the odd buys coming through, the really weird default. If we can go ahead and see a pick right here for Magic from a peek, that could be huge. And I think with the amount of damage in that trade coming through, they actually made it out on top. So unless there's too much allocation, I got to say, with the way it's rotated here through here, Zealous might actually have something.
They have to be aware of Arena, who is lurking in the shadows, not really showing any kind of presence. And, well, I mean, call it being omniscient or whatever you want to say. Curry and friends kind of read that one nicely and expected some pressure coming out onto C as they're now shaking it back, but there's an omen in mid. There's an omen in mid. There's an omen in mid. He gets the one and the two.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
That was the one. Desperado single-handedly turns this straight on its head, Mick.
Yeah, that alone, just going ahead. That's kind of why you can't play this game so slow. If they didn't go for the C engage, you're giving these guys time to rotate, time to reposition themselves. And you saw right there, Desperado saying, okay, well, if they're going C, I'm going to go ahead and go for a flank play. When they say, all right, C's off, C's off. Well, they're got to come somewhere, right? They got to sit there and come through middle map. They got to sit there. They have to go somewhere else. Otherwise, they re-engage and they really just go right back to where they started, just with more odds stacked against them. And I think not going for that play, running right back into Desperados, we see right here a beautiful little triple and a couple of hits on top of it to get that stage to the half. I mean, stuff like that really makes you just bite the dust, slam the ground a little bit, and say, why didn't we just go with our gut?
Get out of my way.
That's honestly the most well-explained bit of logic there, Mick. And that's the thing, right? Haven is one of those maps, 3 sites, a lot of control, and you give a little bit of, how can I say, slack on the leash, that the dog's going to run. And in that case, Desperado went wild and free, taking full control of that grass. Now Poppin, though, going to change the pace and get aggressive.
Okay.
Smoke and the Bloom is able to get the one. Summer responds, and we're down to a 4v4. Zach, hello! One tap. Desperado, and he's always on top of it with the rewinds. Paranoia, and an opportunity now. Summer is in the hot seat in the back of sight.
Oh, and a little bit of a Wild Wild West action going on with Summer being the one to actually have some gunslinging action, but we also saw a couple sheriff shots too. We just got to really get this diffused to make sure it doesn't go through, but Zelos find themselves something. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors right now. Oh.
Careful. Careful!
Oh! No! No shot!
Wow, that's finesse. That single-handedly Cypher going in to pick up that gun off the ground, that was just troubling on its own. He was lined up for more. Had he just chosen to keep a pistol out, maybe reload and go back in sight, but he felt like the pistol on the floor was the right play. And oh man, that was just beautiful. Like that was just, oh my god, I'm loving it, man. That was just so good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, man. It's literally, I mean, being from the South, trust me, I love cowboys and all that stuff. I love getting down and dirty and seeing these guys, you know, being the sheriff of the town, going ahead and making sure to get those heads popped with that just 6-shooter, man. It's super clean, super satisfying to watch, and super satisfying to see the follow-up and the win in a round where you're not exactly having those odds played into your favor.
I was kind of at a loss for words there on that last one, Mick. Honestly, I was just so well played, and everything about that round really came to be cohesive.
Headshot.
As Poppin is still doing what Jets do best and leading the battalion as the duelist, picking up the first and getting garage control. So this little bit of positioning in garage is pivotal now, Mick. He's got ears, not only vision, but also ears on what's around him, and he's going to be hearing activity, looking to maybe cut a rotate or two. Spots the one, but also reveals his position. Now Bond is out for blood.
Be divided.
Ooh. Okay. Out for blood.
Marshals.
Yeah, flies high, but pays the price now. Magic.
Standing.
And now with the bigger weapon and the more aggressive strafe peek, it's down to Curry, 11 hit points, a bit of utility, and also got his moon boots or a pogo stick on as he's trying to make his way into window, now coming towards lobby area. Game plan here, maybe cut some kills, get some economy off the back. Oh boy, and they're already calling AFK in chat. Let's go. This is the play.
This is it. I mean, AFKs, people always fall for that, right? Especially in competitive environments. So I think they're going to run to this spawn, and we're going to get ourselves an easy defuse here. I mean, I could be wrong. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Okay.
Not enough for the defuse, but, I mean, a valiant attempt nonetheless to go ahead and grab 2 of those kills. Make sure to diminish that economy as much as you can. I mean, especially being in the shoes that you are, trying to go ahead and revert the tables, flip them to your favor a little bit, especially seeing how well somewhat of a scrappy buy from Curry and friends in this last round, seeing how much money they have to go off of it in here. I gotta say that was probably the best call, especially having themselves a 4-round lead. I mean, Curry and friends sitting fine and peachy right now. 3 ults on the table compared to Zealous' 2. They have themselves 4 rounds on top, and when you look at the economy across the table, I mean, even with Zealous grabbing themselves those last two, they've had to buy a damn good bit of guns to follow it up.
And as we're now teetering on just 2 rounds to close this out, the Dart is going to make an attempt to reveal lobby. The first Hunter Fury is out and about, tagging, and everyone kind of does a bit of a do-si-do, a little dance around that bit of kit there, and that's the response. The second now coming out from the response. Curry setting his own away for a bit of a lurk, but can't connect. Summer in a different dimension is still doing the best that he can do. He's got a hold on Garage this time. Poppin', hello. Nice spam. Very nice spam. And he actually pulls him down to 33 hit points. And that's a really strong way to contest a Reyna. Oh, okay. Let's go. What an orchestra of utility, Mick.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And ultimates as well. I mean, Zella's using both of theirs, Korean friends, only being resulted to 1 and still being over here on top, having that 5-4 roster count. And Poppin also making sure to just capitalize on that. Find a way to even it out to some extent, but it's really got to be more.
You can see the defense is looking for opportunity. They're getting aggressive slowly, trying to collapse and pinch. Cypher advancing gently in Garage. Omen yet again doing what he does best on the lurk, and you can tell for sure Magic by now has heard a thing or two. Pyrex, keep in mind, he himself is back to full hit points after devouring an orb. Holding the post. Dinks.
Oh!
That's not enough, and that's going to open the Garage for Pyrex as they get back on site. And yeah, shocker, this is the barrage coming out, and more from Curry. Does he get?
Okay.
You said it right. Very delicious pick so far. In a 2v1 now, Patron in Cubby, 2 lit members, and that bit of utility on its own is going to be a mega problem for him. Keep in mind though, 2 lit members, and he knows that bomb's planted for him. This is very viable.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, he's obviously going for this long play, but I mean, it's so rough. You don't have enough vision. Oh no, it's just like that, man. You sit there, you see it, you know where the defense is coming through at, you know exactly where it's standing, but you just can't follow it through. Stuff like that, super rough. It's really nice to save your utility for that. I mean, think about that. The shoes that we had, Zach in right there, that could have been a 1 round if he didn't go ahead and just use that Hunter's Fury off the rip. Really with no intel to play off of, really with no kind of just information, any eyes, any kind of audio cues as well to sit there and say, okay, a plant's going down. That's a stationary target. Nothing there to really just absolutely say, I should go ahead and pop this. So instead, I feel like it's things like that, learning lessons across the game and sitting there saying, okay, we really shouldn't peek Pyrex in mid because Magic's going to somehow win that.
I don't know how I feel about those kinds of Hunter's Furies too, Nick. Like, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the drone and rip type scenario, as you would say, right? But popping it, just a Hail Mary open, I don't know. It doesn't give me that warm fuzzy. As Magic tends to do a really good job at getting grass control, but he gets aggressive with the Spectre, as you saw, and he falls. So that's an uncontested trade, 1 for 1. Is it value add? Potentially, but you're basically at match point. Ideal for me would be having a buddy system and not even putting yourself in that kind of scenario. As now Banana is, you can see, looking to place some stars and get a bit of a grasp on mid and B area. As the attack, oh my god, have managed to make it inside Bond. The anchor, he falls, and that's going to open the site completely for Sage to plant.
And a great little retaliation here. Great little go ahead to get onto that site. And with these 2 ults, I got to say the Empress. I'm not going to say GG, but I mean, it's an Empress on the field, people. Oh,
Empress it is. So far, not doing the greatest of things. I lied. No, Desperado now has Summer down to Patron at long. And you can always say Desperado, far from Desperado. The man is just looking healthy with another 3K. I swear he's gotten at least 2 or 3 4Ks this game and a couple 3s respectfully. So that's going to wrap up our match here, guys. Going ahead in a beautiful game on Haven. Congratulations to the Curry and Friends squad coming out on top, 13-7 on Haven.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, everything about that, Zella's just, they had a great little shot on them. They had a great attempt. They were doing really good things just across the board. I just feel like there was a little bit of slip-ups here and there. Like we said earlier, that Hunter's Fury going ahead, that kind of stuff put them in that match point situation. The little scrappy buys that kind of just were a little bit too questionable. There were times where they actually, you know, really won those gunfights. So they did a really good job, but sometimes they just weren't playing very collectively. They weren't getting the trades they needed to. They weren't utilizing their intel at the right time just across the board. And I feel like with things like that, it's rough at the end of the day. It's not exactly too bad of a scoreboard that we're looking at right here, but there's just one thing that I really can't get my mind off of. There's really no counter to having a Cypher being a top frag. You never expect that. And I think Magic alone is really the man to sit there and go ahead and give that little advocacy to really be that agent of chaos in that match.
Totally. I mean, when you got a Cypher that's giving you the intel and the frag, that's always a beautiful sight. Back it up with the Sova 2, like 2 top utility agents delivering the frags is a really good, comforting feeling, and it shows in the 13-7. I will say, end of the day, Curry and friends really excelled, on the points you mentioned, Mick, but supplementing that, they were on top of map control. They had good pushes. They read everything really well when it came to, understanding where they're going and when they can and cannot push their luck. And overall, just the grasp they had on that map, on the A, B, and C, and the fundamentals of Haven was just a really, job well done. So having said that, there's so much more to come. 2 more BO1s before we hit up that BO3 grands. Before we head away, though, guys, per the norm, don't forget, we have the Valorant Premier Series Invitational Finale that's coming up. That's a $10,000 prize pool coming to you on the 28th and the 29th. 1 p.m. Eastern is the start time, and it's going to be right here. So if you haven't already, do yourself a favor. Hit up the socials at GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter. Give Mick and myself the love, the production team, and everyone that brings this to you week in, week out. Mick, any final words before we send this off to a break?
Not really. Just, great little attempt there from Zelos. Bring it back next week, boys. I'm sure there'll be plenty more times for y'all. Y'all have gotten this far, so it's not like y'all are really slacking by any means today. Things are just kind of rough out there. I get it. Maybe y'all are sitting there in classes as well, and y'all haven't exactly... Y'all trying to get across and go ahead and get back to y'all's homework or something. I don't know what the deal is, but it's, great. Just a better showing that we saw from Curry. Guy was spicy. Guy was on his game today, and he really deserved himself to go ahead and move up. So we'll see y'all here in a little bit once we get to that next round. We may follow him, may not. We don't know. We'll be back to let you know.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these days ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
Welcome back. We keep it real, we keep it quick, we keep it clean. Moving ahead to another best of one, as per the usual. Strive. This is the beautiful and lovely Mick, and we're going to be getting down on some good stuff, as you can see down below. Icebox, my friend. Going to be Nightblood Gaming versus Sussy. And I'm looking forward to it, man. Sussy going to be occupying that defensive side. NBG on the attack. Icebox, the verticality, the cold land, the abyss. It's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to this, Mick.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, man. I mean, living down here in the South, getting some cold weather is going to be nice and refreshing for us here, because we've seen themselves right here in Haven just a match ago with the likes of Ozellos Gaming and then Curry and friends. But now sitting at Nightblood Gaming, we saw them a couple rounds ago, and they were definitely feeling themselves. And you looking at Sussy as well, how they're doing. So bringing ourselves over here into the agent select here in a little bit. I mean, it's just going to be an all-out war zone when we really get ourselves into what we're actually going to be dealing with on here on this map.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, as we get into it, Agent Select coming up momentarily, sending it away. I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit of Viper, man. I have a little bit of an empty spot. Ah, yes, Poppy.
That's how it is.
And Cody. Poppy. And they're going to take one each respectfully. So my the empty spot in my heart has now been occupied. I'm looking forward to seeing how these walls come to be, the lineups with the Venom itself, and of course the pit always leaves a question mark in my heart. So getting down to the final bit of this agent selection, composition wise, these are hitting all the sweet spots for me. Make a lot of good picks. The Reyna, the KO, that's a good mix up for us here too, man.
I'm with you on that one, Chief. He's such a great holder for the A side. I mean, knowing exactly how small it is, throw it right there in that maze, get yourself that knife, go ahead and get those lockdowns, get those suppressions down. Absolutely make that site a heck of a lot easier to hold or a heck of a lot easier to take. Just the intel provided by that in those kind of closer areas. And kind of what you said about Viper, she's really a necessity on this map, if we're being honest. I mean, you're crazy if you don't take her. It's kind of that way with every single new map. Really breaking down Icebox and Breeze with how open these sites are. When you see the B side over there, when you see both sides for Breeze, she's just becoming more and more of an essential pick. And I feel like that's Riot's intentions for her, because she's not exactly loved too much with those original maps ever since really the beta. So I feel like going forward, she's going to be a huge influence, and just seeing a lot of players getting more and more familiar with her, the kind of plays, the lineups, the post plants with those snake bites that you have towards those bombs on the offense. There's just so much potential to her, and I'm going to love to see what exactly could be brought in this match alone.
Yeah, and let's talk about another critical agent here, a bit of a mix-up, like we said in the Agent Select 2. You have the KO, so in itself, a unique agent, no counteract really on the opposing end. Well, let me clarify, no opposing KO to deal with. And, you know, I have a very familiar face on that opposing side. That is Drios from Flu occupying that Silva, and he gave us some pretty nutty clips just a few days ago, Mick. So I'm looking forward to this matchup. All things said and done, a good bit of diff on both sides. And we get into pistol. The traditional A is looking like the play as they're topping away. Sways, spots him, and he's probably calmed that out at this point, looking for connection. Vigilance! Talk about connection. Woo. Nothing short but high speed as he connects with the one tap. Drios doing what he does best too. Vigilance with a second. That round one Sheriff is one of my favorite picks on the Jet, and sure as heck has now brought NBG down just to 2 members and a low KO as Villy just pushes on through. And what is a absolute rolling snowball of doom on round number 1.
Yeah, just a great little switch hit there right on round number 1 to go ahead and get it. I mean, that's huge right there. Going ahead and getting that defensive lockdown, Vigilance being the main advocate for that kind of chaos. And I don't want to go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of a repeat, but I gotta say, a couple weeks ago, you and I were the ones on that game right here on Icebox. I want to say this was one of our debuts, and vigilance was a big part of that. I want to go ahead and elaborate on this man. Went absolutely off in that game. I want to say what 30 plus kills in that match alone. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him come back home if he can bring that kind of performance up again.
And you can see now with that knife active, KO is going to disable everybody on site. It leaves no utility present, and they're going to capitalize on that. And that is really how you want to use that bit of kit. Getting on site, Swayze Guardian onto Liquefied. Shock darts aplenty. Vigilance with the Marshal onto Escape. Pushing on for more now. Ahira pinned in the corner of sight. They're swinging to support him, but it's not enough as Vision Billy goes in massive. Leaves it down to just one lonesome Sage. That is Leo. And unfortunately, with 4 members looking him straight at his forehead, Sussy come out on top with round number 2.
Love that. Everything from just start to end when it comes around to that engagement from the side of Nightblood, especially to the execution there from Sussy. The follow-up there from Vision Billy saying, all right, I'm not going to sit there and just waste any time going ahead to start looking for this kill. None of the other guys are going to either. Let's just sit in the back. I'm going to go ahead and start this defuse. They're going to have to peek it eventually. Let's just go ahead and force that engagement. And Sways with the Guardian. I love that force for a second round. I never see it, and you don't see exactly too much love for the Guardian, and that alone absolutely just makes me want to see a little bit more out of him.
With the opening dart now, clearing up close and any kind of funny aggression there. Codeine getting spotted, and Vision Villy yet again on the board, taking out that critical Viper. Not utility on its own might be one of the crutches for the attack team to be able to split sites and make something happen. Minute 20 on the clock. A lot of opportunity though for them to make something happen. Knife available. Escape pulls it and tucks it away in his back pocket as he's going to go and rejoin with Silva and gang.
That alone, just looking how they're playing this out. Slow, methodical is the name of the game for Nightblood here, but I feel like that's exactly what's costing them. You're giving Sussy a little bit too much respect, and if you're trying to go ahead and find yourself that first round when you have these superior gunfire, these superior rifles, you need to play into that. You need to have that kind of ego, that confidence. It's not stupid if it works, but right now you're kind of choking up at the plate, and that alone is really costing these guys.
Swayze looking minty with the Guardian. He holds on to that from the round prior. Poppy as well with the Bulldog now. Love the swing though coming out of Sage. Leo gets that nice connection onto Poppy's head, and that's 2 Vipers out of the picture. And I love it that Vigilance is always there to back up his team. Escape. Nice connection. Long from downtown onto Drios. Talk about crosshair placement, man. Really good job as he gets away with 49 hit points and that round. So Guns was the play. NBG on the board with their first.
That alone, I mean, just to go ahead and flip that out, I gotta say, I mean, obviously I was kind of talking down to him that last round. Things were a little bit slow there in the start. Getting that first pick off and getting that man down already right off the rip isn't exactly going to look good in anybody's eyes, if we're being fair here. But I mean, going forward, the great retaliation, the great answer they had onto the board to go ahead and provide that pressure on the other side of the field and close out that round. Mad respect to them to show that they're not exactly out of this game just yet.
The standard wall is up at mid to ensure no one can really get anything too cheeky from under tube and such. Liquefied, dancing with the devil, and the devil being Vigilance himself opens it up with a nice off shot. Pop flash from Escape, and he's going to swing. Drios falls away. Swayze still holding point from sight now. And in NBG fashion, they get a bit of a presence at A and quickly walk away to rejoin as they're looking to sneak up mid and maybe pinch, but with 5 members, man, and they're very fluid. Look on that minimap. The defense is just shaking and baking everywhere, it seems.
Yeah, it's also a pretty slow start here. I mean, the same exact kind of way it looked for Nightblood last round, and that's kind of concerning as much as it is kind of, you know, instilling a little bit of confidence, knowing that, okay, we're down 1 man, we sat there, we go ahead and rotate across the map, and then we can go ahead and make sure to grab these picks again, because we had that kind of element of surprise on our hands. But Vision Billy grabbing 1 and just absolutely dipping out, really knowing how to clear himself out right now. Great answer from the likes of Sussy.
Vision, though, that was the play, honestly speaking. No reason to expose himself too much as Leo gets one, but he calls upon the rest of the team. Vigilance makes a quick rotate over with the op shot, and he picks that up. Bit of a butterfly knife activity. That skin is just hitting home for me there, Mick. I love it.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, everything. It's just great, dude. I'm totally with you on that note. I love everything that's being brought to the table, and I'm loving Sussy and just how they're feeling themselves out. when I see these guys play, I mean, I'm not going to say I root for them, but when I see them play and when I see them win, it is probably some of the cleanest Valorant gameplay I have ever seen. And that alone, it doesn't make me want to root for them, but it makes me want to see them win, because something like that is like, it's almost like a movie with how smooth the game kind of moves by.
Spike down A.
Swayze on to Liquefy nice and early, so that opening pick yet again puts a crutch in the side of Nightblood Gaming. And when you're down members, especially on Icebox, man, the rotates are absolutely gigantic. Swayze hears him down below, sees the tip of the gun, but he knows to look up as Escape
Spike
is
down
sitting
A.
up in Nest. He gets the Devour, bringing him back up to 125 full pop. They want that bomb. They're gonna have to stretch a little bit farther than just arm's length, it seems.
Now I'm with you. I mean, this whole A kind of controversy going on right now, the little war zone that we have in towards this laboratory is not going to be
Spike
enough
down
for
A.
Nightblood to really pull it out. So I got to say, it's a really good idea for them to go ahead and pull out of the site.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Oh boy, Vigilance. He gets completely off guard, and are they going to grab his op for him? Yes, they do. So despite falling, that $4,700 investment going to push its way into the next round via some team support. Stick that 6-foot sucker in your backpack and take it on forward. 4-1 is your scoreline. Sussy, strong start, and yeah, the rightfully so, NBG is going to be calling a timeout here, and this is good. I'm happy to see timeouts being called early, Mick, right? Give them a chance to recuperate, you know, talk amongst each other and recalibrate and understand what's it going to take to get back on track, because they are starting to build a really good, how can I say, a bit of momentum on the side of Sussy.
yeah, and I'm definitely with you. I mean, these guys over there on Nightblood Gaming, they got to figure out something that works for them, because attack, you usually have yourself that edge, the element of surprise to go ahead and choose a lot of different areas to go to. And I feel like them using this when they go, I would say most of the time now, I would say 4 out of 5 times, they have gone over towards the A site first. They've hit that first. They haven't switched anything up for them to really to warrant this timeout yet. They really haven't explored all their options to say, all right, let's take some extra time to really discover something new. So I feel like this right off the rip, it's really just a waste to say, okay, what should we do after this timeout? We should hit mid, or we should hit B first. And that's not really something that should be using that one time per half deal to really kind of be your cost.
And I'm saying from a default perspective, I'm all for the go to A early type scenario, right?
Yeah.
Get some presence, you know, maybe get a bit of information, keep the defense on their toes, but committing and not committing fully is a problem on its own. And it's not a bad opportunity like we saw in Haven. Send one member to kind of go lurk on B, right? Send a guy along and let him get some opportunity, get presence and control, and have ears on the site, and then rotate back maybe, right? Just open up a space on both ends of the map, as Vigilance now has no utility, but he's still fearlessly peeking. Digests a flash to the face, but he's still good to go, as he's probably calmed it out now. He needs help.
Yeah, he needs it quicker than he can really bargain for right now, because, I mean, just the way everything is panning out on the side. Too much chaos, too many ultimates going down, and Liquefy grabbing too much kills. Too much blood on his hands. There's just way too much everywhere, everything.
I mean, they are called Nightblood Gaming, and with the blood on their hands, that means they're doing something right, it seems. They've managed to even it out 3-3. Poppy and Drios do the deed respectfully, as you see on that scoreboard at the top, or the kill feed, down to just 2 members on the post. KO. I was going to say, and Sova Ahira Escape looking to make his presence known. He goes for the rope jump. A little bit of 007 type activity, but he falls to the hands of Poppy as they're going to pick up their 5th round. So seems like the timeout has really not delivered much of a result yet here, Mick.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, it's just, if anything, it really gave Sussy a timeout as well. You got to think about that. I mean, these guys' comms are really turned off when you give them that time of a timeout. It's not saying, all right, well, we're putting you in timeout and giving ourselves a little bit of extra, you know, discussion space. That's not how this works. Both teams get that mutual time, that little pause to say, all right, what's up? What do we need to be figuring out? And I feel like Sussy, they just sat there and cracked a couple jokes with each other, said, you know what, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sat there and talked about what they're going to have for dinner tonight, and really just kept going, because we see them just absolutely feeling like their element here.
Get out of my way.
I mean, I really hope that that wasn't the case, but given how things are looking, I mean, we still have a lot of opportunity here. It's only round number 7, so plenty more to go, and a good change of pace from Liquefied here. He's looking for kitchen control, getting so aggressive, but that's the thing, man. Sussy just have crosshairs and rotates every which way. There's no chance he's going to look left and right that fast to connect. It's, you know, yet again, NBG with a minute 16 on the clock and no real full commit. Drio's picking off his skate. A half HP Sova. Make that a non-existent Sova. It's down to now Codeine. He gets the one, pulls it off, but he's fully revealed his position, and Swayze goes for the swing out of long B, making it look very simple for them. They're going to just keep the pressure on, man. No sense in backing off now.
Yeah, with the way these rounds are going right now, I mean, just looking at all these ultimates, that's really going to be the biggest factor. That's going to be the difference on the board. We see everybody with these guns, with these operators, with these rifles in their hands, but that's going to be the biggest difference besides the scoreboard right now is these ultimates. And seeing what's brought to the table, Nightblood having those three, having that Sage res is absolutely massive, but Sussy has one as well. So, I mean, not really too much of a difference knowing that you have that Viper's Pit to play with. That's going to be massive. That can literally shut down a whole entire site. And as I said, that's what's going to happen. Go ahead, choke at the A. I really like that play saying, all right, go ahead and cut this completely off. No way they go ahead and engage on this unless they want to take these ropes, create a little single avenue for themselves, or get a little bit of damage off the rip before they go ahead and start fighting.
And this is where you got to be careful as a Viper, right? You choose to commit with the pit. All right, you're going to go for it. Poppy gets the one, so thus far it's looking good. Leo, though, they go in with a bit of a plan as he pops a res. Respectfully, Drios gets it. Hunter's Fury now coming out. They ideally want to get Poppy, but unlikely they're going to find him amongst these pit itself. There's so much space to cover with that Hunter's Fury. And so far, status quo for both these teams.
Wow. Honestly, I mean, Poppy just playing like an absolute rat and finally getting closed off from the Exterminator himself. I mean, everything going through, though. Just these shots, the final follow-up. We see Nightblood being on the site, but not able to follow through just yet. But Sussy actually really struggling here because Drios not having exactly too much health to play with. The only man still alive, Hunter's Fury coming down. This is where things really kind and possibly be closed out.
Luckily, the heal is on the board now. Sussy has a lit Sova. And the dart, Ahira. He tries to walk away sneakily from that recon dart, but doesn't make it out into the safeties of heaven because there is an enemy looking him straight in the forehead now. Down to one. Leo looking high. He looks in the right place, goes to reload. I'm sure he had enough bullets to contest, but nonetheless, Vigilance goes flying up high with a nice right click, and he's going to hop on the defuse in a very stylish clutch.
Yep, great little in there for Sussy. I mean, Vigilance, this is the guy you want to count for if it's going to come down to a clutch. Looking at what he's done just time and time again, just across the board, being 10-3 right now, you know he has that reliability factor. Sometimes people don't exactly feel in their A game on this day, but Vigilance, I've seen him at least on this map. I will say I haven't exactly seen too many variables because he's just popped off regardless. So being in those shoes, making sure to close out that round, make sure to have that 7-1 advantage, that's large and in charge, and I don't think you could bargain really for any more in this stage besides an 8-0, and I feel like you got to give Nightblood a little bit of appreciation.
You do, and it's like we said, every game is, you know, what, regardless of how it pans out, is Vigilance goes berserk there with a nice opening pick onto Liquefied, so that's going to eliminate one duelist. I was going to say, Nightblood is going to have to fight through this, right? We've seen it time and time again, they'll make half change comes, things go topsy-turvy, and we sit down for a mega roller coaster. And there's still plenty of opportunity here to get even an 8-4. So I'm going to let it play out. We'll see if MBG can make something happen. Is thus far not looking the strongest. Swayze has that Empress active. He goes in deep, but Leo responds. Vigilance on the board for a second kill now. Drios.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, he goes for the pull down, but not really connecting. Leaves it down yet again. Feels like Leo was just always in the hot seat here, Mick. He's got to deal with 3 now as that res comes out onto Swayze.
Yeah, just a great little shot there. Just great closure from the likes of Sussy. I mean, absolutely just across the board. Grabbing clean shots, keeping a lot of these guys alive. Only getting those trades, making a 1-for-2 ratio. I mean, there's not really too much better you could ask for when you're really in their shoes. Trying to keep these rifles in the hands of the boys. Trying to make sure to keep that economy as much as possible. Leo Zoe is going to have a little bit of an answer here. And with that kind of knowledge, not exactly enough to really get the turn right there on the Sways as Vision Billy is there for the follow-up. As they find themselves in 8th round, something like this, that's where I would really start calling a timeout. You really need to go ahead and save those for when you are absolutely just beat down into the ground. And when you can't make really these comebacks, best they could do right now is set themselves into a half game, but that would be if they go flawless from here out.
Yeah, it's going to come down to that, and you're going to have a hard hill to climb too, Mick. You can see it's Sheriffs in half armors and a Guardian no armor whatsoever. So a hero is basically a one-tap and a tickle. If he wants to make anything happen with that, he's going to have to do a bit of a shake and bake and survive. And I don't know, it's looking kind of tough now for MVG. Feels like they're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel with this buy here.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you, man. I mean, there's just not enough across the board. A little bit of desperation is what we're seeing, but I mean, a hero right there grabbing the first shot. That's definitely one hell of a start for this round, and could be the start of something as long as Swayze and Poppy don't do exactly what they're doing right now, grabbing a double for each. Oh my god!
I mean, talk about reading the room. Sussy does a fantastic job at capitalizing on bodies and knowing when and when not to push, and they knew they had the advantage there and went for the full swing, but it seems like Liquefied, he himself has a different agenda to manage as he's looking for more, looking high and looking low. And with two members looking straight at him, it's looking unlikely considering the verticality of our favorite map, Icebox. So 9-1 your score now. Sussy have a mere, what, 2 more rounds to close out to get us that 11-1, which honestly is super healthy for them. And for a moment here though, Mick, let's look at the gun scenario. This is really the last chance, the last shot of the barrel, as you'd say, to get back in it for Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, you have to go ahead and close out this round. You have to find something here, and you need to go ahead and keep a couple guys alive to keep it going, because I mean, say ever they do win the round, say they go ahead and close themselves out a second, you got to make sure you have the money to follow up, and you can't exactly have Poppy follow up those shots to find themselves a second. But with this Hunter Fury coming down, that may be enough of a stall.
As the defensive side is just dancing between the ultimates. Meanwhile, Codeine and Ahira one apiece. So this is NBG with numbers. Vision Villy though. Crosshair sight set on long. Looking for one. Cannot connect as Codeine and friends are up top, and high. Looking really strong. And Sussy now have a 2v5 scenario to maneuver. Drios coming down below. Looking at yellow, looking at sight. Spots ahead on one. Looking for more. And they swing flawlessly knowing his position. Full lock on them, and that's going to be the second round on the side of NBG.
In the half.
Yep, and a great little first half for Sussy. I mean, just you really can't really ask for too much more. I mean, sitting at 9-2, that is absolutely massive. Knowing that you have more than 4 times the opposer's score, that they have to do essentially a flawless 4 times over, +1 to really get themselves into a situation where they're winning the match. I mean, that's a lot to ask for. That's a lot to bargain for, and especially looking at how the first half really panned out for the side of Sussy.
Get out of my way.
There's gonna be the new mentality. There's gonna have to be a new composition. There's gonna have a whole new game really brought out. And Liquefied with the start right now, honestly insane.
Liquefied pulled one of my favorite Blade Storm tricks in the books on the Icebox, going up high and connecting onto long. Fortunately, he doesn't get the follow-up frag, so falling short, but this is a comfort for us, Mick. 4v3 NVG, have ultimates too. Do or die here. You better use them before you lose them. As Ahira, just keeping that gap even larger. The Blade Storm still active for the side of Sussy. We have the KO and Viper ults on the table. If they want to get onto site here and pop that, I mean, do it. It's the time, man. We need this round on the side of NBG.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, if you're an MBG, you know you need this. This is a necessity. Go ahead and get yourself that third of what we got going on in Sussy. Having this Viper pit up, that's really feels like a free round a lot. And having that KO, having that whole lockdown, that should be enough. But it really comes down to how this null command can really fall through, what kind of manipulation and what kind of utility can come out of it. And with all these shots coming out, it's absolutely massive so far.
Ahira getting greedy, a bit unnecessarily, dare I say, but they have numbers to afford the fall. Last round, Swayze not going to be taking anything forward, so he might as well go for it, do the best he can. Taps. It's not enough, so the pit was the recipe for success as they pick up their third. Proceeding ahead, Mick, it's doable, my friend. There is a lot of opportunity here to pick up. Half switch is the, dare I say, the diff for me on Icebox. What am I saying? It seems like half switch tends to always be the diff on these Pit of Valors from GLG.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all it comes down to. I mean, every single week, not even just Pit of Valor, I'd say every single tournament, we see some nasty comebacks.
Yeah,
just regardless. I mean, it all starts The one consistency I will say is it usually starts with these 9-3s. It's not really any kind of, it's not 10-2s where we see it on. It's not, 8-4s a lot. It's usually, oddly enough, just 9-3s. That third, somehow being able to grab 8 rounds in a row just seems like nothing to all of these guys.
Yeah, and you can see Viper setting up nicely at B. The wall put down, the bubble set up for the default plan. So a little bit of a preemptive setup from Viper on that defensive side. MBG are hoping that they go there. And with the presence thus far towards A, not looking favorable for them as Leo tapping away. He suffers a bit of decay, but gets away back to safety as no one is really contesting him. As A is just, holy cow, it's completely open. Double doors. Just come on in, man. Make yourself at home. Grab a drink. Seat on my couch. Get cozy, because it's free at this point. Liquefied, though, finally comes to answer the doorbell. Getting one onto Swayze. With the numbers on the retake, NBG, this is looking very viable for them. Let's see if they can capitalize. Poppy does get that bomb down, though, and they're going to play the post. Drios gets the one onto Liquefied. Escape out of heaven, has support. Falling away, Leo gets Drios back, and we sit at a 4v3. Escape, another vision now in maze. A little left, a little right. Escape, though, going big here this round. And it's down to Sage, and they go out in style, man. Codeine picks up the one Tapperoni. And that's it, man. NBG, in really good fashion, pick up the first pistol.
That alone, this is the start of something that could be insane. You go ahead, you get this first round, you get yourself a little bit more to play with, and right after that, find yourself, regardless, bonus or not, you go ahead and lose that round, win that round. You know that you've grabbed yourself at least 2 more to play with. So a 9-5 will be absolutely outstanding for the likes of Nightblood Gaming to go ahead and get themselves going here. But Sussy, they just got to make sure to stop this. And I feel like once Sussy gets those rifles in their hands, that's just, I feel like that's really what time comes down to. I feel like that in itself is a bomb. And just knowing that these guys are eventually going to get those rifles, and you got to make sure to keep them off that.
It's about building early momentum, and holy cow, talk about building early momentum. That round 2 Marshall comes in big. Sussy themselves pulled out the good old playbook, and they themselves went in with their own set of buys, but falling away early, minute 23 on the clock. It's a good start for NBG, as this time they have presence on all fronts of the map, not leaving any holes open, and the spike drops really far back, so you can see just a steady default. Liquefied with another, and another with the A, and you can see on that kill feed, Codeine with the Marshall as well gets a frag, and with a minute left, man, that's one way to really get this round secured up. And Leo spots out the final Swayze, so they have full knowledge of where he's present.
Yeah, what more could you ask for, man? I mean, just some great shots right out the rip, getting yourselves a little bit more of an edge here. I mean, that's what you want to ask for. That's what you want to bargain for. I think Sway's being the last man alive. He's kind of panicked because he's not really used to being in these situations. He's usually feeling a hell of a lot more confident in himself.
Man, flawless it is for round number 2 in half number 2. 9-5 your scoreline. NBG take their weaponry forward. That's going to build their economy, which is critical here, Mick. I mean, you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel as you push forwards into the tail end of this matchup. When you get down to that 11th, 12th round, even round number 10 sometimes, and you're just hemorrhaging money, it's not a great feeling knowing you have such a mega uphill battle to deal with. Not only is it rounds burning on your shoulder, but you have the, of course, finances to deal with as we're watching the setup yet again. I like it. Viper keeping things simple. This time not dropping any unnecessary utility, as I eat my words. Early bit of luge there, forcing Vigilance to fly high and get onto safety on top of the boxes, and now he activates the wall, falls away, and he's going to calm it out for some rotates. You can see on the minimap, here they come. The high leer, the attacker's going for it now.
Yeah, I'm loving this play right off the rip, saying we got rifles now. Let's go ahead and play this long game. Make sure these Spectres and these Marshals can exactly get the open shots that we do, and the amount of fire rate that we have on our hands. And I feel like everything going through right here, this whole push, getting this massive rotate, and then just being so confident, saying, you know what? All right, now we dip out. We sit there, play around, leave Vigilance there to create a lot of chaos, because we know he's going to at least get 2 kills at the end of the day. And as we see it right now, grabbing Lizzo, Poppy grabbing Codeine, literally just creating the matchup. It's like Benny Hill theme. Go ahead and play it, because they're just running across this map once again.
And as they rotate on back, they're able to pick up some rotates, cut them off nicely, and Sussy with the number advantage now, 4 versus 3, dropping the utility now. Poppy, alas, going to capitalize on that. Last bit of kit in his back pocket, or suit now. There it is, finally. The orb gets dropped, so that's going to do a good amount of health deduction upon activation now. Escape, pop flash high, and a bit of a swing. And it's enough for Swayze to get the one. Liquefied responds with the Marshall that he's been excelling on so well thus far. Vision really looking for one. Crosshair placement on point. Dude,
Great
Sussy,
shots.
Just, yeah, you said it, Mick. Just really clean shots.
I mean, and also the closure, just the cooperation, the closure, the commitment. I mean, there's all kinds. I like going back to the 3 C's because there's so many words that start with them and so many that really just bring so much fruition and so much kind of commitment and just winnable situations here in the game. So, I mean, right there, those are the 3 that I really want to point out. Just the way they absolutely just closed in on that bomb site, both of them making sure to swing at the same exact time, grab each of those picks. It was almost uniformity. Was like FBI right there, just saying, all right, go ahead, breach in like Rainbow Six, playing a completely different game and somehow just running with it.
Seems like status quo here for Viper, putting down the usual util wall and bubble for the default, but it seems like Sussy has no care in the world. They're just walking in with their Sunny D in hand, trying to get some control of this B site. Now bomb dropped down really far, so it doesn't seem like a full commit is in the books thus far, but with 3 members really pushed up aggressively, they're looking very good. As oddly enough, the defense has chosen to completely surrender that B site and get their eyes on mid, which is kind of conflicting to me, considering if Sussy could see through walls, they'd be all over B site, but it doesn't seem like they are. So, oh my god, hold on a minute here. This Sage push is going to be critical. Vigilance walking up closely. Leo in the hot seat. Mick.
Oh,
It's good for
oh my
one?
god.
Is it good for more? No, it's not.
Stop.
As he falls, and there's no trade to back it up. So that was looking very good for Leo. His post was really good, and he is actually, the map control in itself, impeccable. As now Swayze, crosshair placement per the norm. I mean, you got to expect from this guy. Gets a nice clean shot onto Codeine, down to just 2 members of NBG. And the post.
Yeah. I mean, everything here, Sussy's being like super confusing. And honestly, I really love the way they're playing that out. They're going ahead and committing to a site, not exactly saying, all right, let's run across the map. They play it slow. They make it almost seem like they're faking across the map, but then they have those other avenues open. They say we can go through mid, then opt to still go there. Or we could go all the way over to A site. Or we could sit there and turn ourselves right back around and sit there and flip the table, go on to B again. Just, they create that agent of chaos. They are the over-lingering intimidation, and Swayze is really going to epitomize that, as he here is actually the one to win that gunfight. Just everything they do, though, leaves you on your toes, leaves you thinking, and even if you know you have a game plan, if you're the better guy when it comes around to gunfights, you still can't exactly position yourselves around them.
And now, as we teeter on the edge of victory for the side of Sussy, just 2 more rounds to close out. Of course, the ultimates 2 are available. You can see Reyna, Empress, the Viper Pit also looking very viable. So on the attack side, you have a really good combination. You have a bit of aggress from the Reyna to open up, and then for the post, even Sussy has the Viper to lock it down. We'll see if they can capitalize on those 2 ults here. We're approaching the end of the matchup, so as I would say, it's a use it or lose it type scenario for me.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, that's what you have to do, really. And Nightblood, I feel like this lockdown going ahead, or I keep on forgetting about that ultimate graphic that we have over there with the Viper glitch. But I mean, everything going through right now, the Empress absolutely massive, and I feel like it's being a great way to settle this match point if Swayze can't find himself the shot. So he has to watch all these angles, not enough influence towards kitchen yet, when we do see the KO coming from.
Swayze getting full-blown aggressive here through the wall. It goes down to the most opportune time. Empress active. He's dancing with the devil, but the rest of the team at yellow is going to make sure he doesn't have to do much of anything at all now. With Snowman control, he picks up the one onto Codeine. Full heal, up, and away. As Vision shanks that one away from him, and they're going to get the plant money as well.
Match point.
Man, just great shots, great a little closure right there for him, and to know that 2 ultimates are still in the field for him. I mean, you got that Sage res, you had that Viper's Pit to go ahead and really guarantee yourself another round. I like the allocation to know, okay, Empress, that's going to have it enough. Probably, you can already assume there's going to be enough kills on the board for the Empress to go ahead and close out a round if you play your cards right. Same thing with the Viper's Pit. You make sure to go ahead and throw that down on a post-plant situation, you find yourself another round. And I feel like to say that for the 11th and 12th, absolutely just massive way to end out the game. But Nightblood still have to go ahead and answer to it.
This is it, man. You want an answer? Pick up the phone now, or else it's going to go straight to voicemail and end up the game. And oh boy, yeah, talk about going straight to voicemail. Vigilance hanging up that call with a nice up shot. Leo getting aggressive one more time on mid, a chance at redemption for him onto Poppy. So that bit of utility now off the board, and it's critical to get the Viper away, especially on the post-plant scenario. So we'll see if they can capitalize here. KO Ultimate now is also on the prowl, as they're just taking it very slow. And this is the Sussy team at its finest. They know when to press the gas and when to back away and really capitalize on that shot clock.
Yeah, and this ultimate, super huge right now. Go ahead and use that. I love that from Sussy to go ahead and just kind of creating that little bit of fear factor, knowing, you know, we're going to keep everybody alive. And that's going to cause a reaction from Lizzo. So, I mean, that alone, I love that play to go ahead and force that out, force that hand in there. And with the Viper Pit to go ahead and get the plant as well as secure it. Everything about this, Sussy, I really feel are just kind of trying to end this game.
Embarrassing.
Swayze, yet again on his aggressive post at Snowman, grabs Liquefied. Escape is doing what he does best with the 1 and 2. So MBG have closed the gap nicely, swinging. Vision Billy gets tagged up. Vigilance with the 1 and the 2 combination respectfully. As we said, now Codeine, this is it. The Blade Storm active, do or die here for them. Smoke up high, Hunter's Fury as well. Oh, and that's troubling, man. That's going to pull them off the defuse. Opens some opportunity for the side of Vigilance. He gets his 4K. Now Drios, dart and away. The wall, active, diffusing, and swing comes out from Drio on the Sussy team. Coming out on top, 13-5 to close up this map.
Yeah, a great finish there for them to go ahead and get into these kind of semi-final situations, man. Because, I mean, those are the quarters. We now found ourselves in this lineup that we see right there on the bottom, 13-5 over on, yeah, I'm getting my fingers right, man. We're getting used to being on cam. What's up? But, I mean, everything the way we're going through right here, Sussy absolutely running the table as they've done this week in, week out. We see them time and time again. Just absolutely getting those situations where we can tell that there's one of those upper echelon teams, but they're not invincible. God can bleed, and so can Sussy. So, I mean, everything going through right here, absolutely massive to see the shoes that they're fitting in. But going forward, are these shoes, when they get bigger, are they still going to be just as comfortable?
I mean, look, Sussy was a runner-up to the crown last week. They actually ended up losing to Vanquish 2-1. So I kept my notes. I like to keep my notes handy. And this is where you kind of start to appreciate the beauty of Sussy and what they bring week in and week out. They excel as a team. They're strong. They're united. And the 13-5 shows exactly that. So I want to commend them. Of course, GG's to the side of Nightblood Gaming. They put up a great joust, and they had a rough start, which really didn't help the entire picture. And when you have such a big gap to close, man, it's not an easy feat. But a big round of applause to them as always. Thank you so much for competing week in and week out.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, just the way Nightblood, they've really came into the scene, and these earlier rounds, they do a really good job. So, I mean, they have themselves those fundamentals. They have the game sense. They have those players and that roster to go ahead and get themselves to the shoes to be winners day in and day out. But it's really just those tiny little things. I feel like their macro is perfectly fine. They have a good understanding of the big picture, but when they really have to break these things down, when they really have, you know, these tiny little mistakes here and there, they have to just go ahead and iron those out as best they can to get themselves to those shoes where they can be a little bit more consistent in these later rounds.
And that comes with time, right? You get the team together, and sometimes it's not the stable 5, like whatever it works. Synergy takes time, teamwork takes time. And in the case of Sussy, they were just looking really strong. So we're going to wrap it up for now. Mick, send our beautiful viewers off to a break. As always, thank you so much to NXG Esports for supporting us. $100 pot on the line today. Exclamation mark NXG. And the rest of those commands that you guys can access are always in the title bar of the Twitch stream itself. And of course, if you guys don't know already, we have the Invitational coming up this weekend, the 28th and 29th, $10,000 prize pot, 32 teams, 16 qualifiers, 16 invited. It's going to be juicy as beans on here, this channel, GL Gaming Lounges. Whew, a lot to say, so much more to come. I'm going to save the rest for later, though. I got to give you guys something to look forward to. So get yourself a snack, a drink, come right back here. Just as quick as we came back to you last time, we're going to be coming back for more. So don't go too far. Peace for now.
monster. You made a monster. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. 'Cause 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 'c Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I'm lost in a city, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time.
And welcome back, everybody, here for the semifinals here on Great Lakes Gaming, Pit of Valor. Boy, do we have a show for y'all. Oh, do we have a show for y'all. I'm talking, hold up. We're not going to Ascent, thank God. Instead, we're here, for starters, this is the most important thing. We're here with Strive, once again. Y'all seen us for the third time now. Beautiful faces here on screen. Beautiful viewers here in the audience to go ahead and give ourselves a matchup that we got going on. Presented by NXT themselves. You know, that's how it is. And doubling up this prize pool this week. But we are once again following the matchup that we just left off on. That would be the series, the storyline that we saw out of Sussy Gaming, just taking down Nightblood Gaming. And now they are moving on to fight these guys over at Billionaire Club, who we have seen week in, week out also perform just as equally as well. My name is Mick, here with Strive. How are you doing? How are you thinking? And what are you thinking for this matchup?
I'm looking forward to this, man. We're going to a comfort zone, like you said, and I'm happy that we're doing it. This is we try our best to line this up. We don't always necessarily get to follow, like you said, the storyline of a team, but we saw Sussy come off a 13-5 win just one map ago on Icebox against NBG. But getting into this matchup, I'm looking forward to it, man. This is semis right before we hit that BO3. So this is where you set precedent, where you earn opportunity to battle in that final. And given how Sussy has been looking really good last week, this is critical for them, right? They were runner-up last week, and I'm sure they're looking to close this series out and at least take it in the finals. But at the same time, you got to say the BC or Billionaires Club is going to put up a good fight. I mean, they didn't get here by fluke, right? So getting into it, thoughts and opinions. We're just waiting for the lobby to settle in, as I think we're just waiting for coaches to make their way into the game. Overall, I'm looking forward to seeing how this entire thing comes together. The side of Sussy is going to be occupying the attack, which on Ascent is a critical, how can I say, on Ascent on the attack, you want to get a good, footing forward. More than anything,
I agree.
Pistol rounds early on, critical. And I will say the one thing that gives me comfort and one of my favorite plays on Ascent is that mid, right? You and I were talking about it, or mostly you, Meg. You're giving me the earful on Haven, and I agree with you. Haven is an ABC site. The mid is kind of constricted in a way. Couple narrow alleyways here and there. The difference with Ascent now is we have a big opening in the center, and we have a leading way into pizza towards CC and market. So that differentiating factor and how you can just basically hop right onto short if you want really opens up the map, and it's a nice breathing opportunity for us to get into some more detailed, more technical casting too.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly going to get into that rant just again. I will save all the viewers of that earful to go on because I really just can't stand that map. But just everything about it, Ascent is one of the better maps that really elaborates on that, because knowing that there's a middle of the map, and not only is it just a single little square, it's not anything just super static. There is a full connection to the back of that site towards the other spawn that makes it a very easy transition from one side of the field to the other. You have that easy little walkway right there on catwalk towards that A site. Or you can go right there through Pizza and Market and get yourself to that B site. But regardless of where you go, you have the gates there, you have the tree, you have all kinds of counterplay in a lot of different places that still have all these angles to stay wary of. That, just really, as going forward and looking at what's going on here, it really just comes down to these agent selects that we're going to get to here in a second and really how those are played out.
Yeah, and we'll see. Like you said, composition critical. I do say I'm a huge fan of the KJ on this map, and we saw Cypher excel well too. So you're going to probably see one of the two, if not both, respectfully, in terms of your controllers getting down and gritty into the agent select itself. Now, guys, we'll see if some of those thoughts and opinions come to be. But overall, like we said, KJ Cypher, very viable, of course, and a critical pick too. Astra has always excelled quite well here, and the Jet and Reyna, too, very standardized picks. We've seen. What I kind of have an empty spot for these days, Mick, is I miss Phoenix. I miss seeing Phoenix on this map. Really a strong agent, great viability with those flashes, and it seems like it's kind of fallen to the background as the Jet and Reyna have yet again occupied the meta for us.
Yeah, I completely agree. Especially looking at these picks right now, Killjoy obviously being a necessity here. So we see obviously Sway's running that, which oddly enough, going from that duelist to Sentinel role is kind of massive, and it also brings a great little curveball into the whole composition and how everything's brought. But Billionaires Club bringing in that aggression, gotta say, looking at how we have the Sky with the Initiator, we have the Jet, we have the Sova, and Omen being a little bit more adaptable, very one-dimensional, but it makes him a lot better of an agent when you're trying to go for that on-the-fly counterplay rather than that preset that we get from Astra.
See, and Omen itself has a lot of viability when played on Tree Room correctly, right? You can definitely flash down and get a control of A-Long early on with that Omen paranoia. So it has a good set of kit. And the teleport too, Ascent does have some verticality to it and some opportunity to make some slippery plays with the Omen teleport too. So when used correctly, we're going to see Ryu if he can capitalize on that. At the same time, one of my most comforting and frustrating picks, Sky, Space is going to be occupying that. Those flashes are such a strong bit of kit and will continue to hold a dear spot in my heart as one of the top tier agents, S tier in my opinion, when it comes to engage and flash. More so than Breach, dare I say.
Yeah, and if we're, speaking of engagement, speaking of Sky, I wouldn't mind getting engaged to her myself. So, I'm definitely with you on that. Just an absolute beauty of an agent in terms of util and looks alone, just everything brought to the table is Ryu right there. It's going to go ahead and be the first one to open up the game with a clean little double here.
As we get further into it, Ryu on that Omen comes in so far with 3 kills on that classic. And before we can blink twice, Sussy has left it down to just one more member. That is the Sova now, Drios. From Flu occupying that seat. He's full blind. The Calm definitely is going to come out there and switch, goes for the big old dash right on forward with that frenzy. So in a very quick and stylish fashion, Billionaires Club just looking really good. Round 1 goes to them.
Yep, quick little pistol round here, and that's, I mean, it's a great start for either side of the field, especially being in the semifinals, knowing that all these guys are really going to be great with these rifles. So going ahead and getting that edge right off the rip, getting these forces to play with, getting these extra guns, these better situations to sit in. And I like especially what Swish is going for. I think he may be saving up for this off here, being that jet player. I'm not exactly too familiar with him as an independent or as an individual, but I know that that's really when you're saving and going for that ghost and not even buying any armor with it. That's usually the follow-up that kind of come with it.
No, it's good. I mean, getting that op nice and early is critical, but when used incorrectly, you can also turn over a lot of value, which will really shaft you for the following rounds to come, as that pizza control, like we talked about, is going to be critical here. Now, Swish looking at Vision, who was occupying that stage the previous game, and he gets the one with the Sheriff, but a quick trade from space on that Spectre. Ryu continuing in similar fashion, and that's the TP, getting him away to safety out of Cubby. He's going to bounce on into Tree Room. A little bit of a butterfly knife dance as well as we get back to Vigilance now. He's got his eyes on Pizza. The bomb has dropped down really far away from all three of these attackers, but it's in arm's reach of Astra, so choosing to swing, they're going to be okay to grab that and run.
Yeah, and I can't really blame them. I mean, just try and find whatever you can. Being on this attacking side for Sussy, you want to go ahead and at least get a plant somewhere if you can try. As sneaky and as kind of, I would say, lesser words, I would say sleazy as well. I mean, it kind of sucks to go ahead and not exactly be at the forefront of that engagement like Coburg over there grabbing one. You do want to make sure to get that money where you can.
Talk about getting the money, getting that guap. The Billionaires Club is just padding their economy here, pushing further ahead now. Vigilance, however, interested in putting a halt to that barrage. Going to pick up the one and leave it to a two-member situation for the side of Billionaires Club, of course, on the defensive side with 11 on the clock. It's not looking favorable. Sussy going to probably vent here and just play it safe.
Yeah, that's really just kind of unfortunate, man. I mean, not exactly being able to see any action at all. I mean, obviously Vigilance making a really good attempt there, oh, never mind. I was going to say going for the save, staying alive, at least keeping those weapons for the next round, but they're going to go ahead and buy anyways, get themselves a little bit more to play with. A great little setup here for them, and possibly the first round here with most of these guys being on a bonus, besides Swish, who's going to be running that operator, an absolute unit of a gun.
Turret out.
And getting to round number 3. Finally, the buy round coming out from this side of Sussy, so they're just keen on picking this. I mean, the firepower is going to be critical, and like you said, that round 3 op is wild and about from Billionaires Club.
And just going on right here, I mean, the B push, it's a great little optimization. It's a great little shot, a great little just initiation, especially with the KJ nade going down and just a little bit of more pressure. But they got to find some kills.
Jeez, talk about kills every which way possible. This gun round now even up across the board, 3 versus 3. Sussy have B control, and the rotates are coming out from the spawn. You can see on your minimap there, KJ and Omen are hot on it now. Swish has the op. Spike goes down, and he's in the hot seat here. A lot of pressure from both sides here, Mick.
Last player standing.
Great little retaliation there from Sussy. I mean, only one man left in Billionaires Club. Ryu being the last one alive. I mean, just the closure coming through from both sides there in the middle and over towards that B side. Nice little into the round to go ahead and get themselves the first, because that's well needed on the side of Sussy. As we've seen time and time again, they are a completely different team once you hand them those rifles. And I gotta say, the call there from Swish to be the only man standing with an operator while everybody else is really just running these Spectres, these SMGs, and these kind of half-buy situations, it's not exactly the right call, I would say, because, I mean, it almost puts you in a situation, unless you grab, 2 or 3 picks to give yourself the edge, that's a really rough predicament to be putting your team in, to say, all right, let's give them a free operator for this next round.
And now with the guns too, and this aggressive positioning, Vigilance, yeah, that's it, man. This is it. This is where the snowball just starts to pick up whack loads of momentum. The recon dart comes in. Coburg is going to get revealed off of that. He was kind of hesitating on the shot, thinking he'd be safe. Now he's going to get swung and completely overpowered there with the Phantom. And with that bit of control now, Sussy going to get right on site. Ryu gets the one, but Drios and Poppy one apiece now. Leaves it down to the lonesome space. And before he can do anything whatsoever out of heaven, he gets sent home packing. So Poppy with guns are looking strong, like you said, Mick.
Yeah, they just got to do a little bit more here, Billionaires Club. I mean, they now have the rifles to really back up their words. They have enough really on the field to play with. They just got to make sure to grab something with it. And William not exactly doing too well when it comes around to those shots. Not exactly making as much as he wants to. And I feel like over on this B side, being on that wall, that could be an opportunity, but I feel like it's a little bit too predictable because we see every single Sober player do this. So I feel like with that, the bomb side being over there towards A, bomb being there already, I feel like it's not going to be cashed in too much as Vigilance grabs himself the first there towards the middle again.
Bomb now drop really far back outside of A. The Sussy squad with a bit of pep in their step now as they've picked up 2 sequential rounds, looking good. Sadly, though, the turret on top of Generator there, I'm going to be that kid in the corner of the party who just absolutely dumps on your plans. Oh, Vision! He's such a methodical player. He likes to clear his corners diligently and patiently, but he pays the price. Getting up close and personal on that mid area now. Vigilance, hot seat. Oh boy, oh boy. There's an Odin in the corner of logs.
You
He
should
chooses to
run.
swing now, and with the lockdown on B, that's going to be rotates coming out. Willem getting aggressive. Is this the play? He hears them. The turret. They're going to spam. Whoa, hello? I don't think the turret even went off. Swayze is just giga-braining there as I think he heard the footsteps of him walking towards. So really good frag and Sussy now. 4 versus 3. They're going to get on site and, wow, in a really clean method.
Yep, super clean. That alone is what you really need to go ahead and close out these rounds. That's going to be the one thing to really rob these guys of something. It's to rob them of that reaction. It's Poppy's going to rob them of their lives. And Vigilance to go ahead and close out this round. That's going to rob them of a lead as well because just across the board, great shots from Sussy. They really find themselves, as you said earlier, in this snowball situation to keep going and going and going. And the longer Vigilance holds on to this operator, the bigger of a threat he's going to become over the course of the game.
Yo, I'm feeling that pick from Swayze. That bit of control there right out of B through that smoke and not even letting the turret do its deed before fragging is just a really nice way to get control, and it's kind of unexpected, right? You think you got it, you're just posting up, you're not maybe calling for too many rotates, and then all of a sudden you're out of the picture with a smoke bang, essentially. So 3-2 your scoreline. The finances and the weapons continue to build on the side of Sussy, and now throw a Blade Storm on top of that, and they're going to dash right on through into B. 3 members are towards that A site, so if they choose to commit, they got far less numbers to work through.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with this Blade Storm coming through, there's going to be a lot of kills to follow it up as Vigilance finds one. Not exactly enough from the rest of these guys. There's not too much follow-up, not too much of a response from the likes of Billionaire Club because only 3 of them are still standing and they got to get these rotations through. I think with the setup right now from Vigilance, shooting that dog, absolute animal abuse, and Ryu abuse to go ahead and back it up.
Vigilance, though, fearlessly getting aggressive. Here's one underneath Boathouse, and yeah, Poppy shanks that away from him, but they knew very well what was happening. And talk about team unity, Nick, right? They want to get on site. They chose to commit. They have the number advantage, only 2 members holding on B, and when they go for it, I mean, as a squad, you tend to be strong, and that's the way you want to play this descent map, right? Commit to a site, do it as a team, and you can only expect success, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's especially exactly how these maps work out. These other maps where you have so much kind of counterplay, you have so much like revolving doors essentially that has a feel of a map. Not physically, just more metaphorically, looking how everything pans out. You need to be a lot more aggressive. You need to be confident in yourself, and these maps reward those kinds of play. So we see right now the Worlds Divide going down for the likes of Sussy to go ahead and make this push through. And I gotta say, if they can make themselves onto the site, it's going to pay off astronomically.
Love that smoke from Vigilance too. Had he wanted to, he could have easily weaseled his way through that, and that's the thing, right? Shots aren't penetrable, but that utility sits right in the side of that Cosmic Divide, and as we hear in the voice cue, the wall has now dropped. So that bit of aggression on the B site gonna be kind of backed away from as Ryu picks up Swayze. And is he gonna fall away to tree? No, as he's kind of debating. You can see on the minimap, looking backwards, holding steady on his corner. So with the util now coming down, Poppy's setting the team up for success here. Hopefully they're going to get onto site. Smoke 1 is active onto tree room door. It is now closing. Vigilance, though, in the wings, is able to connect onto counterpart. Jet Swish now out of the picture. Ryu responds, and we're down to a 4v3. Nice change of pace, though. BC in a 4v3 scenario, as we said. Post plant, we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, just a lot of contention here, a lot of back and forth, and we got to find this Hunter's Fury to get at least 1 kill, but it's only going to find a little bit of intel. So, as there's a lot of answers trying to come through, and Vigilance going to find himself 1, knowing that this kind of is going to go down. It's going to really come down to utility and using the smoke to its fullest potential.
Another dart comes in. Drios lands that one onto poor old Ryu, and they're just, yeah, they can't do much. I mean, there's so much posted up at long. That smoke was basically dwindling away. And Sussy played it so patiently, not getting too picky whatsoever, trying to dash into smokes or anything funny like that. And they pick up their 5th, so healthy 5-round rally for them.
Yeah, I mean, just a great retaliation overall, just in the big scheme of things. Getting these 5 rounds, as you said, and making sure to get this comeback. I mean, it's really just an absolute repeat of what we saw in the last game, but I feel like Billionaires Club is a lot more open to kind of having some kind of retaliation, having that answer, having that gunplay to really back up that talk, back up that comeback if they really do get in these situations. I don't feel like they're going to be shut down to a 9-3. I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a stride here if they can find it, hit themselves towards that little bit of a 5-round goal themselves.
As we watch the attackers get situated in B main, the bomb is present, and they have nice pinch coming out of Pizza now. Unfortunately, that dart is not going to get blown away, and Sussy, with all the utility in the world, are going to get full control of site now. Space, here's Alir to his right. He's not blinded by it, but as soon as he turns around, surprise! There's a rain with a 1 and a 2. Willem responds. Drios gets his own pick of this round as well. The Blade Storm Swish coming out from the back end. Paranoia as well, so they have good control thus far, trying to make something happen. Ryu does that. Swayze gets a response, and it's all down to Swish. Blade Storm, Drios, your clutch master from Flu. Comes out of Sidewalk. Nicely done from him.
And it really just comes down to the small things here and there, and that right there was getting that bomb down, creating some kind of objective, creating an alternate avenue for Billionaires Club to go ahead and worry about during all that contention. You have all that chaos going on. You're not exactly sure what's going on. You want to go ahead and grab as many kills as possible, create your team to have that edge, and make sure to kind of diminish that chaos as much as possible, buff it out essentially. But I mean, when you have that all said and done, you have that bomb you still have to worry about. That's where you have the attackers really have that edge. Go ahead and say, all right, well, there's still that lingering factor you got to worry about. And I think right there, they capitalized on it perfectly.
Spike down B.
A 1-for-1 joust here back and forth in B main as Space gets taken out of the equation by Vision as Coburg, Willem posted up on B sidewalk. So they have presence, albeit the mid is out of the equation. You can see now as I speak, Ryu comes to occupy that position, expecting a bit of a B push. They've left Astra to lurk, so assuming Jet rotates through CT, all's going to be good if he goes back towards that B. But any other funny activity there, Astra's going to be ready to cut that rotate off as they're taking mid control, short control, and I don't think that Sussy has a B take in the agenda today.
Yeah, I think everything going through here, I mean, just great shots and a great rotation as well, as we're now looking at A being that more influential site that has a lot more kind of focus on right now, but there's not exactly enough weaponry to defend it in the hands of Billionaires Club. With these sheriffs, it's a super rough predicament, but we see so much influence that Cobra can actually find one. What? Oh! Hold up! Hold up! With the assist, he does find himself a 3rd, but it's not giving the credit to him. The Empress has to come out, and it's not enough, as Billy gets shut down with the Empress. What?
Coburg has clearly done at least 2 pages of homework in his time as he lines up some nice headshots, knows his pre-aim, and just really clean with that Sheriff, man. We talked about it in our previous match on Icebox, right? We were hoping for some slippery Sheriff rounds and what was a really tough back and forth between Sussy and MBG. And getting into this now, we see that come to be as Billionaires Club occupies that bit of success. And I mean, I'm happy to see it. Sitting on a timeout now, Ryu has called that from the defensive side, so an opportunity to rally and get the team together. Or, I mean, if depending on the situation, maybe just take a bite of your pizza. I don't know, just putting that out there. But we see with 30 to go, this is a bit of a turning point. It's nice to have 3 rounds early, Mick. Got to commend them on that. There's still 3 more potential to pick up. So, all in all, in terms of a semi-match, it's looking really healthy for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, Billionaires Club find themselves something right here to go ahead and follow up, get themselves a little bit more onto the board. I mean, it shows that they can actually win with rifles in their hands. And that's kind of a nice little reminder to know that you're not exactly locked out. You're just purely relying on those first 2 rounds, saying, okay, we got lucky with the pistols, and of course we're going to win the follow-up when we get this force. They want to have a little bit more of a rally throughout the game to say, okay, you know what? Once you put a rifle in our hand, we can actually win something. And especially with them going ahead and getting it with the slaying power purely off of that, rather than just sneaking a defuse, is super nice to see.
As we get back into it, live as can be, Nick, we're hoping for Billionaires Club to pick up this 1 round and run with it. Taking in their Jansport backpack. or their fanny pack, depending on what you like to sport in these days. I myself am a fanny pack kind of guy. Don't tell anybody I said that. But on the real though, Vigilance looking for opportunity. Swish holding the angle. Yes, sir. He catches one off guard, gets traded. I'll say time and time again, man, Sussy is so good at trading. Time in, time out. They're just there to back each other up as, my God, that Odin feels like it never stops firing through the paper mache walls of Ascent. 100 bullets of doom as the bomb is now shifting its way back towards A. The turret spots him. Coburg, look at this little situation. He just basically weasels out of the sight of Reyna.
There's got to be a follow-up onto the site. And Coburg, I'm loving the patience. I'm loving the patience here because there could be such a turnout here as long as he just collides in on this with Willem. But I think the slow, methodical approach, actually not engaging on that gate, is going to be somewhat of a hindrance, I'd say.
Poppy taps it. He gets away. As, yeah, that was the play, I think. He wanted to pull a bit of Willem's ultimate away, and he does just that as space comes out. Gets one, and we've taken Sky down. And this is unfortunate because Sky cannot self-heal. Flash coming out, gets the blind, so he knows there's one up close and personal in the cubby by now. Poppy, close proximity, he's blinded, he's swinging to the wall!
What? Hold up! No shot you in that blinded!
I mean, I guess you don't need to see. You know what he did? He looked away. Or he turned his monitor off. One of the two. He just said, you know what? It's cool, man. I'm just going to look away from my screen. It's good as not being blind. And he just connected with a 1-2 combo there. Ended up with a 3K. And I mean, that's clean. Poppy, just absolutely galactical, man. Looking really strong this game.
Yep. Great attempts from him. I mean, I'd say time in and time out, Poppy's always going to be the impact fragger. That's one thing I've seen from him just as a player, always being somewhere. And wherever he is, he's either scaring the opponent enough to really just force him into a rotate, essentially, to wait for that backup, or he's making plays like this with another Cosmic Divide just being thrown down immediately to go ahead and provide the rest of his team that shot.
The judge does such a good job at making space, and now
oh my God, stop him.
This is not the time to be doing any kind of falconry business, as you're just getting completely pushed by a shotgun to the forehead. Coburg comes out for one, can't respond, and this is it, man. This is the Sussy guys feeling good, out for redemption, and are leading thus far with a very nice 5-round gap. And as you hear the announcer too, this is it, last round of the first half here before we get ahead for the second Billionaires Club. I would say if they can get the fourth here, it would be setting themselves up for a good bit of success. And luckily, it's not going to go out without a bang. There are weapons on their side.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, no matter what happens here, Billionaires Club to go ahead and find themselves 3, that's really admirable here for the defensive side. That's super good. We see a lot of crazy comebacks with those 3 rounds. It really just comes down to winning those first couple. And I think being on the offense is going to have a lot of momentum to go into it, as long as you don't give Sussy too much to play off of right here on this last one.
Expect Vigilance to go in big here. The Lear comes out. We're going to expect potential dash and updraft here. Smoke one. That's the dash into sight. He goes fully, commits, sits in his smoke looking for opportunity, though. Vision gets it onto space nice and early, and they're on site, full control. And it looks like Billionaires Club is not interested in contesting early on.
Can't blame them. Great little shots here. Great contention. Great little just push from Sus to go ahead and try and really set things up. So this answer has to be damn near flawless, especially with one man standing, 2, albeit, and they're definitely giving it a shot.
They tried their best. The aggression coming out from the side of Sussy. They're so confident and composed here in this first half. We rounded off 9-3, Mick, and that's it. Moving ahead to half 2. We'll see if something gives up here for the side of Billionaires Club. They need a little bit of more slack on that leash here. A big battle and a lot of shoes to fill. I'm hoping for the best here.
Yep, I'm completely with you. I mean, I want this game to even as much as it can, and the 3-9 is usually where it starts, oddly enough. It's not a 6-6. It's not some kind of 10-2. It's usually 3-9s as we see a lot of the time. And as we're going to go back 2 rounds ago where we see space, where we see Poppy get this blinded double. There's the one as it's kind of diminishing there. So I'll say it's somewhat visible, but you're not really counting on those tiny frames. You can't exactly see within those 2, be able to have your brain register it that fast. I know he's better, but he's not God himself. So everything lining up here. Billionaires Club on their first round here on attack. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
Talk about attacking. Get a hold of wine. Eliminate that jet and vigilance. See what they can do with that pick. And yeah, this is it, man. Look at the composure, though, from the side of Billionaires Club. Exercising discipline at its finest. They get the pick, they fall away, take it easy, the bomb's nowhere near, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Take it easy. It's only a Wednesday, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, take it easy. I mean, there's some people who go to church tonight, and you guys are out here slaying like this. That's sinful.
Jeez. Look at this, though. Just calm, cool, collected.
Yup.
You know things are good when the casters are just kind of vegetating, waiting for something to unfold, and here it comes. Unfolding like a Chinese restaurant menu. Trios delivering the Kung Pao chicken. Poppy with the 1 and the 2 left, right jab, and just like that, before you can even say, please make the pain stop. Billionaires Club get the 1 from Coburg with a nice little connection, but hey, Trios yet again on the board with another. That's 10-3. The first to hit doubles. That's Sussy.
Yep, sussy indeed. Very suspicious of the game in itself to go ahead and grab that first round, and especially to know exactly when you're in this defensive setup. You don't usually win these, especially on those offensive rounds. So to go ahead and get this, the force to follow up the initial round over here on defense, set up possibly what could be an 11-3. This game could be spelled to an end here fairly quickly if Billionaires Club can't find something crazy to pull off.
Crazy's gonna have to be it, man. I mean, crazy enough to send him to a mental asylum potentially, because there is a 7-round delta here. Oh no, this is a one-way. Vision, you can't do that, man. I don't know what his he knew very well that was a one-way, completely unnecessary bit of aggression, and he paid the price. So, Billionaires get a cheeky early pick, and with the numbers in their favor, sorry, now it's gonna be the swing. What are we waiting for? Okay, finally Swish connects. That could have been done earlier. Now Poppy, the slap right on back, so we quickly get back to a 4v3. Still viable for the Sussy guys. We know they excel in these times.
Yeah, excel indeed, exactly what it comes down to, and you just have to excel in getting onto that site quick enough with that grenade being right there at your feet, dealing so much damage. And I feel like that's a great little answer there for Sussy to slow down the game. Have somewhat of a stall, especially with Drio's already over here with an Ares to know, get that call going off and allow themselves to get somewhat of a hold as long as they can pull that trigger quick enough to get one.
This is tough though for, I'm gonna say, Drio's tough scenario to be in, and as he gets completely clapped by Coburg. So 3v2, a lit KJ on the board here now. Swayze has the Spectre. There's a late Poppy coming in from the wings as well. So they're looking for a bit of a pinch out of CT and main, albeit everyone is kind of posted up in sight. And this is the play. Group up, stay cool, calm, collected, and let them walk into your crosshairs.
Great shots here. I mean, just what's going on now? This is definitely doable from Sussy, but the setup from Billionaires Club, as long as they can close this out in order, make sure to get every single shot and sways. I mean, having that duelist ideology on maps where they win all the time, I feel like he definitely knows what's up. And Poppy, being that impact player, he just has to grab the first as he does. Oh,
looking very good for Poppy. He had a nice bit of connection there. That sidewalk play, he played it so well. Patient, knowing he had to walk away and walk back, and that exposes the top of his forehead, but it's not enough to close out the other two posted up in sight. We'll say, though, Billionaires Club made the right play, though, getting on together and just sticking together as a pod.
Yeah, that's all you can really ask for when you're in those post-land situations. You just want to hold your angles, rely on your teammates, and just shoot your shots. I mean, that's all it comes down to. You can do the first two great, but if you don't make sure to land those shots, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. And we see right there, going ahead, winning out these rounds, Billionaires Club finding themselves a first, especially against a force that's kind of massive, because we were expecting 11-3, but we don't exactly see that yet, as Coburg finds himself the first of the round.
Good opening pick, and more from Coburg as he gets another to pick up even more space for this side of Billionaires Club. As they're going to get on site, Vigilance choosing to weasel his way under the door. Most definitely not the ideal play, as Ryu claps him in the forehead. And it's down now to Vision Villy, Reyna, and the Sheriff, and a dream against 5. Are we going to get the flawless, though, Mick? You betcha.
It looks like we are, man. That's alone. That's huge. That's exactly what you want to see here on this next round to really follow it up. And I feel like stuff like this really sets up a precedent for these next couple rounds when you're playing on this offense. So go ahead and get that flawless, get this bonus going through. And I feel like with those Spectres, having at least 2 rifles is definitely doable. But it really comes down to the order of initiation. Coburg, we've seen him be somewhat of a super aggressive Sentinel here, and that's kind of large and in charge, but you don't want him to get knocked out first. You don't want to get that rifle over. You don't want to lose that. You want to make sure if they die, they have the trade-off to where another teammate can pick that up if need be, and I don't feel like the setup is exactly there for him.
As much as KJ is very strong on the defense on early setup, for a post man, that KJ utility is critical. So his survival is pivotal, I think, to even clutching and having good, choke-offs blocked away, assuming they know where they're coming from. But all things said and done, the controller remains one of the most anchored and critical agents to champion on in Valorant. And we often lean on the KJs and the Cyphers to be the how can I say, the saving grace of your team, just that clutch bit of utility to stop pushes and
You should run.
halt the defense. And we'll see now, lockdown coming out. Vision knows exactly what's up, destroys the nano swarm as Coburg is stuck.
Yep. Great little lockdown here. Awesome from Killjoy to go ahead and get that lockdown. Make sure to shove everybody out of that site. Give yourself a free plant. Make the most of that utility. But what's huge right here is Swish. This counterplay going through. The flank, the single, not grabbing the double as Trios, just grab himself. The retaliation, the reflex is there to get the answer, but that could have been absolutely massive. It still had its little bit of influence, so there's still some glory there to be playing with.
I wish Swish was a bit more patient. He was kind of looking at two backs and he went for the one.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a walk flank would have been nicer because they looked and turned away and he saw that too. But getting into the tail end of this retake now, in the 3v2 on the post, Billionaires Club have the number advantage. We're going to see if Astra can not today. So Poppy can't get any kind of traction. And the tip of Drios' massive Odin is the first thing to show as he walks out. Coburg, 3K looking strong, and he's going to pick it up, take us forward for the bounce back. And yeah, man, all things said and done, Mick, it's looking very strong from the side of Billionaires Club. And on the opposing end, Sussy, Money, not looking the sharpest in the books.
Yeah, it's really not. And that alone, I mean, sets Billionaires Club fairly well for these next couple rounds. That's at least 2 more, I would say, unless Sussy can just manage something absolutely crazy. I mean, it's definitely not impossible with these Sheriffs, but I mean, the half armor, that's one thing that's concerning in itself. These short angles, you don't get those one-shot opportunities with the Sheriff. You have to go ahead and grab 2 if you're going to be playing at these angles, and especially up against the likes of Vandals right now, that's a super rough predicament to be put into.
This is massive, though, for the side of Sussy. If they can pick up this eco round, it's going to be detrimental. They get a bit of the kit out of the way from the side of KJ. The drone leads it in, and the Omen Smokes do a great job at blocking off CT and Marketplace, the door to close on top of it. So with this full control, counter drone on its way through. Willem sends one shock dart, doesn't do much out of it. And now with the plant, this is it, man. This is as juicy as it gets. 5 versus 5 on a retake, getting down to an eco round. Let's see how it unfolds.
It's got to unfold one way or the other at the end of the day. It really just comes down to who hits these shots. And nobody dead just yet is actually surprising enough in itself because Sways is super low and Swish is trying to take those shots, but he's actually getting hit himself. That's a lot of answers are coming through right now.
Swish continuing to answer, like you said, Mick, in a 4v2 now. Sussy just slowly surrendering the site one after another, and Swish is a pivotal part of that equation. And with the help of space, and that's a 4-man success for the side of Billionaires Club. They pick up the 7th and are closing this gap really nicely on this attacker side.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that right there, plays like that, rounds to continue and follow up with. We see Sus. I'm actually super confused on this buy, I want to say. That was a great little round right there for how much they held and how much they kind of made a stop, but Billionaires Club, they're sitting super peachy right now. They have plenty of money to play with. They have a lot of follow-ups. So many guys survived that last round, so they didn't need to buy. But Sussy just going ahead and forcing so much. Look at this. They could have waited one more round. They could have had a little bit of a, I would say, a safety net in the next one, as long as they just saved one more round. But opting for this half buy in itself is super odd, but Vision really may be able to make the opening pick right there to go ahead and make it work.
This is one of those times where, you know, it's like first at the cafeteria to call the emergency meeting, right? Sussy are just desperate for rounds now. They've had a hard time getting any kind of traction on this defensive side. They're slowly falling away. It's, you know, one kill after another. And despite the round table meetings, they just can't find any sort of retaliation so far. And the board shows it yet again. Billionaires Club is slowly bouncing back. They've lost a member, but they do have the Jet Blazestorm available. And good presence on A, and this is going to be big. Keep your eyes on short here because that presence from the side of Jet is going to be pivotal to pinch onto Tree Room here and gain control.
Yep, it's going to be absolutely massive, but also the counterplay that's going to come through, the flank that's going to come through the middle of the map, if that can be the follow-up. But we can see so many frags going on right here on the site with Willem being the start and just Absolute
Spike down
frags
A.
coming out from the side of Billionaires Club as we find ourselves finishing off in a 2v2 with not enough
standing.
influence on the site yet as Ryu finds himself one. Oh my god, what the
Trios definitely doing. Oh, this is the one.
Hold
This is
up,
the one we wanted
hold
to see.
up.
Yes, way to read it like a book. Willem with the 3K. And that's it. Drios had a plan. He definitely knew how to line up the double shock darts, but my goodness, that counter ultimate, he just hit that alt button so quick because he knew exactly where to aim.
I love it. I love that kind of stuff. You know, see, that's what we could have seen on Haven, 2 rounds ago. When you know that you have that coming out, that's the only time you really want to whip out that Sova ult for no other reason. If you don't hear that bomb going out and know you have yourself a guaranteed kill, at least sit there and whip out your ultimate to go ahead and retaliate to some extent, because you can at least trace a line. We've all been to kindergarten at one point or another, so we can at least do that much. So I say get the follow-up, see if you can find yourself insanity, get some red on blue action, some absolute Tron, but with giant lasers.
I mean, speak for yourself. I didn't go to kindergarten. That's why I'm here casting Valor. Wait, what? I'm just kidding. But I can draw lines, and it seems like these two teams can as well. Vigilance, what? He just goes in and goes out like it's no one's business. The pick and roll. Body blocking his way to victory. Gets a nice opening connection there onto the side of Billionaires Club. Alas, Sussy looking a little bit more alive. We'll see what Jack can do. No, Ryu always seems to be the prick in the rear, opening up another pick, jumping into the leer. Not the best play in the books as Sway responds back onto Swish, down to just 2 members of BC now. Space continuing the space creation himself. Drios redemption? I think so.
Yeah, this is it's interesting to say the least.
Coburg and more Coburg. He's got a peek though. He's got a peek. It's
Oh my
hot.
god! And with the Marshall kill too, insult to injury to close out a round and get Sussy their 11th. That's what they needed. As crazy as it sounds and as scrappy as it looked, that alone is really what Sussy needed to get themselves back onto the field, because it hasn't exactly been pretty up to this point on this entire half. As we see, it is a 5-2 ratio in favor of Billionaires Club to give themselves this one hell of a matchup to really catch this up. But I mean, whatever works, dude. I mean, hell, what else can you ask for?
That just burns. I don't think the comms were there to communicate that the half was taken, right? It's
Yeah.
That's not the way to go out for Billionaires Club, especially on that round. We're now teetering 2 away from victory for the side of Sussy. Had that half call been made, I'm sure they would have swung faster. But you know what? I don't think it matters. Swish has already put that round behind him, as I think we should too, Mick, and look forward ahead, because we're really just a 3-round gap to close, and plenty of opportunity. The drone choosing to go left, the Nano Swarm choosing to go straight to clear off wine, optimize the utility timing available for that. And with a bit of a quick intel scope on A, it seems like the horns have been, how can I say, sound, as everyone's now running right on over to A long, ready to execute. Oh no, Drios though. Oh, here we go. Odin goes burn about 2 seconds.
Okay, a little bit of damage, but not really enough to make a super impact just yet, as Sussy still finds himself onto this site, but not too much of a retaliation just yet. Oh, this is insane. Oh, with the double? Oh no!
They destroy one of them. The defender is still taken away respectfully. Vigilance hears footsteps, sidesteps it, but Space is just crouching and praying with that Phantom. Ryu yet again on the board. He's been a pivotal player in this matchup now, swinging vision.
Oh my god.
Billy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed.
Odin go brr, baby. That's
Dude. Just beautiful. So much patience, so much finesse from the side of Sussy, and honestly speaking, it seems like Drios always has some sort of funny trick in his back pocket, right? Plays it differently every round, so adaptable, so patient, and that in itself, his survival, pivotal. And couple that with the side of Vision Villy, who's just been a critical player in not only the previous matchup, but this is the beauty, Mick, right? We get to follow a storyline through, and we always have something to look back on, and it really sets us up for what is looking to be a great trio of matches, or off to the grands if Sussy can close this one off.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, just regardless of that, I don't even feel like it. Oh, okay, and then you know what? We're just gonna disregard that last round and come right to the disrespect of his trios, continuing and grabbing that wallbang shot and possibly able to find the second on the
enemy
Brave.
remaining.
Oh no!
Spike down B. Cutting their vision.
And with the back and the forth, an Omen teleport, which gets absolutely annihilated. Didn't even bother canceling it, it seems. We're just waiting on one, and you can count on Vision, as that was his third kill, and GG's across the board. Great sportsmanship from these two teams to round it off. Proceeding ahead, Sussy gonna take the throne and take us off to the Grands.
Yeah, I mean, that was odd. I'll give it to them. I mean, obviously, Sussy, they had themselves a great starting half. They do great on that offense, and they do an outstanding job. But they had a little bit of stall there. And I feel like, as we saw again, once I kind of refer back to that, as scrappy as it was, as kind of thrown together and as not as pretty as you really wanted it to be, still find themselves another round on the board. That was enough momentum right there to say, all right, we can go ahead and put a stop to this econ. Their win streak out the window. Their whole entire just rounds that they've gotten back to back to back to back, throw that away too. We're going to go ahead and win these next couple. And with that Odin go brrr mentality, it does enough to really close out the game.
And honestly, I had a bit of a shank go right through my heart there with that diffuse round. That was the tipping point, right? That hit, you weren't able to really pick up the momentum after, and it just felt like, you know, you dropped the 50-piece puzzle on the floor and you're just trying to scramble to get it together with 3 rounds left to go. It's tough, man, and it's kind of demoralizing in a way too. All things said and done, though, I will congratulate both these teams for getting this far. Sussy, of course, advances ahead, and a big shout out to the counter team for doing the best that they could do, and they put up a great battle. It was a commendable one, a lot of back and forth action that I'm going to remember for a long time to come, and new faces that I'm going to go ahead and take forward. So congratulations to them for taking their way and proceeding to semis. But you know what comes next, Mick? We're going to be going off to the good old Grands. So we're going to be stepping away, giving the seat up to 2 beautiful faces. Seymour and Vince are going to be coming back to take you guys through this best of 3 in GLG fashion. I have to say thank you to Mick. Thank you to production for keeping it real. And as always, guys, don't forget there is more to come. I'm sure the 2 boys after are going to be plugging it right away. But as you know, the Premier Series Invitational, 28th and 29th, $10,000 prize pot, 32 teams. Don't miss it. It's going to be here. If you haven't already, be sure to follow the socials. And the GLG Country Club membership is still on the board. It's a great thing to have, considering these invitationals are coming up, Mick. $10, one of your teammates needs to hold it, and only one of you, and it gets you priority access into Pit of Valors and even a spot in paid events. So look into that. You can see it on our socials if you have not already checked it out. And I think it's, of course, important to thank NXG for keeping it real with $100 on the table today.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, these guys, they even did this last week. So, I mean, just to follow what they got going through, absolutely here to support GLG. Love the absolute stew out of them, what they bring to the table. And on top of that, they also bring a team here to compete as well. So they're giving you, you know, they're giving you a show and a meal, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, everything they bring to the table, great guys over there. Great to sit there and be supporting us over here on GLG to keep things running smoothly. And also bring a better show and a better little kind of prize pool to really be competing for all you beautiful people in the audience. So with that, speaking about a prize pool, talking about all this money and stuff, I mean, Billionaires Club, I hate to see it, they're out, but let's see what Sussy can really bring when we get to these grand finals here in a little bit after this break, when you get brought 2 new casters here on the desk here at GLG. Catch you here in a sec.
Guide me through the dark. Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm home, losing sight. Carry me home through the night.
Invincible.
top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, yo, we'll see. Yeah, you don't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making runs every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going and going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like. midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out.
is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. But kiss me now, and I'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
It is time to pick a champion. 2 teams remaining. Pit of Valor 54 has come to a close. Well, shortly, not just yet. We got grand finals right now. Curry and friends against Sussy. Now, if you're asking me how this is going to go, well, we saw Curry and friends take down Nightblood earlier. We saw Sussy just make it to the grand finals. And honestly, if I'm looking at Sussy, I want a little bit of revenge from last week because you make it to the grand finals, you win map 1, and they get reverse swept. That's a little bit of an uh-oh, if you ask me. But my name's Seymour, alongside me, Vincent. We're going to be bringing you through this ride, and it's going to be a great one. Jam-packed, a lot of fun times for everybody. Vincent, I'm hyped for it. How you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling great, and honestly, I'm loving that Sussy has, yeah, they may have gone reverse swept a little bit, but hey, two grand finals in a row. That ain't too shabby. We gotta give credit where it's due here, Seymour. We aren't all crazy, all negative on this. And Curry and friends, though, this is a weird mixed roster. Okay, so they in general, it's like 10 players though, so that are on the roster. So like I'm saying they very generally, as in the name of this roster, has played in a bunch of like Sunday showdowns. As a pug team, they've done okay, usually make it out of groups. But the big player here, Bears, for me, Oodle Loopers, last round save at one point was on MMG even. So that is the player that I'm definitely on the lookout for this Curry and friends roster, alongside Drios, who I'm assuming is playing because there's only 5 rostered players. But hey, we already are going to be heading into map number 1, which is going to be Icebox. The agent selection just about getting underway, but boy, am I ready for anything. And well, I was going to say I expect some Vipers, and Timur, we've already been given some Vipers.
It's just me. It's a little cold in here. I mean, Icebox, it gets chilly sometimes. And you know what? These players, I know they're ice cold, ready for the win. So this is a great place to start. You saw the maps we have. Icebox buying, I'm pretty sure it was Ascent for the last one. Pretty standard 3 maps alongside us. I think Icebox is the more kind of out the whack sort. But even so, we see it a lot. Nothing to kind of highlight that's crazy in this agent select. I mean, you do have the Reyna versus the Raze, which is going to be interesting to see because the Raze does have a lot more punch to the entry rather than the Reyna, who's more so just looking to fish for a kill and base your entries off of the ability or off your abilities. So seeing how Sways can form around that one. But Sussy, I like this lineup. I like what they have going on. I prefer the Reyna over the Raze to a fact because that Reyna can do a lot of damage with the Empress.
I am 100% on board with you, Seymour. You make a great point, and I'm with you on 100% because
not to mention the showstoppers we saw earlier.
No, well, those are to be unnamed. Okay, they are just going to go into the history books of a Pit of Valor. We're going to forget them, but yeah, no, I think the Reyna gives you a lot more options. But right now, the Reyna, he's not got any options. He's got to run away. He's 27 HP.
Headshot galore, vigilance. Can he find another one? Sheriff in round 1 packs quite the punch. The wall to get a safe plant coming in. This retake now on board, but Vision, he's going to drop to Summer. The collapse. Magic's going to find another one, and this is falling apart for Sussy at the seam. Battle Sage in full motion, but not going to find that last kill. A really good round from Curry and friends. What a way to start that one off.
Did you see that right-click range from Magic on that second kill? Outrageous things happening. Beyond that, though, I want to mention that it was a really solid start there from Vigilance, really making space, making things work well for the team, and then the backup simply never arrived. So it seems a little bit odd to me, but Curry and friends with a great start. They pick up that first round, and you can see that Sussy, they sort of half invested one player, but everyone else saved.
Bye-bye. That's Barn with the Marshall to crack this one right open. Now, Vishavili, what can you do with the classic? Not a whole lot. Oh, she scratched that. Maybe you can do a little bit of a lot. You see this take, this pressure that Curry and friends are applying to the wound of Sussy just keeps on making this even deeper and deeper of a round for them. Looking for the plant now, Summer. Or maybe not with this player advantage of 1. Oh, but they line up. Desperado puts the last one through. Vision Billy to fall, and that's 2 rounds.
You know, it was a pretty solid eco there for Sussy, considering they got those couple of kills. And in fact, realistically, you know, in the 2v3, 2 players really low. They could have found even more, but they don't just yet, as it is going to be the full gun round for Sussy. They take advantage. And this is the bonus as well. So Curry and friends more than likely going to lose this, especially with 2 sheriffs, 1 Spectre, and 1 Marshal to follow up that singular Vandal to help out. But regardless of how it comes out, any damage is good damage on a round like this one for Curry and friends.
Well, here we go, rocking the rifles. Can Bond find another opening with this Marshal? Doesn't seem like Sways wants to give a whole lot to him. Good for this fast take here. Plenty of ice in the box right now. Spice going down with the safe plant. Sways looking for the entry through the hole in the wall. Vigilance to lead the way. The player's collapsing right into there, and the rifles are paying off. That's a safe defuse, and this should be a Sussy round. No way that they stop this defuse.
Yeah, and I talked about every kill being a crucial one. Well, they got none. 0. Nada. Nothing. Curry and friends go dry. And, well, Sussy with a nice victory as well, making this, you know, this gun round a crucial one, because the economic damage did not come through against Sussy in the prior round. And so if Curry and friends don't pick this one up, they really are setting Sussy up for a nice little little 1-2 punch there on the economy game, where they're gonna have cash for days and nobody really could do a dang thing about it.
Nope, another fast take from Curry and friends. This time Bond with an op. Big fan of the skin, by the way. Sentinel's light. Oh, off screen, Sways. First blood. They are even right now. Desperado finds Sways on the exit. Can you take down Poppy too? That'll give you the sight, and that's it. Desperado puts down Poppy, and Magic finds another one. So Sussy's down to 1. It's Vision Villy all alone. If you get this kill on the Magic, maybe, just maybe, you can bring this one in. 1v3, battle stage, engage. It's gonna be a tough task. It's gonna be a tough ask for Vision Villy. Can he find another one? He can! Summer loses a head. A little bit troublesome when you're trying to win the round. 2v1 now.
Well, Desperado is ready and waiting with the snake bites, and that's an unfortunate timing. Bond, I mean, that little jump peek is kind of dangerous for Bond, but that's exactly what he was looking for, like that sort of timing. And
danger.
So, yeah, and that's kind of what he expected. He was like, well, you got to go one direction. If you catch me out by walking like back the other way towards CT spawn, you know, fair enough. But otherwise, I'm just going to win. And well, he guessing correctly. And that puts Sussy's economy into the dip. That said, it's not so far down that they can't buy back in. And look at Vigilance, that ready on the ultimate Blade Storm. Going to be coming out very, very shortly.
Unavoidable.
Oh, Vigilance. Right down and dirty, but on the exit, Curry's gonna catch him. You are gonna leave us even on the draw. Getting onto the side's gonna be a tough one. We got Sways in the back line, locks down Bond. Here comes the Viper Spit to open this one up, give you a planting object. But Vision Villy through the smoke takes down Desperado. Say goodbye to the pit and goodbye to the round now. As Summer, last one to fall. Trios to put this one away. 2 to 3. Just keeps on going up for Sussy. Doing a great job.
Very, very nice indeed. And, you know, it kind of a little bit surprising, I would say, that Sussy able to pull that back, but it's all onto that frag through the pit that takes Desperado down, really turns the tide, catches everyone out in the open, and makes life miserable for Curry and friends. And, well, speaking of life and it being a little bit less than ideal, you got Sheriffs this round for Curry and friends, but look at this, Showstopper available in a res should you need it.
Get out of my way!
Vigilance running to the hills right now, calling for a little bit of help. And he's gonna take a long, wide angle into this, but the Viper wall is... Who needs to see anyways? That Viper's wall It can't hurt you. Updraft into the Blade Storm, but Trios to win the duel. And that Korean friends, it just stopped. They are stalled out and they don't know what to do. They're really trapped at the moment. With the utility that you don't really want to be working with. Trios walks right in, locks down Summer, headshots galore between Trios and Desperado. Is now all alone. Viper with the Sheriff, but not able to lay down the law. 3-3, we go even after 6 rounds. And now you're looking at these two teams, Vincent. And after you see a little bit of what each team has to offer, what's really kind of standing out to you?
Well, number one, it's sussy how well they're doing on these anti-ecos. If there's ever, a not ideal purchase, sussy's winning it, and it's near flawless. Like, they only lose one player before. They lost no players in the bonus round.
Yeah.
And that's massive. That's kept their economy very healthy here in a 3-3 score line. And, well, showstopper coming out already.
Nope. No, it's not. We're casting. There is no showstoppers. They don't exist.
Show's over.
Exactly. Show's over. Here comes the res, but not for long. As Poppy and Sways are keeping the numbers in favor of Sussy. Hunter's Fury. A long bomb into the site. It actually catches Magic with no sight. Empress into the site, and another defending round for Sussy. They take the lead. After a slow start, they're warming up here in the grand finals.
Man, it's just not the night for showstoppers. That is for sure. Oh, but regardless, lots of investment there, you have to say. Sussy kind of using a bit of everything. The Hunter's Fury, the Empress, the Blaze Storm a little bit ago. But it was a nice shutdown on that showstopper, as we were talking about. And there is only that Hunter's Fury ready for Curry and friends. So they don't have everything that they could want. And even worse, they're really stuck onto a full house of a buy. 2 Marshals, 3 Sheriffs, and 1 missed shot from Vigilance.
1 missed shot. And the exit, though. So he's going to get another chance at this. Has to back up from the stage as well. Are they going to walk right out to him? Line it up for him. Oh no, Bond makes it a little bit difficult. You gotta aim for that one, bud. Vigilance not able to shut down the attack just yet. Curry and friends, they get onto the site and they take a kill too. Poppy's down, but here comes Sussy. 3 to retaliate, make it 4. All alone's gonna be Curry, a Marshall.
I have the spike.
And the spike. He's got the Hunter's Fury, 2 shock darts, and the Owl Drone, so plenty of utility to work with. But not the gun of choice, I'd imagine. Trios lines up. And now things are interesting.
I think you res. And that's what they're going to do. Vision goes all the way back to get Sways back into the game.
What's better, Marshall or the Op? Let's take this. Oh,
well,
no,
I think you found out.
The Phantom. The Phantom's better.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Vigilance is ready for this. As soon as Curry walks out, Vigilance actually misses another chance now. And Vigilance not going to miss twice in that situation. Goes back for the duel and wins the round 5-3.
Bit questionable on that repeat, I have to say there, Vigilance.
Yeah.
But, good news is that, he missed the shot, did your opponent, so it's okay. So Sussy 5-3, like you said, they've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds and 5 out of the last 6. So a really strong answer to the pistol round and the follow-up that Curry and friends put on the board. That was just an eco, an inexpensive eco, might I add.
Yes,
and
it was.
The Viper's pick comes out in A, whilst mid seems to be the place of choice here for Curry and friends at the moment.
So expensive. You got the res out. Magic versus Vision. Oh, does he spot him? Oh, he barely did, and I thought he hit the headshot, but nope. Not just yet. Oh, this is going to be a dangerous shock dart. So dangerous that Vigilance is going to find Summer. And here we go. The chokehold of Sussy. Look to slam down onto their enemy. Vigilance finds another one with this operator. So dangerous. Don't do it to him.
What a
Bond,
read.
be careful. Bond's you gotta be careful here because you know that he's got friends too. Vigilance swaps to the Sheriff. Who needs it when you got the mini op in hands? The chase is on. Curry again. All the way in the back. Has a Vandal this time and is able to take down Poppy, but the teammates come in. The reinforcements are here, and Sussy a 3-round advantage.
I felt like Sussy just kind of took duels and won them all right there, didn't they? Like,
they did.
You saw it in the tube there. what a great read as well by Vigilance, the game sense, knowing that there was a player coming from the other direction. And not only that, but hits the shot with the Sheriff just to follow it up. Curry and friends seem to be floundering just a little bit here in the latter stages of half number 1. 3 rounds left, and it's certainly a guaranteed 6 for Sussy, maybe more, as they head into yet another partial bye.
You know, there's nothing too fancy yet in this grand final. I mean, no crazy strats, no grueling rounds. It's just, I feel like Sussy, they understand that, or they feel like they're the better team, and they're just taking every gunfight that they can ask for. And now Sways can play spoiler here. With the help of Trios, they're going to find Summer. And you find the Jet, who actually snuck through its Bond. Gets it behind, does take down Sways, but it's going to cost with the life. Trios is running through Curry and friends right now, putting them in the blender, and again, Curry alone, all the way on the other side. I think he missed the memo that it was an A hit, but I mean, that's for another round.
Curry has no friends anymore.
No.
They're all dead, unfortunately. And yeah, I do think he might have missed that memo, but he doesn't even have the spike. Yeah, I don't know what the plan was. I thought maybe he was like trying for a spike plan or something, but
no, not even that.
Just didn't work out. Whatever the plan was, it didn't work. Talk about threading the needle.
That's the op down, but now you have to get through the crossfire. And Curry, you're just not that guy. Sorry, pal.
Why you gotta do him like that? Oh, man. Unfortunately, Curry, not that guy for now, but maybe he could become that guy later on.
A good streak for Sussy right now. 6 in a row.
Yeah. It's huge.
I'd like to see Curry and friends take a more, I guess, dynamic attack into this. It's been quite flat so far, you know, not a whole lot of utility getting Sussy uncomfortable. Yeah.
You're right. It absolutely has been. This is a crucial gun round. A round in which, you know, really kind of determines, at least for Curry and friends, the economic situation for the rest of the game. Because if you lose here, you're basically onto a half buy, you know, forced buy scenario. Sussy's gonna have money no matter how it works in this one.
Curry's already at 60 HP off the start, taking quite a lot of damage. You can see their Sage as well, forced to use the heal early into it. As it's a slow B take, but it's a B take. But take a look at your mini map. Bonds walk through mid. Bond finds Vision Villy, and that's gonna be numbers now to Sussy. As Poppy's gonna fall as well. A little bit over aggressive there, but Spike should go down. Bond, oh, you should have hit that. Because if you miss, Sways is gonna make you pay. That's 3 down in retaliation. 3 take looking real good. Sways again, Curry. Why are you peeking that? Oh no.
He had the Hunter's Fury too, Seymour.
Oh, Desperado looking to do the deed, but just too many people. Yeah, it's just such a misplay. You got Hunter's Fury. I'm sure you had shock darts.
Round in the half.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it. That is a boneheaded mistake there by Curry and friends. I mean, Curry knows that's a bad swing, knows it for sure, and committed it anyway. Was maybe looking to trade someone, I guess. I just don't know the reasoning, but regardless, it really does make it difficult. And I also am not sure why you don't use the Viper Spit there. That would have been a perfect scenario to use it, and they just kind of let it go by the wayside.
Blade Storm off target. Vigilance peeks in for seconds, and the bite is huge.
How's he getting away with those swings, man?
Right? I mean, this is literally Sussy's game to lose right now, it feels. Desperado finds Vigilance, dropped down to 5 HP, so quite costly in that one, but it's a good opportunity now to get out if you're Desperado. Hunter's Fury gonna be pulled out. Desperado running for their life. Dreos literally hunts him down and puts Curry in a situation that is quite unfavorable. 1v3, you have all your utility now, and this is the last round of the half, so make it count. As he's making quite the ruckus to get in there. Everybody peeks into him, and it's gonna be Sways to find the kill. Curry and friends down 9-3 at halftime, as they are struggling to get anything going here.
Yeah, I mean everything kind of just feeling off for me on the Korean friend side. The ultimate's not connecting. The communication also seems a little bit stunted. Like especially if you're in that scenario, right? 2v3. It's not great, but it's very winnable. You have a Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury. Like use one of those to gain an advantage, right? That seems like thing number one that you should do. But instead, you aren't even able to use either of them. And, the kind of the same thing happened on the round before where Curry just swings for no reason. Or at least it seems to be no reason. And so it's mistakes like that have put Sussy not only in the map, but far ahead.
This round's underway. Vigilance taking quite a hefty amount of damage. Trying to find something through mid. So it looks like the Spike's gonna be rotating for a quick A hit here. Sway's leading the charge. Summer is gonna have quite the wake-up call when you turn this corner. Poppy waiting for him. And here you go, right into it. Right click's gonna miss. Vigilance finds that one. That Spike gonna go down and a little bit extra too. Curry to fall. Oh, Sasia looks so good right now. They're looking for double digits. Bond, what can you do with that? Not a whole lot. The shots are gonna miss. Working on a flawless now. Vigilance literally hunting.
Wow.
For the last
so
one.
embarrassing.
As they're picking up Curry and friends, and they are feasting.
Yeah, there's no famines here. It's hunting season, and I guess they're hunting Curry and friends because it is absolutely one-sided, this affair. And beyond that, Sussy, they just, especially in that pistol round, man, they just look like they're playing deathmatch out here. And I hate to put that on anybody.
But it does.
But it really did look like that. I mean, it was dashing forward in that manner is such a ridiculous play. And yeah, it's like 5v1 or whatever it was. So like I understand, but it worked.
It's almost like a matter of disrespect, when you're just able to do that in the grand finals. Let's look at this. Look at the confidence behind Vigilance. He has no worry in the world at what Curry and friends have in line for him. He's just running in there and got it.
Sways as well. I mean, yeah, this is technically an eco, but they force fly here.
They did. 11 rounds.
It wasn't the best force buy, sure, I'll give you that, but yeah, no, this is pretty disgusting. I think I need to step back, get in the washroom and shower off after this one.
I think I needed Will to go show those two guys in a hazmat suit on Icebox. Again, they looked like they were vibing.
True.
Shout out Will, our observer. Look at these wonderful, wonderful pan views. Oh, is he doing it?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
he's keeping up the crate.
We can see him. Oh, we almost got to see him. They're my favorite. They're vibing.
One more. I'm sure.
They're literally chilling. They're literally chilling.
Why does that work from that distance?
I don't know.
How? Riot, please. Look at this and tell me that's reasonable.
Bond, hello? There we go. Shots are there. A little bit shaky. It's tough at that, but now Magic's on the other side looking to get the pinch going. As you see Sussy, they're just looking to put all their aggression in there, and here comes flying on through. It's gonna be Summer, and Summer falls. So many anticlimactic pushes out of Curry and friends right now.
One enemy remaining.
And look, Vision Billy, he's just gonna block off that rotator. Magic can't do a whole lot now. You're gonna have to rotate all the way around, and you lost all your friends. So
yeah. This story is simply a story of sadness. It feels. Magic also friendless, as is Curry, apparently.
Yeah.
From earlier on. And here we go. Now we can go on a little journey.
Oh, come on. He can 1v3 clutch.
Can he really? With just a sheriff? I feel like that's probably not going to happen. Also, he's an A, so it's fine.
Every single time I see these guys, I just think, two bros chilling on Icebox, 2 feet apart for body warmth.
There you go.
Ooh,
I was
Magic.
wondering where we were going. Magic is actually trying to die. Now that's too good. Oh, that's tragic right here.
I added O to the start of his name. He needs oof. Oh, no.
Point.
You couldn't even kill yourself correctly.
Well, in the video game.
In the video game. Thank you. You've saved my life there. The old allegedly and in the video game trick. Yep. Curry and friends. Well, I'd hesitate to say that the comms over there are probably not all that friendly at the moment.
Everybody's vibing on Icebox.
Well, down 9 rounds, I'd say less so. As Sussy looking to shut this up.
I've seen crazier things. Vigilance takes down Magic, but Bond's here to strike. Finds 2 into the back line. Vigilance keeping it going. It's a battle of jets right now. Anime battle. Vigilance pops the knives. Bond's keeping it going. It's Jet v Jet, and Vigilance is going to take it. Oh my word. With Bond off the table, we got a 2-on-2. Spike gets recovered, and Curry gets all the information, feeding it to Desperado. The Bulldogs hitting the strike. The Bladestorm's going to even it up, working for the Aces. Vigilance, can he close it out with a bang? Well, it's really up to Curry in this sense. He's got a Sheriff, all his utility, and a chance to spoil the fun.
Oh, well, you said it was an anime. Well, it's the main character, Curry, versus the big boss, Vigilance, and his Bladestorm ultimate. Well, absolutely difficult to find, and he's got an Odin.
It's Curry and friends, but he didn't bring the friends. And it's Vigilance. You know? Odin versus Bladestorm, and the Bladestorm gets an ace for Vigilance. He closes it out with a bang.
Sauna time.
5 in the last round, 13-3, as one-sided as you can ask for on Icebox. And this revenge tour that I'm seeing from Sussy, it's mean. Yeah, it's a killing machine.
It's definitely those two things combined. Absolutely dominant is another. And I have a question for you, though, Seymour, slightly unrelated to the game here. What exactly have you seen that's a better comeback than 12-3? I'm just curious.
You put me on the spot.
Because you said you've seen better. I really want to know. Anyway, I'll let you think about it. You got a minute or so.
I'm sure I've seen something that's a bigger comeback than that.
Okay. All right. I'll let you think about it. I definitely want to know.
Well, even coming from the Call of Duty community, I mean, when you have like Search and Destroy or something that you're coming from, you see where you'll see 6 rounds in a row being down by 5. You know, you come back, full reverse sweep. Crazy things happen. Okay. Crazy things happen. But I mean, when you're looking at a game like this, I'd say it'd be a little bit crazy. I mean, to turn up the way they did, I mean, Sussy came out for blood. Like I said, they're a lean, mean killing machine on a revenge tour to win the grand finals. They got reverse swept last week. Icebox is where they take the map 1 again. But really wondering what we're going to see on Ascent and Bind, Vincent, because I haven't really seen a whole lot from Curry and friends in that for map number 1. So map number 2, we need to see a full wipe of whatever the strat was in map 1, and they need to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, the good news for Curry is that wasn't their map pick. That was not at all their map pick.
No.
And Ascent is, which means that, they have a good opportunity here, Colin, to make at least some sort of comeback. Now, will we be going map 3? I have no idea. I genuinely can't say one way or another. But I think there's a decent opportunity that this next map is going to be a lot more competitive over the course of time here than we just saw, because that was not the best Curry and friends have to offer.
Oh, no.
That just wasn't. And beyond that, man, Vigilance had an incredible game. An incredible game. The man was peaking Bladestorms with an operator multiple times and just winning duels anyway. I love it. It's just magical.
Well, it looks like these teams are ready for Ascent, though. And we didn't see a lot from them, but this being their map pick. Wow. Good one. What do you want to see they change? I don't know. Like, the team composition, it looked great. Nothing really kind of swayed my mind for the team composition to kind of keep Curry and friends out of that. I feel like they didn't really have a plan on Icebox when that is. So when you're looking at Ascent, when you're playing off of these team compositions that you see, what do you need to change?
Yeah, I don't think that the comp is the problem like you're talking about, right?
No.
You're definitely on the right track there. What I do think was a problem, trading, that for one.
Yes.
I thought that the entries were a bit timid at best. You need to get a bit more aggressive. You need to play like you're going to win. There was a lot, especially later on. Curry were playing scared as hell. They were like, just run away.
Yeah, they were.
Get out of there. We don't want to throw this away. But we are headed into Ascent now, and it's going to have to be some of that, more aggressive play on top of better utilization of their utility that could put the likes of Curry and friends above Sussy. But right now, Sussy looking truly indomitable here as the agent selection goes underway.
Agent picks, you're talking about, well, earlier we were talking about on Ascent, the Astra versus Omen picks, which is the better. I like Astra a lot better, personally. I think Astra has a lot to offer, and I like that I'm seeing Astra here. I mean, Omen's good and all, but I'm just more of a fan of Astra for this map. So I like that I'm seeing her out.
I think especially on Ascent, the argument for Astra is very, very strong. I think it's strong on all maps in all honesty, but here even more so because the areas that you push are so obvious and the gravity well covers them so effectively, and they can be put down and of course utilized with the likes of a Killjoy. Those nanoswarms is just one example of them. Though a key point of contention here is the lack of nanoswarms, or in fact the lack of a Killjoy for the side of Curry and friends. That's I think a big deal because I really think that Killjoy is so impactful here. In comparison to the Cypher, that not having it is usually a detriment.
Well, here we go. Map 2 in the GLG Pit of Valor number 54 Grand Finals. Can Curry and friends rally back and send us to bind? Or is this where we're going to see Sussy finally take a grand final here? Well, that's one way to start if you're Curry and friends. Summer, loud and proud. Headshot right onto Fishy Philly. Trying to get into the site, but Poppy is going to play spoiler from Market through the smoke. Takes down Summer. Not gonna hold them back for too long. So still getting on for the spike plant, and in this retake, 3v4, looking to get back into the site. You got Astra, Killjoy, and Jet. Ooh, but Bond wants to keep those numbers in their favor.
Probably had a lot of utility there, so those nebulas can be solid.
Ooh, magic. A little bit interesting on that one. All the players are stuck in the back here. And here comes the Frenzy. Vigilance running. Got a little bit of a kiss on the forehead with that Frenzy. And Sways is going to close this one out. What a retake. Vigilance, quite a hero in that round. It's a both of them.
They both had to reload at the same time. Man, Sways should have died it 5 times over. But they both reloaded at the same moment. And, oh, what a headshot. To pick up the victory there, Sway standing tall, giving Sussy that pistol. Now remember, this map slightly defensive sided, and I mean by the slimmest of margins. You could argue 6-6 is a pretty normal occurrence, and 7-5 certainly as much. As we get down to it, pistols abound for Curry and friends. A couple of sheriffs actually here in round number 2, but it's very much an eco. Three classics, I should say, to back those sheriffs up.
Magic walking in and taking matters into his own hands. That's quite dicey to take a fight against Sways there in that nanoswarm to keep them back. But the rally is here. The cavalry to back up the teammates. Curry is able to take down Poppy as well. But, I mean, a 2-on-3 favoring Sussy with the rifle advantage too. It's going to be a big one, Bond. Looking to even us up, but it's Trios with the heavier rifle. The Ares packs a little bit harder of a punch, Vincent.
This is huge. 2 players left alive here.
Yeah.
Out of charges.
Unfortunately, Sways was in the right place at the right time, had the flank in perfect succession. But, I mean, that was very dangerous for Sussy. You know, I talked about how good their anti-eco rounds were last game, or last map, but already starting out a little bit on the shakier side. Clearly, Curry and friends a bit more comfortable here. And beyond that, I don't know what the heck happened to Vigilance, who was up top on the right side here at A, but he kind of just got demolished for what seemed like no reason. I don't know. He just didn't seem aware of what was going on. I don't even think he was shooting back.
Stunned.
Oh no, Vigilance.
Oh, Bond! A little bit tastier on medicine there, Vigilance. Trying to go for the Judge run and gun, but Korean friends, they're not going to let that happen whatsoever. I mean, you did take a lot of damage down onto the Sova. So that's one thing. Bond's not going to let that happen. 5v3 though. Oh, and Drios this time to pick up where his teammate left off. And he's going to find Magic as well as Poppy taking down Summer. That evens us up, and with Bond being super low, suddenly things have turned.
Talk about the turning of tides. That's exactly what has happened. But that's such an aggressive swing from Poppy. I just don't know if there's any reason for that. They knew what was going on, but here we go regardless.
Well, the reason was to give Sways the Phantom to pick it up off his body. In fact, oh, Odin, go Burr, just like Mick said. Not gonna land though. Left. The shot. Spike should go down. Reyna super weak here, and Sway still waiting for an opportunity. Curry on 7 HP. But you do have the crossfire.
Does have that impress if he wants it. But yeah, with 7 HP, that's dangerous.
Oh, Sway's 7 HP. This is gonna be hard. A tough task, and now you know exactly where he is.
How'd that miss?
I don't know, but as soon as they line up, Curry's gonna fall.
That owl drone seemed like it couldn't hit anywhere but the Reyna, but hey, Sussy won the round anyway. And they somehow turn around that was almost guaranteed Curry and friends into theirs off the back of number one, a key couple of frags picked up by Drios in mid, and of course the find on the sheriff kill. I think that was Poppy and Spawn. So it seems to me as if Sussy kind of get away with one there, and so Curry and friends are sort of on their back foot because of it. They aren't really sure what to do, and I don't know what this buy is. Summer, okay, the last moment went towards the Ares rather than the full gun, but still a heavy investment, it seems, for what is a full eco round.
Here.
I just did the math, and Sussy have won 13 rounds in a row.
Ooh.
Placing alarm bot.
That is unfortunate and very... I mean, it kind of goes to show where the mental has to be for Curry and friends, doesn't it?
I mean, it really does. It really, really does. But if there's some time to pull back, it should be now. Magic's gonna look to push on through and sneaks in. You do have a friend there. And Vision Villy, so no matter where Magic goes, really gonna meet death on every corner. Now Curry and friends down to 2. Bond forces out Vigilance, but Poppy's gonna swing out to clean up house. 4-0 start here from Sussy. Perfect as ever, and I mean, at this rate, I mean, this is just Sussy's grand final.
It feels like that, doesn't it? But I want to remind you that it is just 4 rounds in here in map number 2, and you know this is only the second gun round too. So Curry and friends, you know, they messed up once, or I guess twice, given the pistol round, sure, but otherwise, you know, half of these rounds have been ecos. Is kind of my point. So maybe, just maybe, they can turn things around. Well, that's a darn good start. Vigilance knocked down to size for once.
As they are, Sussy looking invincible into the site, but Summer walks in and finds 2. A perfect start here for Curry and friends, looking for their first round on Ascent.
planted.
Everything going their way. The retake. Sways. And Vision Philly.
Feels like a
Killjoy
save,
and
baby.
Reyna. If they find some kills, they might opt to take it.
Player standing.
Sways almost finding 3 now. Up to Vision Philly. You have the crossfire lined up. Let's have a look to slide on in. Both of these players on Curry and Friends, they're in such a good position to trade it out. And Desperado waiting for that to line up. Curry and Friends, they slap around on their board. They stop the bleeding for now, and they end the hot streak that was the sussy round count.
Yep, that is indeed where it will end. And you know, speaking, it will happen, I guess, because Curry and Friends, you know, they kind of took what we were talking about to heart. You know, it was just a couple rounds. It wasn't that big a deal. And now, not only do they have a round, but they've also got a ton of ultimates to work with. All 5 of them, in fact. So they could really put together a quite solid push should they want to.
There we go, over to the A side. Hunter's Fury is going to be called out there. I actually didn't get the audio cue for that one, and it's not going to take anybody down, but it is going to split a bit of damage off the board. So you get onto site if you're Curry and Friends. You have the control. Can you turn this into a round? Defenders are going to give it up. Use the lockdown to get right back into it. So this is a good situation to be in if you're sussy to get back into this board, forcing out Curry and Friends from the site. But Magic walks in there. He's going to take down Sway, so this is huge. Leaves us even. The only thing is, though, you have to hold this site down and hold these post plants good because Vision Philly's got the Empress, and he is hunting down every single player. Summer's going to take another one. Bladestorm's out, but no kill to back it up. Sussy get back on the board, and they get the defuse.
That's, man, such a huge mistake from Curry right there to open with the Hunter's Fury. And you know, whilst most people are thinking, well, why is that a mistake? At this level, you really have to look at the ultimates. What is available? What counters what? You got to think of it like a chess game, right? You know, you trade an ult for a different ult in order to gain an advantage, right? So in this case, it's the Hunter's Fury. You trade that Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown potentially, and you know sussy have the lockdown. That lockdown entirely destroys Curry and Friends round. And it's all because they just didn't realize it early enough in the round to not use the Hunter's Fury to open up. It really is a small mistake, but a big one.
Okay. Take a look at this. Curry and Friends, they want to go to the B site again, but countless times the amount of utility between the Silva, the Astra, it's just hard here. And Vigilance waiting through trees with the operator. Oh, what a shot, but only down to 5. Not able to take him down as Curry. Vigilance is A-okay with that.
Oh, man. You can't bait out a shot at the guy behind you peaks. Not how it works.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Curry and Friends, they need to do a lot. They need to do a lot into this, and they're just not showing any updates for this. Vigilance, how do you live through that?
Saved by the Sways is how.
Blocking sight.
30 seconds left.
Oh, no. What a massive flank here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
That basically, that sums up. That sums up this grand final right now. I mean, sussy are owning Curry and Friends.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, and the fact that Curry and Friends, they just get that one round as well. You know,
that round was so good too.
It did. It was so one-sided. It was, you know, such a solid take, and the other thing was, it really wasn't because of anything special other than them getting aggressive and being confident, like I said in the mid game or between the 2 rounds. And this is what I'm talking about. You can't fade out the shot if the guy behind you peeks into the shot, guys.
Oh, Vigilance back in there. Summer says no. Ooh. So here we go. Work off of that now, but this is gonna go even real fast as Vishavili is able to take down Bond. We got Spike approaching through B main. But again, it's just these opening engagements that Sassy are just winning the duels. As simple as that. You need to start winning some gunfights if you're Korean friends. And so far into this round, you have a couple of kills to work off of. But that spike gun in courtyard, and Poppy might be able to take down Desperado too. And he is. That's 3 down. You know where Curry is. Really, it's just time for hide and seek. Where Sussy hide and Korean friends, they try to seek. But Poppy waiting is going to peek on out and tag him back.
And see, that's one round where it really looks close. And it was, you know, I don't want to, you know, take anything away from Curry and friends. It was, you know, relatively close, but it's just never close enough. And every time it is close, it always goes Sussy's way. Think about how many 2v2s, you know, 1v2s for that matter, we've seen over the course of both this game and last. So many times. And it just seemed like Sussy kind of got the better of it every single time.
And Sussy are holding so many aggressive angles. They're getting away with these duels because Curry and friends just can't keep up. They can't keep up to the rampage. That Sussy are just moving along for them. Summer's gonna get caught in the blender here. As soon as you push out, you might find one, but Fishy Philly's there to trade you out. And on the escape's gonna peek on back in, give Bond a mouthful of lead. Yeah, Curry making the ruckus, but I mean, like,
Player standing.
it's just not enough. You look at these aggressive angles that Sussy are holding on to, and they're just getting away with it all. Desperado now recovers the Vandal. 1v2, can get the spike down and set up for a post plant. I'm not sure how many Nebulas he has, but instead of planting, he's going to go for the kill. Trio's caught with his pants down. So that sways. What can you do, sir, to get back into it? If you're quick enough, you can catch Desperado off, but he is making a smart play with that plant. I love this setup.
It was a really solid but risky swing from Desperado, but he knows he's in that, you know, 1vx situation. So you don't win without risks in those situations, and now he's in the perfect spot.
I mean, Sway's no clue that Desperado would be there. That is such a smart plant from Desperado, just to play the off angle, just to kind of surprise them and shake things up. I like that from Desperado, and I am giving Korean friends a hard time, I know it. But it's just because I want to see them do good. They made it this far.
Yeah, I'm with you there, and you know they've had some good ideas, some decent plays, and that's one of them where Curry really steps up, takes things by the reins and says, okay, this is just gonna be me. I'm gonna take this into my own hands. And well, speaking of that, Blade Storm in the hands of Korean friends.
Oh, again, Fishy Philly gets aggressive, but this time Magic able to get the kill and the ult. The neural theft's gonna allow the information to be fed on through to the teammates, and so far so good into this round for Korean friends. They find 3 off the draw, and finally you're gonna be punishing Sussy for this aggressive playstyle as you completely have full control of the A site.
This is a great round, a great example of what Korean friends can do.
Yeah,
you know,
it's fantastic.
They just haven't put it on display very often, and you know they just won the opening duel.
Ooh,
and that's what started them off.
Guardian Gamer, 2 off the board, but look at your minimap. They have planted again in that staircase spot over towards B, and I mean, Sways, you can do enough, but you do a lot, but it's just, you won't have time to do this. He recovers a Vandal, so that is quite an expensive catch to walk away with. And if you set up here, you might be able to punish some economy if they do exit out, but they're going to be going over to the defender spawn, so not a whole lot to get on this exit. 3 rounds on the board for Korean friends.
Yeah, I'm gonna just save that weapon. That makes sense. I honestly not a huge fan of getting that close to the spike anyway. Would have preferred just to sit and spawn, but hey, it is what it is. Korean friends, they've answered back. Now 2 in a row. First time they picked up 2 rounds in a row. Is that in this series? No, actually, that's the first time since round number 1 and round number 2 of Icebox that Curry and friends have picked up 2 rounds consecutively. That's the sort of game this has been for them. And, well, the good news is they got a great chance of making the 3rd for the first time in this series. The reason being is if you look at the economy, as we are in a bit of a tech pause, it's really not ideal. You got Vigilance pulling out the Judge once again. A bit expensive if you ask me, but hey. And beyond that, the Hero Rifle for Sways, who has a little bit of extra cash along with a Sheriff and a Classic and a Marshal. So it's not ideal, you could say, for this defensive setup.
Somebody pressed the red button. Sussy took an emergency break. They found the imposter, and it's Vigilvilli. He's out. He vented.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, gotta get him out of here if he vented. I mean,
producer just asked if I saw a vent, and yes, I did. Yes, I did. What?
I mean, the good news is, if we send him out and we're still here, then we can just send you out, and it's fine.
I mean, you could. Then you'd be all alone, and that's no fun. That's no fun.
True. Very, very true. Well, honestly, though, Curry and friends, they probably are feeling all alone at this point, considering the fact that it's been such a one-sided affair, but they're starting to bring things back.
You know, this is a good situation to be in, I'd say, for Curry and friends at the moment. Yes, you're down 7-3, but
tell me how.
With this break, I mean, this is like the first time you really get to slow down since we started the grand final. Because
whose fault is that?
You didn't really take a break between maps. You didn't. You haven't taken any timeouts yourself. This is a good opportunity now for you to just kind of sit down, relax, just kind of breathe with your team and talk things over, because this is a good opportunity for you to really start snowballing through the Sussy roster, especially because they are on this sort of force buy. They got the Hero Rifle and a Judge, like you called out, but I mean, you look at this and it's a broken buy for Sussy.
Mm-hmm.
Relatively, what I'm looking at should be another round for Curry and friends. Knock on wood for that one, but I mean, yeah, it's kind of their fault for not taking a break between maps, but that's out of the picture. Now's your chance to kind of slow this down.
Yeah, well, and I really wasn't even meaning the break between maps, but yeah, if you wanted one, you could have taken that. But that's not, that's kind of whatever. I actually was talking about timeouts. We didn't see a timeout at all.
Not at all.
One. And they lost.
Oh, he's back
in dominant fashion. It was 13-2. So I mean that only in that. We could have seen some pauses beforehand, and then we could have seen some pauses in this half too.
It was 13-3. Give them a little bit of something. Come on.
My apologies.
They had another round. Wasn't that bad of a stomp? But yeah, good start from Desperados. He does find Vigilvilli. And the trades keep on going, so numbers are still here. Sways with the Hero Rifle off the board. That's a huge kill for Bond. And that's going to allow for a plant and a 4v2 situation. Bond has found a slip between the needle. Wow. And Drios has no idea. Where's the communication?
I mean, that was really fast. It might have been,
last round
just not enough time to communicate it, to be honest with you. Sort of a split second between frags. And with that, Eco, Sussy are back in purchasing power. And they have 4 ultimates as well. So Sussy could put this to 8-4. If Curry and friends make this a 7-5 scoreline, it will be phenomenal for them. It's absolutely a turnaround. Absolutely the turnaround that they needed.
Here you go. Chance for a 7-5 half. Setting up, wind up the springs, bounce onto the site. Now plenty of cloudbursts out here. They're going to eat that Hunter's Fury. You got to be careful. Bond hunts down Vigilvilli through the wall. That's 2 off the board for Sussy. A phenomenal start. Curry and friends to get the spike down, and they have 2 people to play off angles.
Technically, yeah, I was about to say, the Cosmic Divide is here.
I love this. They just split the site. Making a deathmatch. An arena. A blitz into the ball.
Last player
Poppy's going to try to bring this one back. Lockdown comes through. Before Sways falls, and Desperado's gonna push through the wall to take down Poppy. So 7-5 half. Excellent round there from Curry and friends. And when it comes down to the mechanics and the gunfights, you do start seeing Curry and friends lose in the gunfights. But when you have those strategies, when you have a plan and you work that plan, you're barreling on through Sussy like it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean they've definitely had some good rounds there, especially in the latter stages. 4 rounds at the very last of the half, and Sussy, I mean they went from 7-1 to 7-5. That's not that great for them, all things considered, but still a victorious half indeed. As they move to the attacker side, that is the less favored side. And it looks as if this push towards A is going to be coming in forthwith.
It's going to be a big round. You want to take this pistol round because you should be able to even up this map off of that. Oh, and Summer turning up with the aim labs.
Strike down A.
It's a nasty flick to start that one off. Desperado finds 2 as well, but in retaliation to get back into the site is Vigilance and this Frenzy. Doing so much work for the team. 3 now off the board. This Vigilance is just death reincarnated.
Vigilance may have just brought this back for Sussy.
Oh! Scratch that.
Take what's useful.
Yeah, Magic gets aggressive there, and I mean that's a really, honestly, I'm impressed because that's a really tough ask for Magic to make. It's a very individual play. It's not actually the most correct play either. By the way, it would have probably been more right to wait on the teammate and double swing, but Magic kind of gets the idea that everyone was getting ready to look towards his teammate and takes that moment to take advantage.
Yes, he does. 1 round away from giving us an even 7-7. Oh, Summer, go for the jet duel, but Vigilance has been feasting on them in that case. Curry, quick to answer back. Ooh, can he find Poppy here? Is he gonna expect the Asher to be so close? He does not. So that's gonna be Poppy to take down Curry and recover the Spectre to find another one. Damage has been done, and Bond's gonna be just nailing them with those headshots. But an excellent job from Poppy to make it expensive.
Yeah, very expensive overall for Curry and friends, but still, Sussy do lose it. And now guns come out. As we see, Sussy has their work cut out for them. Vigilance now just 1 away from a Blade Storm. And Desperado is also 1 away from a Cosmic Divide, should that be utilized. This is a really important round for Sussy. If they win this one, they could continue their dominance. If they lose it, they're sort of on the same path that Sussy put Curry and friends on last half.
Here we go, Vigilance. And a cheeky angle. Desperado reads it. Nasty with that Phantom. As Desperado has really turned over a new leaf in this series. The Aldrone feeding information to the Reyna to gain a little bit of traction into this round, but Bond sneaks on in with the Spectre, takes down the Reyna, who's pushed a little bit aggressive, and that is going to be a Vandal for your tasks.
There you go. You know what? I'm kind of feeling a turning point right here, right now. Despite Sways taking that frag. It feels like this might be a map 3.
It feels like Curry and friends have finally entered the chat.
Yeah. They're here and ready to play for the first time in this series.
And 4-on-3, it's going to be tough, but I mean, I've seen Sussy pull themselves out of this.
30 seconds left.
So you're going to rotate over to B. You got the Reyna and Jett waiting for you. Can you get through?
Well, you have an advantage on the site. You know, it's 3v2 here at B. It's just a matter of taking advantage of that, and that's what they're not doing.
Are they going to expect it, though? So far, they don't. And Curry, excellent bait right into Summer. That couldn't have been handled any better from Curry and friends. The bait from Curry to allow his teammate to turn up.
Yeah, that was pretty massive. And look at this Seymour. This is what I'm talking about. This is what Curry and Friends didn't do and needed to do.
Yeah.
It's now been 8 rounds or 7 rounds in a row that Sussy have lost, and they immediately call that timeout. And, I will give them a little bit of extra credit because that was between halves. So it doesn't feel as one-sided because you've only lost 3 rounds in the half, but still. That's massive. And I think that this is sort of the difference right now between Sussy and Curry and Friends is that Sussy are just a little bit more evolved when it comes to this sort of strategy,
I mean, what has changed here, really, aside from Curry and Friends actually bringing a game plan into Ascent? They've really kind of flipped the switch in this grand final. And it's shocking to me. I did not expect this from them.
I always thought they could flip that switch. It's just a matter of would they? And, well, I mean, not only did they, but they continue to do so. And they've been also hitting those shots as well. You can't undersell that. You think of Magic, who is not having the best of games, getting aggressive on that pistol round. That's just not something that a non-confident player does. And so Curry and Friends clearly making the decision to play confidently.
Bladestorm out. Vigilance looking to lead the way in here. You got Summer tucked away. Nice and neat, and Magic to feed this information through in the Cypher cam. But Curry, he's got the angle. He finds first blood onto Drios. And that should slow down Vigilance in total. I mean, Sussy, they're all over the place. I mean, that's deathmatch mentality. It was working in Icebox, but it's not working anymore.
Yeah. I mean, this is an eco round. And they're somehow picking it up, or currently winning it, but that's quick to change, especially considering that frag. Storm's still online though, so technically things could change.
Technically they can. The bomb's rotating through here, and if he's not careful, if he's not careful, Match is gonna kill him. Spike down again.
30 seconds left.
And now look at this. The players in Curry and Friends, they have control of B, but for what? For what reason? They're just going to be in the back line. Sussy really in a pickle at the moment. And they are trapped. Desperado's going to find Pompey on the rotation. Sways all alone here. 11 seconds to possibly carry this rifle over into the next round. But on the call, Curry's going to swing into this one and win the gunfight immediately. 8-7, make it 9-7, Vincent. As Curry and Friends, they have 8 round wins in a row.
Big victory here. Curry and Friends moving from dominated to dominator, as they have really made this comeback work. 4 rounds before the half, 4 rounds after it. It's now that Sussy could make the stand, but will they? Just a Cosmic Divide, and they're going to throw that out. It looks like fast, quick, going to be the push here towards B.
Maybe you got the crossfire. You got to push through this one. Actually, they don't. That's a perfect Cosmic Divide. Oh, Desperado wants this one. Sway's waiting. What a position from the Killjoy. Spike yet to get planted, but finally Sussy's going to put it down. And now they have control, numbers, and time in their favor. Vigilance through the wall finds 2. That's huge. Now 4v2 to work with for this retake. Magic's trying to get on the side and look at Poppy. Poppy's found himself in the market. He's going to take down Magic. You know where the last player is. You just got to call for your teammates to jump on him. And Summer misses that snipe, so Poppy's going to put him in the grave. That's up, down, and quick to get recovered, possibly, for one of these players. On a Sussy. What a round from them. That was phenomenal.
That Sussy is the Sussy of old. Quick, fast, murderous. And, well, walls are just a decoration for bullets to go through.
For Vichy Philly, that's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Curry and friends getting caught out by that speed. And it looks like kind of trying the same idea, but this time, guess what? They get caught by a gravity well. And that is going to make things a little bit harder. Pretty much Desperado putting out everything that he has in just those few moments.
Lockdown. Not going to cover everything, but the gravity well. Just to pull those players out in case. Spike's going to go down. You're going to play this 5-on-5 for the retake. And Emperor's going to be popped in here for the Reyna. Oh, but through the wall! Summer fights two with the Bladestorm. That's 3 off the board immediately for Sussy. Last 2 players left is going to be Sways on an island. Bun traps him out with the overwhelming pressure of Curry and friends. They're going to be running in here with their knives galore. Drios, what can you do? Not a whole lot. Curry and friends, double digits here on Ascent.
I mean, that was so fast, I nearly missed it myself. Those Bladestorm frags coming in hot and heavy. And unfortunately, that Empress, not even a question in that round. Nobody gets the chance to trade. Nobody gets the chance to make any moves. And by the time the Hunter's Fury could come into the mix, it was 1v4. So Drios understandably holds on to that ultimate. And the good news, at least for the moment for Sussy, is that they're not quite out of this yet. They do still have that Hunter's Fury. They do still have enough cash to buy back a little bit. And it is just Vision Billy down to a SMG, but it is not ideal. Not in the slightest.
Not one bit. But Sussy starting to get some momentum back into it. Bomb, what a Hunter's Fury, but answer back. You're gonna track that through the wall, take down Desperado in a trade. That's gonna be sight for the spike to be planted, but you gotta wait for the spike to get into here because it's taking quite a bit of time for them to do so. Oh, through the wall, Vigilance is gonna track down Summer. Can you take down any more?
Just for decoration.
Just for decoration, indeed. And into this retake, you're gonna be down a player, but it doesn't matter to them because their retakes have looking so good. The Emperor's gonna be popped. Drios and Sways now get in that crossfire. Lockdown. It's all up to Drios 1v1. Magic, what are you gonna do? Hops up top, and the Odin from above. It's Magic to put him on 11.
Oh man, how does Magic win that?
I don't know. This is hardcore parkour.
That's such an advantageous position for Drios every single time. He can see the barrel of Magic's gun before Magic can see him. And somehow Magic still wins. Recovering the operator. This is the time. I think we're headed to map 3 here because map 2 looks to be Curry and friends. Here in the latter stages here, map number 2. All but one round, Curry and friends victory.
Sussy, look at this buy they have. Judge, Sheriff, Marshal, the whole shebang, really.
It's desperate.
I mean, these are just one-shot guns. These are aim lab guns. When you're looking at it, who can flick better?
Well, you could always try for the prey and Judge.
Curry, oh, Curry gets there, catches him with the cloudburst in hand. That's Vigilance already off the board. Judge, gone. Five v 3. Curry and friends in a strong position to take match point or map point to send us to bind.
You know this. Oh, what a great bait there. Here's the Marshal. Immediately repeaks, finds the refrag. That's just Poppy. 1v5. I mean, kills here don't even matter. I mean, it really doesn't.
Not at all. Curry and friends.
Need that back.
They're in a phenomenal situation. They have turned up from 0 to 100 real quick here on Ascent. I mean, what? They were down 7 to 1?
Yeah. from 13-3 to 7-1 to 12-8. Flipping the script. Opposite sides, opposite teams, it seems. And because of that, Korean Friends now primed and ready, one round away from sending this grand final to map number 3. It'll have to be 4 rounds in a row for Sussy, and this is a round that they could do it. They have the guns, they have the options, but there is a lot of players on A to stop them.
The dash in for Vigilance. Poppy's got his back. Takes down Desperado. It's Curry for the great escape. And now with sight control, you're looking to get that spike down. You're looking to lock it down, but what have I said? Curry and Friends, they look so good at retaking this site. Vision Philly on 11 HP. And you got 2 Odins to spray down there. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be amazing. Sway's going to find magic. It's going to put advantage now to Sussy through the wall. Sway's trying to spray and pray in there. Curry's going to take down Poppy, even his back up. And they're getting back into the site. Curry pushing on in, takes down Trios. Both players trapped inside hell. You got Empress popped. Vision feeling the drop. Curry working on the ace. 1v1 against Sways. Can he close it out? He can! That's Curry for 5. And the defuse. We're going to a map 3.
That's all she wrote. Map 2 done and dusted. Big ace, and well, Curry laughing all the way to the bank is Lorena. I don't blame him. He's gonna cash in that check for a map 3, baby. Pine is upcoming, but oh my goodness, let's talk about Ascent, because what a turnaround, what an adjustment, what just a move from absolute horrific fall to greatness in moments. I mean, you have to talk about number 1, Curry, obviously having some fantastic plays, but it really wasn't the fragging department to me that really changed things. Yeah, Summer got involved, started finding some first bloods, and that did help, but it was the coordination that and key trading on the defensive side that really helped out, because no longer were Sussy just winning gunfight after gunfight. They were getting traded, and getting traded very effectively.
Well, somebody must have just hit the most mad hype speech ever that most likely had to rival the speech from Independence Day, the movie. But that was quite the turnaround. The in-game leader, for sure. You have to give everything to him. Whoever brought the morale back for Korean Friends, that's the true MVP right there.
Yeah.
And you're looking at Sussy. I mean, what did they do last week? They fumbled the bag. They had it. They had map 1, then they got reverse swept in the grand finals. Yep. They took map 1 confidently, 13-3. And then you look at map 2, 13-8, going the other way. This is just, is this the same pattern? Is this the Sussy curse that we have known to see for them in the grand finals? Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out, and it's on Bind. Coming up next, we're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, Pit of Valor is going to close out with another champion.
You made a monster. You made a monster.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one.
Did you miss us? Because I missed you. Pit of Valor, it's going to close out very soon, but it's been a great night so far. I want to say a big thank you to our sponsor, NXG. Type !NXG in chat. Go check them out. Give them some love because they're moving the prize pool from 50 to 100. And pretty soon, a team is going to claim that $100 at the end. Is it going to be Korean Friends or is it going to be Sassy? I mean, so far, it's been very dominant out of Sassy, but Korean Friends, they flipped the switch over an Ascent. They brought it back, and oh, did they have a hell of a win there. Binds, it's going to be quite the story. It's really telling. Who are we going to see out here, Vincent?
Yeah, it's a good question. A question which, honestly, I don't have the answer to, at least not yet. We're working on finding the answer here shortly. But beyond that, I think that my gut kind of tells me this is going to be a repeat performance of last week. I hate it, but that's what my gut says. I would like to see Sussy close this out in 2, but I don't know. Here we go. Bind is upcoming. We're going to get right into the agent selection. And we talked about Bind earlier today, didn't we? How, kind of the question marks of what controller you use here can be interesting. We've already got 2 controllers on one team.
Shout out to Nascent United in chat. They put all their points on Curry in the last game, and Curry was getting smacked, and they're just having such a poor time. They come back and they won, and if you're just sitting there and just like, oh my god, they won. Just imagine seeing that, just going through that. It was quite the show from Curry and Friends, and yeah, I mean, we're looking at the agent select here. Be surprised to see if Magic picks the Brimstone. It's more of a EU type pick, but I mean, maybe could work out here. I haven't seen Brimstone picked over in NA for quite a while.
You know, I think it'd be interesting. I've kind of seen the one-off
your
Brimstone
agent.
in like tier 3, and oh, there it is.
Oh,
I don't hate it. I just think that there's like better picks.
so many better
unfortunately.
picks.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, it's not that Brimstone's horrifically bad or anything. It's just like you could have a Sova or I don't know, a Sage, or I'm just saying, just about anything else brings a bit more value, I think, to a roster. But if you're good at Brimstone and you can make it work, those longer smokes do give you a bit of an advantage, especially because we do have two controllers on both sides. One of those being Omen, one of those being Brimstone. And of course the Viper for either side. I think that it's a valid strategy at the very least. How much will it work? That's to be seen.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 3, the Pit of Valor number 54, Curry and friends looking to reverse sweep Sussy again. Well, new team to do it, but 2 grand finals in a row. I know Sussy would be down bad if they lost this one right now. They're looking to hold on, break the curse from last week, and end it here. $100 on the line between these two teams, and a whole lot of pride as well. Let's see if that Brimstone pick pays off in the end of it. Very interesting to see. It kind of shows me that Curry, they're kind of banking on a lot more static plays with the smoke play, because not a whole lot of dynamic to his character.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. That Molly, of course, is pretty useful, but getting underway. A couple ghosts there on the attack for Sussy. Mostly going to be a one frenzy, and I think I saw one ghost for the defense. But aggression is the name of the game.
Is it Vigilance, the guy who brings out the judge every round on binds? Isn't he that guy?
No. That was...
No? Oh, yeah.
Right here.
Anyways, for the K's, Dreos gifted magic on a silver platter.
Poison's off.
That's a great start from Sussy so far in the pistol round, and they are not even going to go to A. They're going to hightail it over to B and get the spike down.
Very nicely done there by Sussy. Getting, being ready for the aggression and taking care of it. Now it's 1v3. Low HP for 2 players, though, so this is doable, but these crossfires are nasty.
They are nasty. Got 3 different points of contact to take here. The Owl Drone's going to spoil it. Curry has to peek into it, take it down. Vision Billy's going to swing off of the information, take round number 1. And yeah, you're right. Very doable with 2 players being extremely low, but they left it up to Vision Billy, the full health player, to take the fight.
Yeah, that makes sense. And, the others would have swung in should that become a problem. Really, really good setup there on the post plant for Sussy. Basically, as good as it gets with 3 players. And Dreos is having a really good series overall, but started out with 3 in the pistol round. Certainly ain't too shabby. As round number 1 goes to Sussy. This is going to be a anti-eco. And, well, it's been hit or miss for Sussy's anti-ecos. They were not great on Ascent. They were phenomenal on Icebox. Which will it be?
Here we go. Vigilance has the judge in hands, leading the charge into the A site. They actually have this there. That is a dicey shock dart. Gonna take down Curry, deal some damage to Bomb, but the overheal's gonna be back. Vision Billy catches him with the Spectre. Trades back and forth. Look how low Sussy is. This could be terrifying for Desperado with that Spectre, but Dre's gonna lock it down with the Bulldog. Take down 2 in the meantime, and there you have it. 2 rounds in a row. Very damaging in the case of Curry and friends, but still Sussy. They come out on top between the 2 of them. Now you're heading into the rifle round. And the thing is, with those picks that they got, considering you got the 2 of them, you aren't going to be seeing the upgrade from Sways onto that Phantom. Vigilance sticking with the judge. But on the other hand, Curry and friends, they get to load themselves up with heavy utility.
That they do. And, you mentioned the judge. I can't wait to see where that goes. The judge on this map, it can be so deadly. We saw it before. We can see it multiple times over the course of Bind. And
it can be, but it also can be like It can also be such a throw at the same
You're right.
time. In this case, it's not.
Yeah, not when you're up close and personal like that. That's where it's good. But if you try to cross that site where Desperado is, that's where things come a bit dicey.
And when people start reading you with that judge, you know it's just going to get harder. Sways turns on a magic, actually, avoiding the guiding light. That's a huge pick for himself. 2 down now for Curry and friends. And Sassi looking to keep the pressure on Sways. Drops Desperado down to 91, but not going to find that kill. Offside, Curry's found his way into showers. Is going to take down Vigilance. They know where he is. If Trios plays this right, you might be able to set up a pinch with your teammate. He's just going to wait for the cavalry to come in. Vishavilli's found his way onto the site. Sheriff's going to drop him. He's going to pick up that Phantom 4-3. Spike goes down 4v2. Curry and friends, they're looking to go down 3-0 again.
We've seen this before, so it's not exactly that worrying. A 2v4 was possible, less possible now, but yeah, not gonna be the case. Bobby finding Desperado, and it's Sussy with a very nice bonus round as well. Remember that they didn't force buy up. They didn't get all of the bells and whistles, so to speak, Seymour. They stuck with what they had, and what they had was darn good enough. And so Curry and friends down pretty bad here early, but it means that they're going to be back onto an eco. 3 sheriffs in their hands for right this moment. Vaughn might buy in one as well with the extra cash flow. And yeah, there we go. Make it an even 4. And there we go. Vigilance already starting out good.
Out with the judge, in with the vandal. They know where Curry is, but what a shot with the sheriff. Evens us up, and I guess it's just sheriff down here, because it's all law and order here for Curry and friends. I should really snuck through in U-Haul.
It's a good little spot to be in. But with the Blade Storm popped and everything, this is actually kind of a good round for Curry and friends, possibly.
If Bonter's this corner, he's dead to rights, you have to imagine.
He's dead for show.
Oh, Trailblazer's gonna get in there. Gonna give an opening to Bond, but still, with the Phantom, it's such a hard gunfight to take. Seeker's gonna be brought out. The paranoia is there. Trios takes out Curry. Summer on 4 HP, looking to lock things down. It's gonna be tough, man. You can just hop over to the B site, take the gunfight to Desperado. He's got the Blade Storm.
There's no way they know Desperado's here.
No way at all. They have to check. You'd imagine they have to check at some point.
30 seconds left.
They're not going to. Fishyvilli looks the wrong way. Oh, he sees him.
So lucky that he spotted him.
I mean, if I was Sussy right now, I would just play the 2-on-1. At least trade him out.
Enemy remaining.
But they're going to take the fight to Summer. Fishyvilli takes him down. And it's all up to Desperado now with that Blade Storm. 1v2 has to updraft the Tailwind. A Cloudburst to work with. Plenty of utility to get into the site. And the ultimate as well. Fishyvilli gets there, but that's the power of the knives, baby. 1v1. Trios inside. Updraft onto it. Is he going to check down low? The right clicks there, and there we have it. Desperado for the clutch. The 1v2 pays off. I think that's a big misplay on Sussy's part. I feel like they should have just overwhelmed him in the 2-on-1.
I mean, you're right in essence, but I can understand the play that they made. What I don't know that I understand is why Drios didn't reposition into elbow or even try to get out over towards long. He had Hunter's Fury. He could have guaranteed the victory if he just played passive. Instead, committed to the tube, and well, that tube, as we know, I mean, it really is tough. It's kind of just whoever has the faster reflexes, and when it's Blade Storm, all you got to do is do one right click. So
magic. I'm gonna get closer to the Hellfire. Oh, Desperado blocked off this, and now he's over at A.
Not sure if he meant to go through there, but hey.
I guess it works.
Yeah. He kind of was in the belly of a beast, but nobody is over in that direction right now, meaning that he kind of gets away with one.
Usually it's Sussy that's supposed to vent. Oh, Magic. You had something going there. Poppy, though, what a heads-up play to check your back. Felt like something was up anyways. And now that's Brimstone off the board. You're going to have the Hellfire for next round, but that's a big hit to take there. No smokes for Curry and friends.
Well, not no smokes. They have that toxic
Yeah.
screen, as well as the poison cloud, so it's not all done, but
I think luckily for Curry and friends, you see Sussy, they're going to A here. You got Summer and Curry both here, but the Shock Dart's gonna find him. Can Summer take anything down? He cannot. It's gonna be Vision Philly to take him out of the picture. Bond making quite the ruckus from behind on this Reyna. They're gonna be ready for him to get into this one. The Paranoia is out, Sways looking to take the kill down, spots his leg and gets the wall bang. So it's all up to the Jet. Desperado. You got the 1v3 clutch last time, but you had a Blade Storm. This time you have an op. It's gonna be harder.
Desperado running for the hills. As I understand, operator in hand, this is a lot more to lose than last round as well. It's not just the stakes, it's also, in the potential loss versus potential reward, you're losing a $5,000 gun.
I can do this too. Desperado, desperate to get this off into the next round.
There we go. You joined the dark side, I see.
Playing a very dangerous game. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah, I too enjoy it. But for now, Curry and friends survive for a little bit longer. And they're going to have another buy up. It's not great. And honestly, I'm not sure realistically if they should buy in here. And it looks like maybe they're not. Bond forcing. Okay, now Bond saving. This is a little bit better. So gonna have a Vandal and a but missing his shot is Desperado.
Oh, are we gonna finally see a showstopper kill?
No,
maybe. Nobody's here to receive it, so I doubt it.
Yeah, probably.
What is that? 7-0 or 0-7 now for showstoppers?
Too many is the answer.
Bond able to find Pompey on site, but quick trade is gonna be there. Guiding light from Summer picks up that hero rifle.
Ooh.
What can you do with that? Curry has the toxic pit too, so you can drop your ult here and really get rid of a lot of sight lines. Drio with the spike down. Are you gonna get the peek out from Curry? You are, and that spike down. No plant just yet. Hellfire as well into it. Takes out Sway, so back and forth trades 2v2. You would hope to hit that if you're Desperado. But it is gonna be the TP now with the bomb. Look at the setup from Magic. He's gonna play spoiler. That's bomb down again. And now it's Vision Philly. 1v2. Really gotta walk through the fireplace to grab that one and get onto the site for the plant.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, Vision Philly. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. 30 seconds to work with. Oh, that would have been huge to get that kill. But Desperado waiting for the peak. He's gonna take him down with the op, and Curry and friends starting to claw their way back.
And once again, though, that was a bit of a weird... I mean, we talked about the weird play from Sussy earlier. That was a really weird play positioning-wise for the defense. They were so split off, and, sure, it didn't happen, but he gave 2 1v1 possibilities over to Vision Philly. If he had hit the shots, impressive may they be, then it would have been an easy 1v2 for him. But nothing's that easy. And Sussy,
Get out of my way!
they know that. It's going to be a Blade Storm up here for Sussy this time, and they have the big advantage with the ultimates. Pits for either side, but Hunter's Fury to back up the Blade Storm in the pit for Sussy.
Well, here comes Vigilance. Not skipping a beat with this Blade Storm. Gonna find Magic. Smokes off the board. Or controller off the board so far. Got a lot of ults on Sussy. And you're just looking to get onto the site and use this Viper Pit. Exactly what you're doing. So you're gonna see the domain expansion split up and change the environment in favor of the attackers. Turning the tides onto them. Now looking to defend this site with their lives. Vision Village peeks out, finds 2 with the Spectre. 5v2. Things are looking good for Sussy to stop the bleeding for Curry and friends to climb on back. There's a big round. You use 2 ultimates and a flawless would be big for the economic. But are you going to get into this? Are you going to keep it as perfect? Curry takes down Sway, so it's not going to be flawless like he hoped. Looking to come away with this nonetheless. The great escape from Desperado with this operator, but not going to get away from Poppy. They're on a hunt. And they're chasing after this one. Curry looking to hold it down. Snakebite's going to take down Poppy, and he can't take the Vandal to the next round. He's being locked down and shut down.
Thrifty victory throwing across the screen, and that great escape, well, it wasn't so great now, was it? Pretty poor, all things considered, that everyone died. History not remembering that day well, not for Curry and friends. As we get down to it, round number 8 forthcoming. And it's once again off the back of that Thrifty, another eco here for Curry and friends that they have to contend with. It's 5-2 at the moment. It's been back and forth, and that's been really interesting, but somehow Sussy's still very much ahead because of that pistol victory.
Ooh, the dash from Desperado right into the belly of the beast. A little bit questionable if you ask me, but I mean, you do you, baby boo. Into the site, Sussy going, taking all the gunfights they can, but Curry.
Spike down, B.
Amazon ships that quick as could be, right to the forehead of Poppy. Ooh, and he's gonna get healed up from his teammate.
Easy heal. Hunter's Fury is available though, but that's the problem. There's that domain expansion you were talking about, this time from Curry and friends.
It's gonna give him an opening through that door. But now the hard point, or the hard part, to fight against these rifles. You got the right clicks now from Sways, and the backup from Drios. Everything looking good for Sussy, but it's up to Curry now. You got the Toxic Pit. And you're gonna drop it. Hello, Sways. Goodbye the round, though. Sussy on 6 now.
I actually really like that play from Curry, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's such a ballsy play, and it's exactly, I mean, it was the best chance to get a free kill. It didn't work out, but it was still cool. It was still really interesting, and I like interesting, different plays anytime they come out. 2 big ults online here today for this one. As we got Desperado close to a Blade Storm, but it's Summer who has the Seekers ready to go, and Sussy's Hunter's Fury is still online. Looks like the push heading over towards A, and it's quick too. This has not been the norm. We've seen Sussy pressure be an awful lot, and you can see without that pressure, the push, the flank, it's coming in.
Oh, the self-paranoia. Oh, Sussy the pain. That follows Vigilance. A little bit of team action there as when the trades settle. It's going to be numbers to Curry. Magic coming up right behind Drios.
Spike down A.
And Sussy scratching their head, and one comes out. Sim Beacon doesn't actually heal you up, Magic.
I don't think he was expecting that, but...
Ooh, a little bit of fanciness coming out of Sways there. 1v2 for Poppy.
And this is winnable.
Very. Are you going to read the Viper?
So hard to know that Viper's there. That's the big problem. Because the flanker's already died. And Curry's just there somehow, some way. Poppy just probably hands in the air thinking, what the heck was I supposed to do? How could I have known? And I gotta have some sympathy for that standpoint, because, yeah, how could he have known? Really no way to do that. As Curry and friends equalize to half of the rounds Sussy has. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Not enough to send Sussy into an eco round. Poppy not quite having a gun yet. There it goes, getting bought by Trios. And one more gun round for Sussy. And maybe they can pull it off.
Poison orb emitting.
There's only one player at A here.
Ooh, run, Curry. Oh, a little bit of a finesse there from Curry. Vigilance chasing him down. He's got to escape right now, and that's going to give up the site for a plant. If you're Sussy, you need to get in. You need to plant that ASAP because the rotations, they are coming in fast.
Yeah, it's very good to give that side up. I like the play. Makes a lot of sense, and oh, nice.
Stick it out. Oh, he does. He sticks it out. He gets the plant. And Vision Valley takes down Bond. Hellfire into U-Haul. It's going to take down Vigilance, even us up. And here comes the retake now in full action. Out of Korean friends. Magic, he's going to be late to the party, so this is going to be numbers at the moment. To Korean friends, here comes the showstopper from Sussy too. Sways on 6 HP to find something through the smoke. Oh, and nobody dies again. Summer, a chance to win this one out. Poppy snuck to the fire. Can he take that Magic? He can. The spray is solid. The time is ticking now for Korean friends. 2v3 to work with. They're trapped out there. Poppy takes down Summer all up to Curry, and there's just no time to work with. He's going to look to escape. And he does. He's going to take this Phantom over into the next round. Poppy dies to that. So an expensive round for Sussy, but you take your lead to 7.
And, you know, Sussy's economy is certainly hurting from that. Let's not pretend. You know, that was definitely an expensive round, as it was for Curry and friends, but a victory. And victory means so much more. As I tend to say, economy don't win you games, rounds do. And right now, Sussy have the advantage, 4 rounds of advantage, that is. Another desperation buy for Curry and friends. And it is not met with friendly fire.
The Bucky from Magic. Can he find anything with it? He's going to be getting real close with it, too. Shots not on target, but through the smoke it is. He's going to jump right on through. Look at the BDE out of him. That's big brimstone energy right there.
Oh, man.
Enemy remaining.
Beautiful stuff as Vigilance comes swinging around the corner. It's Desperado once again.
Spike planted.
Going for the runaway desperate play.
Yeah.
Nice frag. I mean, he's certainly hitting these shots when he can.
Magic does all of that, and Sussy sitting back in the chairs. All that for a drop of blood.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Especially when Poppy's here in the flank just to clean things up. Had full HP just to add insult to injury.
Round in the half.
As here we are, it's the last round before halftime. And this looking much more like game 1 than game 2, if I'm not mistaken. Especially as this being that final round, we see Poppy potential for a pit. Curry has one guaranteed, and Vigilance has a Blade Storm online.
That he does. That he does, Vincent. Look for a 9-3 half. But if you're Korean friends, you're looking for a 4 on the board here on defense. So they're getting aggressive out here too. Bond's able to find one. The Empress gonna be pumped, but the firing squad to shut him down. That's nobody at B now. It'd be a free plant if they put the pedal to the metal.
Should be fast, but yeah, it looks as if Sussy, they're a little bit suspicious of this open site. They're not quite sure, and that might give the opportunity for the retakers to sort of get a foothold back in here.
Planted.
Spike goes down. Here comes the retake. Sways to shut him down before it even starts. Curry off the board. Same with Desperado. All up to Summer for the half now. 1v4 energy. Can he clutch up against the odds? That's one down, and the trade to follow that. Vision Villy has his teammates back. 9-3 is the half, Vincent.
Switching
Sussy
sides.
on par, or on pace, to take it all.
Huge plays here for Sussy. Once again, this is a mirror image, it feels, of Icebox. Except, well, it's not as chilly. And it's a lot nicer. It's a desert. Rather than, you know, cold, gloomy area. But realistically, I mean, you just look at the frag department here as we're looking at the scoreboard. It kind of tells a pretty clear story. It's halftime. And, you know, 6 frags, 5 frags, 7 frags. Only Curry really up there breaking the 10 mark. And that's just not the norm. Not at all for this team, and just not at all generally speaking. So here we are, Sussy.
Big round out here. Ooh, Poppy through the wall. Vigilance off screen. Amazing start out here for the Pistols. Poppy, another one bites the dust.
Poison's off.
2 players left standing for Curry Friends here in round number 1 for the half. Guiding light in. Summer finds the right click.
Last player standing.
Now Summer's all
Spike
alone
down
to
A.
make the clutch happen. Couldn't do it in the last round. One of this one, a lot more to work with right now. No flashes, no utility, but pure gun skill to get into the site. Right clicks, not gonna be there, and even if it was, everybody else was there to shut him down.
There it is, double digits in double time. As Curry and Friends are down bad in this matchup.
That they are.
I mean, around, map 1, you think of it as a flash in the pan maybe, but it really does feel as if now they're at their wits' end. So
Blinded. Hawk out.
Well,
Blinded.
they forced into this round. The guiding light catches Visionvilli, and the trades are there, but the black and fourth split. Poppy finds Curry through the TP. An excellent reaction from Sussy to keep us even. Rios with the Ares lines up magic for death. Hey, Curry and Friends. Hey, guys, you forgot something.
Who needs that?
Poppy knows that too.
Bobby's thinking,
One enemy remaining.
what happened, guys? You guys forget something? Either way, regardless of this outcome here, but, well, it is Poppy. Sussy in prime position now, 1 round from match series point here.
Wait a second.
What's happening? Oh no.
Everybody left.
I think we might have an interesting situation here where I want to say, yeah, that's a surrender.
Defenders win.
Okay.
Curry and Friends surrender to Sussy here. It was 11-3. So I guess the final scoreline going to be 13-3. Bind?
There you have it.
Sussy pull it off. No more reverse sweep.
No more reverse sweep.
Maybe not in the fashion they were hoping, but the reality is that Bind works out for their favor, and oh my goodness.
Can you guys look at that logo right now for Sussy, and there's a crown now.
They've been crowned victors.
They've been crowned the victor. Shout out to Vermilion Rose in the production.
Yeah.
Always a blast in that sense. But there you have it. Pit of Valor 54 comes to an anticlimactic end with the surrender from Curry and Friends. It's going to be Sussy on top for the grand final victory at that, taking home $100. Not the ending that I wanted to see out of Curry and Friends, but it's the ending that we got. And if you're Sussy, I mean, you're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean they're taking the money no matter what. And in all honesty, although not ideal, it looked like that was probably the way that was going anyway.
Yeah.
It kind of felt like that. It was one of those situations where you read the room, and it could go. It could go either way technically, but on the real, you're like, yeah, probably not. Also, no one else, anybody else in chat feeling that's a little bit sussy that Curry just got out of there at the very end. No, okay. I'll stop.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Late for that. Anyway, that is going to spell the end here for our broadcast. But
wait,
Seymour, you have more?
Don't forget to check out this weekend. We got the Prime Valorant tournament with community gaming going on at the 10K, August 28th and 29th, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here. You don't want to miss it. But like Vincent said, that's all for now. Can't wait to see you next week for another Pit of Valor. It's going to be a crazy weekend. You don't want to miss it. Tune in, but have a great night, everyone.